And a good morning and welcome to the Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross here at Daytona on a bit of an overcast. The sun trying to peek through Daytona Beach, Florida. Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing. Mikey Wayne's here. I am joined alongside by Megawatt Matt Watson. We got Dean Diaz in the house with us. We've got, I'm going to try that one.
Zach Heron along with us this weekend as well. Glad to have him. And you mentioned Dean Diaz, the voice of Florida Motocross.
Jason Wygant.
Fast Lane Wygant in the house with us as well. Going to give us expert analysis on our youth classes. And as always, Kevin Kazad going to be helping us out as well throughout the course of the afternoon.
Yeah, going to be a great day of racing, guys. You guys are tuning in on Racer TV here this morning. Race number 12 just wrapped up. That was your 51cc 4-6 limited. So locked and loaded down on the gate is race number 13. That is your college 18 to 24. We're going to be bringing you all the racing action here today. Again, thank you guys for tuning in here on racertv.com. And Megawatt, we're here again. What is this, 15th annual?
Absolutely.
Feels good.
Yeah, we talked about the origins of the event, and 15 years ago, it was more of a motocross school than basically the RCSX. You came down here, you had the opportunity to go through the school, ride the course, that type of thing. I believe Bradshaw was here, Jeff Stanton was here as instructors, Jeff Hemming was on hand as well, and here we are 15 years later, we are the largest amateur supercross event on earth.
Yeah, it's something else. We talk about a little bit about how mini-O's at the end of the year. That kind of feels like the start of 2024. Well, if you want to get real technical about it, this is really the big first national event of 2024. And we've already seen some big names. You hear the bikes. They're winding them up down there here for the college 18 to 24.
Yeah, race number 13 on our schedule. 18 to 24. We have got a lot of players in this one, Mikey, including Brandon Crease, Caleb Thorpe, Matthew Kopp, Lawson Davis, Ethan McMahon, Jose Mong, Brody Slane, Josh Clark, Sophia Phelps. Sophia's going to be on the mic with us later this afternoon.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to talk to Michael Corcoran as well, Clayton Stockstill, Hayden Hampson, Ethan Combs, Drew Thomas, Noah Stevens, Solo Ferreira, Jordan Renfro, Jesse Wessel, Logan Riggins, Brian Prouty, Riley Grainer, Kai Juan Simmons, Cameron Horner, Isaac Guadango, Jamie Estadio, Zachary Flanders, Max Lewis, Levi Darton, Cannon Richardson, Peyton Jackson, Matthew Jackson, TJ Squibb, Jason White, Ryan Gardner going to make up race 13, our college 18 to 24. Look at this. Chin bars out over the crossbar.
Went up.
Yeah, one card about to go sideways, 3 to 5 seconds. Mikey, you know it, that gate's going to hit the ground. What a camera shot for our viewers at home.
Hey, love it. We're off and rolling. Here we go. College 18 to 24. Good and smooth. And what it's the 108 on the machine. I think that's Jesse Wessel, rider on the, I think that was the Husqvarna on that Just One Maxima ODI backed ride with that early lead. But a little bit of separation and good battles throughout early in this one.
Listen, Jesse Wessel timed that thing just right, man. Drop of the gate, got himself out of there like a rocket. And look at this, opened up about 12 bike lengths right away. Mikey, we can't preach enough how critical the clean air, the clean vision, not having to eat the roost. The heart rate is perfect right now. He is in control of the racetrack.
Yeah, he looks good. Looks good and smooth, clean. Early in this one, Michael Cochran in the number 2 spot, Ethan McMahon in 3rd. 4th place is Noah Stevens, Hamden Hudson, in the number 5 spot. And outside of that, Clayton Stockstill 6th. 7th place, Matthew Kopp. Sophia Phelps, who you'd mentioned, she's back in the number 8 spot with Josh Clark in 9th, and rounding out that top 10, Max Lewis early in this one. Megawatt, how cool is this? We go back Saturday night, the big boys are out here. Jet Lawrence, Eli Tomac, the chaos that was Daytona Supercross. You and Weege were talking about this earlier. There is no other sport, be it stick and ball sports, motorsports. They race the Daytona 500. They don't have amateurs coming out the next couple of days. We get that in our sport, and it doesn't end. We talk GNCC has a platinum 70 plus class. So basically, if you are still capable of throwing your leg over a motorcycle and going racing in our industry, we've got a place for you, and this is an example.
You're our guest. You're our family, man. We can't wait for you to come and participate with us. What you're not going to do is you're not going to go to Gillette Stadium and have a flag football game with your buddies.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just not going to happen. You're not going to go to Candlestick Park and play a softball game with your buddies. It's not going to happen. As we and I talk talked about since I was a child, 11, 10 years old, first getting acclimated and adapted to this world, it was quite obvious that we were different, and that's why I wanted to be part of it.
Yeah, it is something special to be a part of, and boy, just getting to race down here in Daytona is something special. Wessel continues to be out front. Michael Cochran
He's still down there. He's just playing right now.
Applying the pressure in that number 2 position now. 3 laps completed. Wessel still out in front. That is what you see on Racer TV. Outside of that, Noah Stevens in the 3 spot. How about this? Hayden Hudson, that is their Hamden Hudson, the rider on the move up into the 4 position with Ethan McMahon dropping back to 5th.
Yeah, you see Ethan McMahon just struggling there just a bit. Missed a mark in the corner, and that's all it takes. Still has the lap time and the speed, but one small mistake turns into maybe a couple positions here. We talk about that. We preach that. You have to be consistent. The guy who can adapt, the guy who makes the least mistakes. Right now, Jesse Wessel, no mistakes.
Yeah, been very, very smooth right now through 3. About to check in with 4 laps completed for him. Lap times he turned a 52.5. Michael Cochran, that rider on the move. Little dab right there by the 108 machine, but
actually Noah Stevens, the man on the move right now. Noah turning a 50.7, so he's almost 2 seconds quicker than the leader, almost 1 second quicker than the second place rider Michael Corcoran. Hamden Hudson, as you mentioned, coming out of Danville, Virginia, hanging on to that 4th place. Look at him, he turns a 51.2, so we've got guys in the top 5 all running within about a half a second of each other, Mikey. Basically, we got 5 guys separated by 1 second.
Good racing here to start the day on Racer TV. This is race number 13. Coming up next, going to be your Masters 50 Plus Group 1 and Group 2. Now, Megawatt, you've been here. I'm going to put some pressure on you and let you kind of explain it. But because of the inclement weather, the wild weather we had, they did make a few changes. But I like the changes they made as far as these divisions go.
You know, I do too, Mikey. And first of all, I want to thank all the parents, all the competitors, because yesterday was a little stressful for everybody, without question. And I have to tell you, they let the powers be. Who is that, Mikey? The 312, it looks like, having some issues right there.
That is Isaac.
Oh, no.
Gordogno.
Yeah. Isaac having a tough time. Looks like he's going to retire from this one. You see him holding that wrist just a little bit. But the good news is able to shake that wrist off. So we're going to see him again before the day's over. But you know what? When we have Tim Cotter, Davey Coombs, Kerry Joe, we have Roy Jansen at home, Jimmy Perry on site. These are our eyes on the track. These are our physical guys, taking care of the track. Then we have the track crew responsible for implementing that stuff. So without the decisions being made to combine the motos, we're not going to run off the heats, okay?
Right, correct.
We're going to have a Division 1 to Division 2, guess what? 2 champions.
2 champions.
And I thought that was a fantastic move, Mikey, because we kept the racing on time, but we not only kept the racing on time, we kept long motos.
That was my point, is the long motos. We're not going to shorten everything.
No.
And I always give credit where credit's due. I wasn't around in the Big Dave days, but Big Dave Coombs, who I'm talking about, was always very adamant about, hey, these people came here to race.
Yes.
We're going to give them a race for their money. Everybody's going to get their opportunity out there. And here we are, 2024, 15 years into this with Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross, and that is still the goal and the mission, and that is what they accomplish every time.
Yeah, fair play was his goal.
Yeah.
Everything that he did was based on the fact that, he wanted everybody to have a fair track. He wanted same travel distances type stuff for people. He wanted everybody to just be able to pay and compete and have a fair shot.
Yep. Well, Jesse Wessel trying to check out to Laterville. Hamden Hudson, he is that rider, as Megawatt was mentioning, on the move. He's now up into the 2 spot around Michael Cochran. So Cochran drops to 3rd. Noah Stevens now in the 4th place position, and then a decent gap back to 5th. Still waiting on, I think, Clayton Stockstill to check in.
Man, oh man, we say this every year. We take a look a little further back. Clayton Stockstill, Jordan Renfro, Cade Simmons, Peyton Jackson. We're not used to seeing these guys maybe outside the top 5 or hovering around the top 10. We're used to seeing these guys battle up front. But that tells you about the depth, Mikey. That's the bottom line. Everybody wants to be at Daytona. Everybody wants that one hanging on their wall.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly an honor. It's just cool to race here in general, I think, regardless of how you do. We obviously focus on the broadcast broadcast, we focus on your leaders and the winners, but there's somebody out there that, maybe 16th, 17th place. They're just stoked right now. Hey, I went out there and I got to experience it.
Listen, I felt the same way. Took an 87 CR 250 out there a few years ago, and just sitting and staging with Jeff Stanton. Stanton was on 1980 CR 125, I think. I'm sitting there on a bike that he raced, an 87 250.
There you go.
And we're inside the Daytona Speedway having a conversation before we ride the track.
Oh.
It's just as good as it gets.
Hey, good battle right here as they get into some lap traffic. That's Jesse Wessel still leading the way, but Hudson applying the pressure, trying to make a move here late. Can he do it in traffic?
I got to tell you, Hudson has been very, very solid. Look at this.
Going the long way around. Can he keep some momentum and speed? Ooh, we're going to get the lap traffic. White flag out. Here we go.
Yeah, he got handed a blocker right there. No doubt about it.
Oh, he's hauling. He's going to get around him, I think.
Yeah, he's carrying that momentum, but he has to pick a good line and make it work.
Yeah, that added challenge of the lap traffic for him. That's kind of closed the door on a couple of good opportunities he's had.
Mikey, this track is its own living, breathing entity.
Yes.
It is its own person, okay? The track is such a challenger.
Is that it?
But now we have moving obstacles in the form of lappers. Lane, great point right there. Our spotter, Fast Lane Michael, showing us the pass right there, making it happen.
So there you go. Last lap, Hamden Hudson going to work. Takes the lead away from Jesse Wessel. And if he can keep her on two wheels and avoid the lap traffic, bang, there it is. Checkered flag flies.
And how about that? One corner to go. Hudson takes the lead when it matters.
Yeah,
That's a checkered flag. Jesse Wessel, incredible ride for him. Took control of this thing early, was out there in good position. Noah Stevens able to make the pass on Corcoran on that final lap. So it's going to be Hudson, Wessel, Stevens, 1, 2, 3. Corcoran finishes in 4th, Clayton Stockstill in 5th. So Hamden Hudson on his way to see David Iser down there on the podium.
Wessel having a conversation right there. I think maybe a little upset about some of the lap traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we're heating up, baby. It's Daytona. It's hot. It's Florida, right? We're here for it.
That's how we like it.
That's how we like it. Coming up next, race number 14, Masters 50 Plus. Rich Boschert, Daniel LaPlaca, Tony LaRusso, James Nagy. We got Donnie Osborne out there, John Harris, Julio Fiera, Robert Butler. We got Chris Bailey, Andrew DeLauder, Jason Clark, Gabriel Guardado, Barry Karsten, the Bear, still out there doing his thing. Scott Zurau, Robert Weinberg. And we're just about ready to roll there. Andrea Lee, On Track School, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys? You sound great out here, as always.
Good. Well, thank you. And likewise, what you got going on this weekend? Obviously, big things going on with On Track School.
Yeah, so come down and see us. We're next to Triumph, and we've got March is early registration month. There's a nice discount for that for the next school year. Not too late to transfer in now and make sure you get those credits, because we know when you get home and after the spring nationals, things are going to be a little tough.
That's true. It gets hectic.
We can help you out with that, and then we have scholarships going on too. We're just so grateful to be here. It's been 14 or 15 years that we've been coming here ever since this started. We used to do a little, parent session about what online school looks like, and we're still here today. So we're just grateful for the opportunity with MX Sports and wishing everybody a safe day, but we'd love to see you before you hit the road.
Love that. And you guys just seem to continue year over year. It's more growth. I hear more people talking about it. I know on the off-road side in GNCC, you have a large presence now as well. So On Track School just growing, and that's good for you guys. It's good for the sport, and most importantly, the education for our young people and adults.
Yeah, and you know what? We had some top students in the NASCAR races here last
fantastic.
month. Connor Zilich won.
Okay.
There's so many different divisions of that, but that's exciting too. We hope to get out to more GNCC races, Don and I this year, and we're excited about that. I'm also looking for an apprentice. the apprentice program was started by MX Sports. What a phenomenal opportunity for students to be able to have an internship in the industry and actually be hired by Feld, hired by, Racer. We have different students. It's on our website. If you go to On Track Learning Solutions, that's the nonprofit side, and you can see all the opportunities there for apprentices. But we would love a social media apprentice. Anybody out there, contact me or stop by
Hannah
the booth
Watson.
today. Yeah,
Matt
you know
Watson's
what?
daughter watching
You know
at
what? That
home.
would be
Excuse
great.
me.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's not fluff. That's the truth, because a few years back, or a couple of years, I guess a few now, Jackson Burrell, a good example of that. He was one of the announcing apprentices at Loretta Lynn's, and we liked what we saw. And Rodney Tomlin was going into retirement. Tim Cotter came to me and he's like, "Do you have anybody in mind?" I said, "Yes." Thanks to Andrea Lieb, thanks to On Track School and that apprentice program. And now he's in his sophomore year with us with GNCC. He did Loretta's with us, as well as Zach Herron. But it works, and I can't encourage people enough. And I know Megawatt and Andrew, you probably get it all the time. People, how do I break into the industry? I don't care what I do. I'll film, I'll take pictures, I'll pick up tear-offs, whatever it is. I just want in. You guys are a very, very good avenue for people to get their foot in the door.
Well, like I said, though, MX Sports had started this framework, right? So now we've taken it up a notch or two where you apply.
Yeah.
So those applications will be up in April, and we select mentors within our industry. We meet with them, train them, so they know what they're doing with these young people. And we want to take it up even more so we can maybe help get some donations to help cover some travel expenses for these kids. But no, it is an amazing opportunity. I love it. And this is like a university, right? I mean, they can track build, they can do event planning, they can, announce photography, but there's and the medic unit. I mean, let's not forget that. And then AMA official. So now there's an apprentice opportunity for AMA officials too.
It's everywhere.
How soon, Andrea, till we have curriculum for the parents? How soon till you're going to have a class to teach parents how to act and educate them on our business?
We're already doing it.
Oh, love that.
Yeah, it's called Parent Connection. We do it once a month. However, we are now.
That was good.
Yeah. Woohoo! We're now, it's 2024, right? So we've got to move into a podcast kind of situation because we're understanding everybody wants to listen to things on their own time. So we're going to start a podcast for that. But we've been doing monthly and, having different topics about how do I motivate my kid in school, what are the tools I need as a parent. So, yes, very important part of it because it takes a team. It's the parents, the facilitator, the learning coach is the teacher, and our whole team come together. And I couldn't be where I am today without the team that we have on Track. Tasha and Wanda and Erica, who will be over at Spring-A-Ding, and it's just an entire team.
That's what I was going to ask. The first question is, one, where can people find you online? Probably Googling On Track School. We'll get them there. But then what's next for you? Obviously, you're here at Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross. What's the next big event for you guys? So
Tasha will be heading down the road like tonight. I don't know how all these people do it. We used to do it. But they're heading out to Freestone and then Spring-A-Ding. And, of course, ontrackschool.com. Follow us on Instagram. And also check out On Track Learning Solutions. That's the nonprofit side, and we are looking for donations to help support our apprentice program, our scholarship race, which will take place again at Loretta's this year. Very exciting, where kids earn money, goes into a 529 account, and goes to any vocational school, private K-12 school, or college.
Very good. Andrea, thank you as always for coming in and chatting with us for a bit.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Andrea Lieb, check them out, ontrackschool.com. Google them, find them on Instagram, give them a follow, see what they are all about. Certainly a vital part of the racing industry. Very fortunate to have those folks on board. So get a little track maintenance wrapped up here, and once we get that wrapped up, we'll be back with race 14, your Masters 50 plus. Steve Nagy, Preston Tyson, Ron Hepner, Jimmy Setzer, Duke Reese, JJ Mendez, Kevin Marsh, as well as Pat Andes, John Gruey, Dwayne Becker. We've also got Earl the Pearl, Earl May out there, Rodrigo, Quentin Foster, Tommy Jinks, Kurt Coswell, Adam Johnson, Kevin McKenna, Mike Santana, Alan Lotz, Damon Alencar, Milton Reimer, Darren Panulo, Wesley Turner, Richard Hoy, Ross Johnston, Greg Kmart. Frenchie, good to have him out here representing the MKS Moto Kicks. Brian Carroll, Jim Stein, William Ford, 57 entries in total in this one. Again, in those divisions, crowned 2 different champions in those. Kind of like the format they came up with that, given the circumstance of the weather that came in. Greg Simon, Matthew Robinson, Bryce Phillip, Randall Sauls, Kyle Thibodeau, Gallon Dixon, Michael Rappin, Dwayne Lewis, all out there in this Masters 50 Plus. We're moving, Mega.
We are moving. You know, Mikey, there's always things that make us smile, make us happy. We always want to see the advancement. Speaking of things that make me smile, make me happy, there's Gloop walking in to the trailer right now. Gloop, pumped to see you. We got ATV Pro Racing going on tomorrow, and I encourage all you guys, if you have not attended one of those events, we're going to have vintage motocross, but we are going to have the greatest four-wheel athletes in the world here tomorrow at Daytona International Speedway. Again, Gloop, pumped to see you. Can't wait to see some great racing tomorrow as well. We talk about things that make us happy, make us smile, advancements in the sport. We talk about things that make us better, the next generation, that type of thing. And it is always so good when Andrea stops over and we get updates on exactly how the curriculum works, what's going on with the new class, when signups are, how internships work, and so many things that, you know what, we want these guys to be the best athletes, and guys and girls to be the best athletes they can be on the track. But what we want is we want them to be team managers. We want them to work for Brock Glover at Dunlop later. We want them to go see Jeff Cernick and be a manager at MX Tire sometime. We want them to work for Jimmy Perry. We want them to work for Donnie Lutz, Ryan Holiday. And when we come out of here, we just don't want some dummy that caught a ball.
That's right, yeah.
Okay?
That's exactly
some guy that hit a ball or something, that type of thing. And then at age 30, he's not needed to hit a ball anymore. So when you look at guys like Brock Glover, the ultimate multitasker, the guy 6 national championships, comes out, oversees the amateurs, oversees the pros, directs Dunlop's program. You see guys like Ryan Holiday. That's not a mistake. These guys are educated guys. These guys are lifers. They put in the time. They did the work. Just like a guy who wins a championship here today, putting in the time, doing the work. That's what a lot of these industry people. Tim Cotter never raced a motorcycle in his life, and he's one of the most knowledgeable guys on our game on the earth today. Okay, so if you weren't a racer, if you weren't the best racer, but you have interest and you love our game, and you know somebody's not going to pay you to race a motorcycle. I knew that at 15.
Same,
and guess what? I made another plan. Okay, for sure.
You find a way.
Always good to hear from Andrea, Tosh, the entire team. Big Don back there keeping everybody in line, keeping the wheels rolling. I love it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There are certainly other ways. You know, everybody, we get it. You race a motorcycle, you want to be that next Ricky Carmichael. You want to be that next Eli Tomac, Jet Lawrence, the kids looking up to now. The reality is,
your chance is better winning the Powerball.
You're probably not going to squeeze into that generational talent level, but there are plenty of other opportunities within the industry for you to make a name for yourself and have some fun. I speak to that. I'm a street bike guy and a washed-up comedian, and they welcomed me with open arms, so we'll take it. So still wrapping up a little bit of track maintenance here. What a sight. Clouds moving out. That's sort of, what do they call it down here? They don't call it fog down here. It's like the ocean mist.
It's sea layer. Yeah. Ocean layer.
Listen, I'm landlocked. Indiana, we don't have salt water, all right? So forgive me for calling it fog if that was not correct. But whatever it is, it's burned off, and we've got beautiful sunny skies peeking out, heating up a little bit, and continuing to make sure this track looks good.
Speaking of home, Mikey, you're fortunate, like myself. I live just down the road from High Point. Pleasure Valley's very close. Steel City was in my neck of the woods growing up. And you are at home at Ironman.
Yeah,
literally.
That is backyard. I think less than 7 miles from home, so that is home to me.
Absolutely. And, when we talk about places, it didn't take 50 years like Unadilla. It didn't take 50 years like Carlsbad. Davey Coombs called me one afternoon. I'm at work, and when Davey calls, there's normally something important. He doesn't call me up and say, "Hey, do you see the new cover?" And that kind of thing. Normally, pretty big deal. So I'm in the middle of the showroom, and I pick up the phone. Mega, what's up, Davey? I am sending you pictures of what's going to be the greatest racetrack in America. So he jumps on an old CRF 250 with tennis shoes on.
There we go.
Just to ride the rough cut of our. He knew with 2 dozer passes through the valley that it was going to become one of the greats, and it absolutely has, dude. And your neck of the woods.
Yeah, man, I love to hear that. I try not to toot the horn of Ironman too much because, you know, obviously you're biased to your hometown, but yeah, nothing quite like that Midwest dirt out there. And yeah, very, very cool. And last couple of years got to call some Ironman Pro Moto with you, so we'll be there. That's way later this year. We've got so many things between now and then. Can't wait for it.
I love it. You know, our boss, we've got four distinct bosses here,
yes,
Mikey.
That is true.
And one of the guys that's not always on site with Mr. Roy Jansen.
Yep.
Mr. Roy Jansen is a cornerstone in the game, so many levels, with the AMA, with the factories, with us at MX Sports. You name it, Roy Jansen has done it. And he sent me a beautiful comment. It says, some folks came and stay for 60 years.
Yeah, that's it.
You know,
and it goes quick.
It does. It does. You know, he sent us a wonderful hello right there. And Roy, we want to wish you the best right now. We are so glad you've got our backs. You're home, taking care of us for sure, and can't wait to see you, boss.
It's going to be a good one. This is year 7 for me. And
isn't that crazy?
You were up there talking to Weege about, you know, Weege and I, we've been doing this for 20 years, and I'm knocking on the door of that first decade mark. That's just at national level. Locals before that, obviously. So, yeah, kids, the ones, what we talked about it this morning, you know, your 50s out there racing, 51cc machines, they have no idea they're making core memories they're going to carry with them for the rest of their life. At 4, you can't comprehend that, but at 10, 11, 12, 15, certainly in your 20s and 30s, you look back and go, holy smokes.
That's where the appreciation.
Cool kid at 4 and 5.
Yes, that's where the appreciation comes in.
Yeah.
You know, for sure. Now you see what you had as an opportunity. You lived it. You had a great time then, but it means more to you later.
That's it.
After the fact.
We have to go through that awkward teenage stage where mom and dad don't know what they're talking about. They know nothing. And then somewhere around our mid-20s, we realize, oh, they actually did know what they were talking about. They've been there before, and now you can start appreciating it.
Mike, I'm going to tell you something else I appreciate. I appreciate our fans of Boxo USA, Boxo Tools. Every year, I believe 5 years in a row, these guys have stepped up. I believe this is their 5th year in a row. And these guys provide specialized toolkits for our winners. When I'm talking specialized toolkits, I mean axle wrenches. I'm talking about pry bars that have nylon tips so you don't tear up that bearing or that surface. Screwdrivers that have contoured handles. Ratchets with close ratio drives on them. These are high quality tools, and that box is stocked with the sizes that fit your dirt bike. We're not fixing the Briggs & Stratton. We're not fixing the Honda lawnmower.
That's right.
Okay, this toolkit is set up for your RM, CR, YZ, KT, whatever it is specific. These guys love what we do. They love our sport. They are proud to be part of it. And I have to tell you, I'm excited each and every year to see the new additions to the Boxo line.
And I got to tell you, if you are at home and you're watching and you're thinking, man, I would love to wrap up a championship, get me one of those tool bags or those tool boxes, well, you can get the replicas by visiting the website, boxousa.com. That's BOXOUSA.com. Get your very own 2024 RCSX Championship Replica Moto Box with a 20% off discount. The code, very, very simple, RCSX24.
Listen, 20% off is
That's huge.
Huge, okay? Huge. And when they say replica, it is the exact set that these winners are receiving. So you know what? You didn't have to make the trip. You didn't have to eat the roost. You didn't have to battle 40 other guys. You give them a credit card number, put in RCSX24. You're going to get that exact toolbox at 20% off.
Yeah, very, very cool. So check it out online.
Hey, guys, we've got MX Tire in the house. Of course, we're always so thankful for Rob Fox, the entire team over at Dunlop. These guys are going to tell you exactly how the dirt's transitioning, whether we need the 14 scoop, whether we need the 33 intermediate, how much pressure we're going to run today. Everything they can tell you, every bit of information they can as far as traction and tire and rubber goes, they are here to help you. MX Tire has all kinds of supplies as well, and we continue to thank Jeff Cernig for being so loyal to our series as well.
Yeah, big shout out to those guys in Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Proud supporter of Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross. Racers everywhere. They got a huge presence in the off-road world at GNCC's, backing up some of those teams as well. 100% employee owned, operated. Very cool stuff. So you got to check those guys out. I love the tagline, RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready. That's my Rodney Tomlin impression right there.
You know it. Aaron and our friends at Oakley.
Yep.
You know, always Aaron Kane. His dad's here this weekend with him. They're camping right over by you and I. They're camping over there.
Know that. Okay.
Man, they brought the Harleys. They're down beachside. They're over here. They're fixing up mini riders. They're loading off laminates. Man, it is doing what Aaron does, doing what Oakley does, taking care of their people. And somebody I want to thank big time too is from your neck of the woods, Mr. AJ Tucker himself, and he has Tucker Freight Lines. These guys contribute so much. They are so into what we do. And not only that, as a family business, they're looking to provide people with career opportunities. So if you might be an owner-operator, you might be a diesel tech, you might be looking for a change, check out the guys at Tucker Freight Lines. They can offer you not a job, Mikey, but a career.
That's where it's at right there. Yeah, you want in the industry. There's plenty of opportunities.
Listen, Tucker Freight Line could turn you into truck driver for HRC maybe one day.
That's it. That's
okay, you can move right in. And the way Mr. Tucker operates, I wouldn't be surprised if he wouldn't subcontract for all the teams at one time or another.
No doubt.
Take a look, Mikey, on our monitor right now. Our folks at home are just jonesing right now. They're like, I wish I was there. I would hit that thing in third gear, dude. I would scrub that. And, dude, what a beautiful scene that is right now. Our folks in the stands back listening in the paddock and that type of thing, the effort put out, I know we sound like a broken record, but the effort put out by our track team the last 2 days, absolutely incredible. Everything from tough blocks in the right spot, keeping the surface correctly prepped, making sure everybody's on the right gate at the right time. I just can't say enough about our staff through these challenging times. And race 15, I believe, coming up on the docket here in just a moment. Whoa, couple riders a little early on the draw right there, running into that gate. After that, everybody off clean as they work their way through that first left-hander. Looks like Tony LaRusso out front. Frenchie Greg Paymart on the 444 in our Masters 50-plus class. So this one's going to be a battle. I believe that's the bat. Barry Carson in that number 3 position. And look at LaRusso make a break for it. LaRusso with the hole shot. He grabs a tear off real quick, gives himself some clear vision, and the number 4 trying to make a break. Frenchie says, not so fast, here I come. So there he goes on that number 444 machine. He goes, hey, it's kind of fast over there. That's a little Italian, that's a little French. So, you know, trying to make it happen on the Kawasaki, but Barry Karsten in that number 3 position. We know what happens as he starts getting warmed up, starts plugging these laps away. The 31 machine going to be in the mix here in just a second as he closes up on the rear fender of Greg Paymart.
Goodwin moving, the big names, the heavy hitters out in front in this Masters 50-plus. As is Group 1, 2 groups in this one. And got a rider, I thought he was down. I think just beside the machine, trying to get her fired back up maybe.
Well, sometimes us older guys, our ankles don't work, so we have to reach down and find neutral with our hand, you know.
I wasn't going to throw any shade. My age group is getting up there, though.
Oh, okay.
I'm knocking on the door of that 40-plus.
Okay, I gotcha.
I can start talking some trash about the guys my age. If they're older than me, I don't. But if they're my age, I can give them a little heck, if you will. I know it's not Sunday. I'm still going to church it up.
Right on. LaRusso coming out of New Hampshire. He turned a 51.5 last time around. Paymart coming out of Birdsboro, PA. Of course, Frenchie bringing the French liner down. Got the old semi full of bikes, full of goodies, and 400 pairs of MKS Moto kicks.
Without a doubt.
Your size, your color are on that truck, I guarantee you. Stop over and see Frenchie at the French liner.
Picked up a pair a couple of years ago now, so I might be in the market, Frenchie. Tony out in front, turning a 51.5. Gregory Paymart. Frenchie a 53.8. 2 laps completed. Here we go with 3. See if Tony's wicking it up a bit.
Nah?
Checking up a little bit, but he's got a good gap. Getting into lap traffic going to play a little factor for these guys as well. Ooh, right on the inside. Look at that move.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Excuse me. Pardon me, coming through.
Stellar.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean for that to happen. Wow. Look, you know, Masters 50 plus in LaRusso, man, we've said his name for just decades, for 50 years it seems like. Quick check up from the neck up right there. Looks back over his shoulder. Wasn't sure what he hit in that rut. Wanted to see that for next time around. But LaRusso just so centered on the bike, good, doing all the basics, you know. And as an old guy, we want to conserve energy. You know, we want to make it flow as easy as possible. And you see him using a lot of hip action right there, controlling with the lower body, and wow, doing a fantastic job out front.
Checks in another lap completed for Tony. 4 in 55.2. Again, some of that lap traffic playing a factor. There is Greg Paymark checking in now in the number 2 spot, about 4.5 seconds back in the 3 position. Barry Karsten in 3rd.
Already getting a response from Hannah Grace, all pumped up. Heard from Miss Andrea. As a matter of fact, she's got a message for us. It looks like at Minio, she was telling us, you know, we had to bring the energy. We had to clean up our game and stuff a little bit. So I'm kind of nervous to see what the next text is.
Suddenly Hannah wants a job and the tone has changed.
Yeah, oh, exactly, yes.
Interesting.
The hunted becomes the hunter.
That's it.
Coming up next after our Masters 50 plus, going to be looking at our Vet 30 plus BC. Lane, you've been down here with us. This is Fast Lane Wygant on the mic. You've been down here with us. You've been watching the 65, 51s, some of these mini classes. How good was the track for those guys?
It was pretty good. It looked a little bit ruddy on the front of the jumps, but it looked good.
And those guys with the 10-inch and 12-inch wheels, they were hitting some good lines and putting in good laps, huh?
Yeah.
For sure. Right now, take a look at some of these old guys out there. Do you think they could pick up the pace just a little bit? Think they could find some speed somewhere?
I don't know.
He's like me. He's like Mikey said, don't talk about the guys older than you.
I love it. I love it. We appreciate Lane hanging out with us down here. He's already been doing some spotting, found some passes that you and I missed.
That's it.
And a lot of fun having Next Generation in the trailer with us right now, our apprentice for the afternoon.
Yeah, Lane sharp. As soon as the pass was made, he's pointing at it. He said, you two stop jaw-jacking and pay attention.
He said, we don't care about a ratchet megawatt. There's a pass.
I'm here for the racing. Number 4 doing his thing out in front, Tony LaRusso. 6 laps completed now. Greg in the 2 spot, the Bear. Barry Karsten back in 3rd. Steve Nagy 4th, and Earl May back in 5th place.
Giver.
Yeah.
You know, Earl May, that guy. Energizer buddy.
Yes.
Keeps going and going and going. You know, talk about legends, talk about a guy that has helped so many youngsters along the way, whether it was giving them an old pair of goggles, telling them how to set up their sag, telling them, hey, race to the finish. Earl May, just that guy.
Yeah. So again, this is Group 1 of your Masters 50 plus. Watching the number 4 work.
You know that does my heart good when one of the largest classes out there is the old guys.
Yeah. No.
Okay, 2 divisions, 50
absolutely.
plus. These guys say, you know what? I can still swing a leg over it. I'm taking the grandkid anyways. I've bought 4 motorcycles and paid for 3 campsites. We're all in.
We're all in. We are all in. Yeah, in some situation, paid for the kids and grandkids.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know it.
You're right. And, you know, you guys had talked about it this morning before the broadcast, you and Weege, about 2020 and what a dismal year that was for human society. But how it changed the trajectory and the involvement in racing motorcycles.
Certainly.
Again. From the 4-year-olds, and then Dad got a bike. And then the interesting thing that Weege brought up, I hadn't really thought about, that you guys touched on, was was it going to be a flash in the pan there mid-2020? Was this just a little small surge and then it's going to go back to the way it was? No. Here we are 4 years later, still on the rise.
It was a rebirth, a revitalization. Listen, a lot of guys my age, listen, they went to school, they became accountants, they became engineers. They really had to hang the boots up for a bit because they wanted their kids to become engineers and accountants and bankers and agents, okay? The bottom line is they never lost that love. They had an opportunity to share with their kids. So we're on an upward swing, Mike, that I really don't see falling at any time. These guys had the opportunity to say, now I've raised the kids. Now I've got grandkids. The way I feel about it, my son Hunter just provided me my first grandson, Remington. I want Hunter out earning a living while me and Remington are out playing at the races. Papa will buy the bike and the campsite. You guys stay at home and take care of business. Let Papa handle the rest.
I love that. Love that. Tony LaRusso loving it out there right now. 9 laps completed for him. Trying to bring this thing home. Still maintaining that about 4.5 second gap. Just been consistent through this entire race.
You know, we sound like a broken record, but those are the keys at these big events. The consistency, the mental toughness. The guy who makes the least mistakes is in it, you know, for sure. LaRusso, nice wheel tap there. Good style, wasn't it, Lane? Did you see that wheel tap right across there? Pretty good for an old dude. Definitely.
I love it. He's having fun out there. That's what it's about. Boom. Checkered flag flies for Tony LaRusso. Boy, Megawatt pretty flawless through that one.
Oh, absolutely. You bet. Great ride. Talk about our top 3 guys as they come through. LaRusso, Paymart, Karsten. Look at Frenchie. I'm pumped for him. Oh, look, he looks back at Karsten. Yeah, I got you.
I got you.
This time it goes to Frenchie, he said.
On his way down.
And the bear said, yeah, I get you next time in that corner, French guy.
That's it.
So come to New Jersey, try that.
On his way to talk to Zach Herron, I believe, down on the podium. Zach running some podiums for us here this weekend, or this week, I guess, not weekend. It's Monday. You got to pinch yourself. You're out here racing, and you're like, oh, it feels like a Saturday. Ooh. We're having 3 Saturdays on a Monday, baby.
You know it.
Masters 50 Plus Group 2. We'll see John Gruey out there, James Nagy, Robert Butler, Jason Clark, Gabriel Guardado, Preston Tyson, Jimmy Setzer, Duke Reese, J.J. Mendez. John Gruey has mentioned Dwayne Becker, Rodrigo Norgoria, Tommy Jinks, Adam Johnson, Mike Santana, Alan Lotz, Damon Alencar, Milton Reimer, Darren Penulio, Wesley Turner, Ross Johnson, Brian Carroll, Jim Stein, Matthew Robinson, Bryce Phillip, Galen Dickerson, and Dwayne Lewis.
All right, that's our 50 Group 2. We're going to do our Supercross Futures heats. There'll be 2 of those. Yeah, so there'll be 2 of those. Need to find our lineup here on that, on Supercross Futures. Going to move into that in a moment. 2 heats for them. 1 p.m. will be the last chance qualifier, Mikey, and our main event is going to be at 3 o'clock. We're going to take 14 riders from each one of the heats, 6 out of the LCQ, and that's going to provide our gate for our Futures racing. So definitely going to get this Masters 50 Division 2 out of the way. Yeah, absolutely going to get that out of the way. Take care of that. Coming up next will be our Supercross Futures. 2 of those heats. Again, last chance qualifier at 1, 3 p.m. the main. And Mikey, you know how we feel about the Futures. Holy cow.
Yeah, absolutely. Supercross Futures, I mean, that is, well, it's in the name. It's the future. The Futures now, though, I mean, these are guys that we've been watching for a few years at Loretta's, at Minio's, doing their thing at every level and having some success. So cannot wait to watch those guys. But first, Masters 50 Plus Group 2. Ooh, gnarly little crash right there. See if he can get back up on his feet. He does. He's okay, and that is the 483. I was bragging about my eyesight earlier. Yeah, Brian Carroll, I believe.
You got him.
483 out in front. That Carroll Racing Products TCD and FXR back ride.
Carroll, a little unusual riding style there to me a bit. He has the elbows a bit low, a little straight on the back, straight armed right there. Comes in, walks it right through that corner. Guy's living a dream right now. Whole shots Daytona.
Yeah,
amongst all your buddies and peers, you know. Right now, who cares where the finish position is? He led.
Yes.
He led Daytona.
Out there making it happen. Ride that dreams were made of.
Carroll looking good, man. Got the patriotic flag numbers on the back. Running the red, white, and blue.
Yes.
Donnie Lutz and the Blue Crew proud. Rusty and the dudes from Triangle Cycle that rock the blue.
Rock the blue. Love that.
Up, looks like might be
Gruey,
our old buddy.
Pressure.
Yes, sir. John Gruey. Starting to bring the heat just a bit. Carroll not relenting, though.
Gruey going for it right there. Gruey on the KTM.
Look at Carroll, leg out. Goes to the inside to defend. Gruey said, I've seen all those tricks.
I've seen them. Picking a different line right there, working the track, doing a good job, looking for some opportunity. And Gruey, these guys, you're never going to see them ride over their head. They're patient and methodical.
And Carroll, textbook ride right now, inside out, inside out, inside out, defend, defend. Perfect, making Gruey work, making Gruey find a way around.
Love Gruey's gear. It almost looks like leathers at a glance.
Absolutely.
Like we're really kicking it old school.
Gruey, one of them cats.
Shine.
Every time he goes to the line, he's going to be spit polished and shined. He's going to look fresh. The bike's going to look good. That's how he rolls.
That's it. That's it. Now into a little bit of lap traffic. So, ooh, both guys got it. Gruey really has to check up right there behind a lapper.
Man. And you know, I got to say, we saw Gruey have a similar experience at Minio's.
Oh, that's right.
Got checked up by a couple. Yeah, got checked up by a couple lappers. Carroll doing a good job, not getting excited. Oh, the 746 right there, bringing that thing to a stall. That's going to be Matthew Robinson. Got in one of those deep ruts, stalled it. Carroll, luckily, not playing follow the leader, able to work his way right around.
So Gruey going back to work on Brian Carroll, who's led it from the start, trying to hold off John Gruey in the attack.
Now take a look at Brian Carroll's lap time, 55.3, 55.6, 56. We just saw lap times a little bit ago from some of our schoolboys and stuff at 53 and 54. Yeah. Hats off, okay? Hats off to the AARP division right here.
Well, speaking of John Gruey going to work right there, man, tries to get that inside line, not able quite to make the pass right there. Goes back to the inside.
Oh, look at this, and again. Oh, Mikey.
And Carroll gets held up a little, too.
And it actually has allowed Gruey to get on the rear fender this time, so it worked to his advantage. Look at this, Gruey to the outside. Carroll wants to be cautious because he's against the traffic. Gruey in perfect position, set himself up, had the momentum, makes the pass happen. All of a sudden, 5 bikes out.
Yeah, you could kind of see Carroll right there, felt that pressure, heard him, then saw him, try to get a little more throttle in there, but Gruey pulls away a little bit. So new leader after 5, John Gruey, the number 70, out in front of Brian Carroll. Rogero in the number 3 spot. Gabriel Gordado in 4th. 5th place, Galen Dixon. Preston Tyson in the 6th spot. Milton Reimer in 7th. 8th place, James Nagy. Ross Johnston in 9th, and Jason Clark rounding out that top 10. Gruey looking good after 5, now methodically able to move around that lap traffic as Brian Carroll now trying to keep pace. Good shot from the bird's eye view. Good look at this track. Leaders coming through. John Gruey checks in for another lap completed. Goes back to work.
John Gruey doing what John Gruey does.
That's it.
Another day at the office. Clock in, clock out, win.
Clock out, win.
All right. Zach Heron to the Racer TV trailer, please. Zach Heron to the Racer TV trailer, please. Babbitt's longtime supporter of Gruey, you know, that guy. And something else that's so consistent is his loyalty, whether it's the gear brand. You know, we did see him change bikes for the first time in decades
on a Kawasaki
the other day. Yep, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, we take a look down through the gear, the goggles, that kind of thing. So loyal, he understands what that means in the industry, and appreciate how he plays the game for sure.
Yeah. Oh. John Gruey doing his thing out in front now. 7 laps completed. Going over some of the details there. Sorry about the radio silence for a second. Some of the details. We got that Supercross Futures coming up next, I believe. Megawatt, is that right?
I believe that's where it's going to be. We were scheduled for 11.
Yeah,
it's just about 15 after. So we want to wrap up our 50 Masters. Plus, we're going to get a couple heat races settled right there. We're going to take 14, out of each one of those.
Correct.
And 6 out of that last chance qualifier. So really going to set this thing up for a heated main event. And that's going to take place at 3 o'clock. So clear your schedule. If you're back in the paddock, if you're back there in the campsites right now, remember 3 o'clock main event for 250 SX Futures. Going to be a good one.
Boy, cannot wait for that. Did we have a time? You said the LCQ was scheduled
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Yes.
Yeah. So John Gruey coursing his way through the lap traffic. 8 laps in now for him. Brian Carroll still in the 2 spot. Ruggiero in 3rd place. Gabriel Gordado in 4th. And Galen Dixon rounding out that top 5. As the stage is going to be set here for the 250A Road to Supercross Futures.
As Kevin Kelly would say, little baby Galen Dixon.
Little baby Galen Dixon. Kevin Kelly, probably one white flag out, one of the most quick-witted people I think I've ever worked with.
Absolutely.
He is so hilarious on the fly. I love it.
He is. You and I, we have laughs together all the time. We laugh at Kevin. My best friend.
At or with.
Yeah. My best friend, the original J Law, Chef Lawson, the original J Law, before some punk with 338 came along. But anyways, is absolutely the quickest guy I know. When I tell you somebody's quick and funny.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
they're quick and funny. When I say they're I cannot wait to get J Law and Kevin Kelly and you and all of us together. Maybe this year at Loretta's, because it will be wide open.
And I did stand-up comedy, and I'm next to Kevin Kelly, and I'm like, bro, you chose the wrong career, man. Like,
awesome.
John Gruey, nothing funny about it. All business. Had a good battle early on with Brian Carroll. Brings it home. Checkered flag flies for the number 70 KTM, John Gruey. Heading down to the podium to do a little chit-chat. Brian Carroll checks in, finishing in the 2 spot. And there's Ruggiero rounding out that top 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 250A Road to Supercross Futures. Now 2 divisions again. We will be taking the top 14 from each division. We'll have the LCQ this afternoon at 1 o'clock. We'll take the top 6 out of that one. So who the heck is in Division 1? Well, you're looking at them on screen right there. Locked and loaded. Trying to get our Suzuki machine fired up. We got a hand in the air.
Dean Diaz, I'm going to let you step in for this one. I'm going outside trackside. I'm going to watch this one up close and personal. Zach's laughing right there. Come on, Zach. You and I are going to go out here and watch this one trackside. We're going to let Dean step in for this one. We'll come back in for the second one here. But I'm excited to see this one up close.
I'm excited to see this one as well, Mega, as we watch them line up right there. Looks like a little 2-minute hold here for one of the riders that can't get the bike started. We won't go there. Who do we got in this one?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Gregory Evans, we got Hayden Crimes, we got Carson Eads, Landon Peppard, the 37. We've got Justin Aragaki. Hope I'm saying that last name right, man. That's a tough one for me. Matthew Miller, Preston Whitcop, Hamden Hudson, as well as Kevin Sullivan, Noah Stevens, the 97, Jordan Renfro, as well as Leo Tucker.
Yeah, Leo Tucker, I believe the one we're having a 2-minute hold right now. They're going to have to pull that bike out of the gate right now, hopefully trying to bump the start this thing, get it going. And, you know, this is not only distracts for him. You got some riders that are lined up next to him. You see the 107 Renfro right there. Take a look over his shoulder, kind of wondering what's going on. It definitely mentally plays a part there.
Kane Larson, Andrew Wallace, Matthew Mowry, Peyton Jackson, TJ Squibb, Carton Mainquist, and Landon Armbruster all locked and loaded down there. Still trying to get that machine fired up. Clock running. The guys on the line saying, let's fire them up and go.
Man, I'll tell you, what a tough break that would be if they don't get this thing fired up and going again. He is pushing it, trying, doing everything he can. Got even people, you know, jumping in, helping, both starting right there. You can see.
That's Leo Tucker, as you'd mentioned.
Yeah, Tucker has some issues. Looks like they gave up on getting that bike started. It's a tough break for the number 154 Leo Tucker. 2-minute up. We're about to have showtime here.
Let's go. Card goes 1.
Then it goes sideways. 2 to 5 seconds. The gate drops.
Let's go. Bang, it's down, and we're off.
One rider jumping out of the middle right there. Great start for that young man on a KTM. 97 to Noah Stevens.
Noah Stevens. I almost said Smurden. Noah Stevens.
Peppard moves into second, quickly getting around the number 33 machine. That was a 33 of Carson Eads. Yeah, one of your boys out there.
So let's see. Noah Stevens out in front, rider out of Danbury, North Carolina. On that O'Neill FMF backed ride, and MX Tire backed ride.
And these guys are doing time motos, I believe. Is that correct?
I believe so. I just faintly heard Wynn say something on the radio. We will update you on that, but I believe so. So this is Division 1 of Division 2. Again, we will take the top 14 out of the... Ooh, little dab right there. But we'll take the top 14 out of this one, the top 14 out of Division 2, obviously, and we will have an LCQ for this at 1 o'clock this afternoon, where we'll take the top 6.
As we watch a little 2-rider breakaway right now, as Noah Stevens trying to pull away with this, but Landon Peppard, he has something to say about it. And man, the Racer TV with a great view right here, great shot. You can see the way the track's developing. All the lines out there, the ruts are getting right back into the racetrack for this Futures event.
So Stevens, Peppard, Eads, Jordan Renfro in 4th, 5th place Peyton Jackson, Kevin Sullivan 6th, 7th is Landon Armbruster, Hamden Hudson in the 8th spot, Logan Riggins 9th, and Russell Buckcherry, all right.
That's just like it looks.
I was going to go Bushiri.
Oh, good line right there. Do you see that little hop off?
That was good. Playing in the sand, we're here for it. Stevens looking good early in this one. Couple little dab right there, but pretty smooth overall. Got a decent gap back there. I think probably a little more than 1.3 seconds right now.
I'm actually starting to see Jordan Renfro make his way into this picture in the 3rd place position. Oh, Landon Peppard. Sorry.
Down goes Peppard.
Didn't mean to break your eardrums on that one, but man, what an upset right there for the 37 Peppard. But he gets back up. He's still in 3rd right now, so he's still in a player position.
Got to regroup. Get back into it. Plenty of time to get back in it, but now Noah Stevens with a lot of breathing room. And now Noah Stevens, hey, clean air in front of him. He can really focus on hitting his marks. Doesn't have anybody telling him, don't have to ride defensively. Just go out there and be smooth.
Exactly. Knock off your laps. Don't pay attention to what's behind you. Race forward as always. As we've seen a lot of these motos, these guys will be catching lappers probably here pretty shortly. So you really got to keep your heads up and pay attention to what's going on.
So now Stevens, Renfro, Peppard back in third, Peyton Jackson up into the 4th spot, Hamden Hudson up into 5th, Landon Armbruster 6th, 7th Noah Riggins, Carson Eads checks in 8th. And then you got Russell Buckcherry in 9th and Carson Mainquist rounding out that top 10 after 3.
Yeah, tough break for Eads there. Obviously have some issues. He's one of our front runners at the beginning of this moto. Going to find himself back into 8th right now, and he'll be climbing out of that hole, I'm sure, trying to get up inside that top 5. As we watch our leader make their way through the finish line section, it is still the number 97, Noah Stevens, who's done a fantastic job out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, he's looked real smooth, real good so far, and hasn't really had to worry about the track behind him, even from the gate drop.
Got a full S-turn lead right there.
Yes. Yeah, able to get on this this sweeper, this straight right here, and kind of glance over. Doesn't even really need the check up from the neck up. Just glance over and know, okay, second place is there. Let's just keep her smooth.
Yeah, keeping her smooth. Look at the time of the scoring. He's still 2 seconds faster. Just out there riding his own race, being smooth. So Noah Stevens, he is on his way, or trying to be on his way here to a championship here, or sorry, no, a heat race win.
Heat race win, yeah.
I can't wait to see the second heat.
Yeah, it's going to be good. 3 o'clock this afternoon, I believe, is when we've got that slotted for.
What kind of confidence does this bring to this young man, the number 97, and Noah Stevens, going into the main event?
I mean, that's absolutely right. He was challenged early, and you know, not his fault. Second went down. Not there to challenge him right now, but yeah, when you come out in a heat like this, and you can really put on a show and be this flawless, I mean, that's a sensational ride, and hey, confidence builds success, or breeds success. Now he's going to get into some lap traffic, see how he courses his way around that. I don't think it's going to be a problem for Noah Stevens.
No, Noah Stevens on the number 97 machine has done a fantastic job this whole moto. Still in that second place position, we see Jordan Renfro, Landon Peppard in third, Hamden Hudson in fourth, Peyton Jackson in fifth, sixth is Armbruster. 7th spot, Logan Riggins. Russell Buckcherry in 8th. Nice spot, Carson Mainquist. And looks like our 10th place position now is Carson Eads, so he's going to lose a couple more positions as we see the halfway flags come out.
Yep. Halfway point for these guys. Noah Stevens still putting in the work. Jordan Renfro back in that 2 spot. And you got to feel good if you're Noah Stevens. Hey, every lapper I can put in between me and second place, that's one more obstacle the guy behind me's got to get around.
Absolutely, there's no denying that. You want that little bit of separation there. Give you a little more confidence, as if having a lead out here right now in this features heat race isn't enough confidence.
Boy, just hucking it right there.
And we're watching on screen, this gap looks huge, but it's really only 5 seconds.
Right. I mean, it's really one mistake by Stevens. So he's got to continue to ride smart. And you've got that added pressure, too. You know, these guys, listen, we're Supercross futures. They know what they're doing. But there is that kind of mental added pressure. We're in Daytona. Don't mess up. Don't mess up. You know, kind of trying to stay out of your own head a bit. And so far, Noah Stevens has answered to that pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this is the first major national of the year here at RCSX. Right. So that's something to pay attention to as well. Look at the time and score. I see not this last lap, but a 49-second, the fastest lap for Noah Stevens. He's the only rider to get inside that 49 out here on the track right now.
Yeah, very good point. Good catch right there, Dean. Renfro back there. Now that gap about 6.5 seconds. So Noah just kind of chipping away at this track.
And if he's anything like me, what he's doing right now, he's spot marking Renfro. You know, Steven, pull away a little bit here, catch me there. Gives you an idea whether you need to turn it up or just remain calm.
Very smooth right now, working around the lap traffic. Landon Peppard back in that 3 spot. Hamden Hudson still in 4th. Peyton Jackson 5th. Logan Riggins in the 6th place position. Renfro's checked in now a 7.1 second gap. So Renfro's checked up a bit. Stevens still in that 50 range. Everybody else 51, 52. So Stevens staying very consistent here early. Or I guess not early, at the midway point, just over.
Doing a great job. And you got to pay attention to these lappers that you're coming up on, because they're in a race of their own, you know what I'm saying? They're battling for position. They're trying to qualify out there.
Yep. Ooh, little mistake right there by Stevens. Doesn't cost him much.
Yeah, holds his composure. Nice little hop, skip, and a jump there through those rollers and makes their way up to the finish line section. I like that line. You see that line right there on
Yeah.
Racer TV, man?
Beautiful.
Racer TV catching all the shots. And I encourage you guys, if you're back in the pit area, hop on your phone, get racertv.com and watch the way this track is developing.
Yeah, it kind of really puts it in. Obviously, we don't have the drone out here, but we've got that bird's eye view, that eye in the sky, and gives a good perspective of the line development and line choices. That's one of the cool things about running multiple classes, different rider levels, is the diversity you get in line choices.
Yeah, you can't say this track's one line, that's for sure.
No,
look at that face
no,
right
look
there.
at that.
Noah did a little wheelie over, double in, single out of that inside. Flawless ride. This guy he's got a lot of technique. You see him outside foot's in the ball of his foot, got the leg up high and tight, riding super smooth racetrack right now.
A little wheel tapping in there too. A little style in there. I like it. Stevens in the thick of the lap traffic. Sensational ride by him so far. 10 laps into it. Renfro 2 spot. Hamden Hudson, that guy in the move. Landon peppered with some struggles. The number 37 machine has finally checked in there. Only lost the one spot.
Well, lost one spot, but also lost 10 seconds right there on that lap. So he obviously made a big mistake out there. As Stevens, that lap rider almost getting tangled up with him right there as they got a caution flag out.
Oh, and they got to check up. Red cross flags out there. Didn't see rider down, but hey, still waving the flag. Got to be a reason somewhere. White flag out now.
Speaking of flags, white flag out.
1 to go for Noah Stevens.
And what that is for Noah Stevens is a sigh of relief.
Yeah. Hey, we're almost there, baby. Do this one more time. Elbows up, head up, keeping an eye on things in front of him. And just about, I mean, there's hardly anything to pick on with this ride by Noah Stevens, Dean.
No, you're right. It's been totally flawless out there. He's riding a great race. Lap times keeping him down. Running a 53 that last lap through, a 55 for Renfro. But Hamden Hudson, look for him. He is on a move right now. He was 4 seconds faster than Renfro in that lap, running a 51 lap time, and he's only 4 seconds back. So maybe that's something we need to pay attention to.
Yeah, let's see. As the white flag out for the moment for Noah Stevens, Jordan Renfro may have his hands full with Hamden Hudson in the end of this one. There's the checkers for Noah Stevens in a absolutely sensational ride by Noah. Look out for that young man when we get to the main this afternoon. Second place, keeping an eye on it, looking for that 107. It is Renfro checking in the 2 spot. Hamden Hudson hangs on for 3rd. They spread it out a little bit. I want to think some lap traffic may have been a factor in that one, but it stays the same. Stevens, Renfro, Hudson, your 1, 2, and 3. As we are just about ready now for division number 2. Who we got out there, Dean?
Yeah, Supercross Future Division number 2. We got the 34 of Kyle Epperson, the 41 of Jordan Miller, the 43 of Jackson Driscoll, the 56 of Caleb Cawthon, the 61 of Brandon Ma, the 73 of Tristan Dares, the number 80 of Michael Corcoran, the number 99 of Cameron Dausch, the 108 of Jesse Wessel, the 125 of Revin Gordon, the 131 of Nico Long, the 211 of Casey Clinton, the 221 of Rodrigo Borges, the 300 of Drew Adams, the 322 machine, that's Bailey Pedicio, the 416 of Hayden Robinson, the 456 of Paxton Lipinski, the 470 of Ethan Day, the 480 of Ashton Outman, the 515 of Jacob Henry, Anthony Rose in the 583, and the 809 of Braden Ellerman. As this gate's about to drop, Mikey.
And we're off.
Off to the races. Kawasaki riders threading the needle, getting that inside and holding it tight. And another one on the outside, these Cowie riders.
Both lines seem to work well. One puts them in first. The outside line puts them in second. So 2 Cowie riders out front. Can't quite see the number plates on those just yet.
Gordon.
125. How about it?
Yeah, that is the 125 of Revin Gordon out there.
Is that Drew Adams behind him, the 300?
Has to be. You see the way he opens up the style, the form. As the 300, Drew Adams, the number 2 position, hunting down the 125 of Revin Gordon. A little bit of number change for Gordon out there with that 125 machine. That's why I had to double check on my sheet.
Here we go. This is going to be fun to watch. Revin Gordon right there. Drew Adams on the outside. Drew Adams going for it. Long way around. Can he make it stick? No. Checks up just behind him.
He can't make it stick, but he definitely put the pressure on. I love the way he kept that rear wheel on the ground and driving through that section as they make their way across the start straight and into the first corner. Your leader is, again, Revan Gordon. Drew Adams in second. Jesse Wessel doing a good job there in third. Fourth spot, Jackson Driscoll. Fifth spot is Rodrigo Borges, and that's the way they run on track right now. Lap rider already getting out of the way right there, doing the right thing. He knows that race is coming. We see the 125 Revan Gordon leading out 300 Drew Adams. I'll tell you what, Adams not really able to put as much pressure on him now that they're a couple laps in.
Drew Adams kind of resetting, and Drew really liking those outside lines so far, trying to carry that momentum and get himself a good drive to come back at him. This is what we saw last lap. You're going to take that outside line again.
And just for him to be able to get in Gordon's vision right there, that's pressure.
That's it, yeah. It just enough to see him out of the peripheral. Listen, I'm here. I'm not going away. I'm going to be really annoying. I'm going to be really pesky. Maybe force you into a mistake. Gordon so far, though, has answered to the pressure. Haven't seen him look over that shoulder yet. He knows Drew's there, though. He knows he can hear him. Moments where he can see him.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the 300 machine, Drew Adams, he trains down there at Dog Pound, and you constantly see the Lawrence bros, they ride the rear wheel, push him into a mistake, and there we go.
There it is.
Just like that, 300 Drew Adams going to make the move over the wall. Oh, mistake for Adams.
Yep.
Have to go to the inside, which he's not used to.
Right.
So a little change up right there.
I think maybe he was anticipating Gordon staying on that line. Let's shut the door on him, block him, and then almost a costly mistake right there by Drew, but Drew finds another gear and able to keep that lead.
Absolutely. You see it right now. He's got about maybe half a second lead right now between him and the 125 of Revan Gordon. Jesse Wessel still tagging along there in the third spot. Fourth spot is Jackson Driscoll. Rodrigo Borges in the fifth spot, and that's your top 5 on the racetrack right now.
Drew Adams really taken, I guess, a leap forward, I think, in his career over the last year. Up until probably the last year, always kind of looked like a kid. And then we show up, I think, maybe at Loretta's, certainly Minio's, just a man. Like, the dude, he grew up overnight.
He was actually telling me over there earlier when I seen him, he's like, you see me now?
You see me now?
I look tall. I was getting interviewed by Jason Thomas, and I was looking down at him.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I don't know if that's a lot to brag about. You're a short guy, but I get it. No, it's something. You're the short dude. And listen, I'm 5'10". I can't really preach. But when kids start measuring their height compared to you, you're like, okay, I guess maybe I'm not that tall.
True story. Speaking of true story, that's Drew Adams right now leading it out, running a 50. Still not able to break into the 49s, but we'll have to see what happens now that he has a really clear racetrack and not quite as much pressure by the 125 of Revan Gordon. Gordon checking with the 52, and also the 52 is Jackson Driscoll. So Driscoll showing his speed out on the racetrack right now.
Driscoll on the move. Jesse Wessel back there fourth. Looking good is Drew Adams out in front after 4. Cannot wait to bunch these guys up with Noah Stevens and the guys from Division 1 this afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to have a great main event. Speaking of that main event, what time's that main event, Mike?
I believe 3 o'clock this afternoon. We've got the LCQ slotted for a 1 o'clock start time, and then the main scheduled for a 3 p.m. give or take, right in that ballpark.
Lap traffic for Drew Adams. He's got 2 riders right in front of him. They're riding a wide racetrack right now. Adams having to go to the very edge of the track to make some moves, make some passes. Luckily for him, though, he has maintained that gap that he's had and actually stretched out a little bit, so his lap rider's not going to be too much of a problem, I don't think.
Oh, big mistake back there by Gordon trying to get around the lap traffic. Ended up coming off the track a little bit. I believe he kept it on 2 wheels, though, but loses some major time. And Gordon able to stretch it out.
Did you see that launch by Drew Adams?
Yes.
He found an extra gear for sure on that one. Launch it into that roller right there, and it is still Gordon in the number 2 position. I see him on screen there for a quick second. So good riding by Gordon, holding his composure to get back on the racetrack and staying in the number 2 position. But obviously losing on some time right there.
Yeah, Drew looking good. Got around those lappers, and poor Revan Gordon, I think he had to check up a bit, jump into jump lines, certainly not where he wanted to be. And now has to go back to work as we are 6 laps into it now.
We're 6 laps into it, so those halfway flags probably out right now. As I believe this is about the time they flew a last moto. And again, top 10 right now on the racetrack. Drew Adams, Revan Gordon in the second, Jackson Driscoll in third, Jesse Wessel in fourth, fifth spot Rodrigo Borges, Hayden Robinson in the 6th spot, 7th spot Ashton Altman, Michael Corcoran in 8th, 9th spot is Kyle Epperson, and 10th spot is going to be Brandon Mott on the number 61. You know, we talked about Stevens and the way he rode, his style, his technique, and I'm seeing the same kind of stuff out of the number 300, Drew Adams. You watch him, he's on the balls of the feet, got the leg up high and tight, able to lay it over. And that's just what you get that leg up for. There he goes, standing deep into that line right there. Looking like his fellow training buddies, keeping the feet in the pegs. We'll see what he does in the wall this time around. He stays low this time.
Yeah,
He's like, hey, I got this line in my back pocket, and I'm going to keep it there.
That's right. That's right. Let's see him. I want to see some of that in the main, though.
Yeah, the main event is going to be a good one.
Let's see it, Drew.
Oh, 49. I see it. 49.6 for Drew Adams. He wants to show you he can match Noah Stevens' lap time. And that's very similar to the lap time we've seen by Stevens. And the track probably is a little more broken down right now than it was for Stevens' moto. As we see this track change in lap. Oh, rider down right there. Not able to. Didn't cost Drew Adams a problem or a mistake right there. He's able to get around that second middle line. So good heads up ride by the 300 Drew Adams.
Solid job by him.
And again, we've seen this last moto. Drew Adams is now catching the racers that are trying to battle for a qualifying position out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, that's something you got to feel good about. Don't know if he's aware of it. Maybe he is. I don't know if he's doing the math out there right now. I'm sure he's just worried about bringing home a good ride. But nonetheless, pretty daggone impressive by Drew Adams.
Yeah, I like the way he uses his whole body going through those rollers, really stretches it out, keeping that rear wheel on the ground.
And didn't give up on the strategy he had going against Revan Gordon. Was really railing the outside, carrying the momentum, stuck with it, and finally made that pass on him.
Also want to point out, when you're watching Drew Adams, watch the frame he keeps on the bike. He really keeps those elbows squared up over top of the bike, keeps that chest forward, and has great control on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, very good riding style by Drew Adams. A little look over the, not quite over, I'll say over the elbow, over the wrist.
Yeah, just paying attention.
I want to make sure I know exactly where you're at beside me. Don't need to get into it with a lapper. Trying to bring this thing home. What is that gap now?
I'm waiting to see.
11 seconds last lap.
I'm waiting to see second place come around this time and see just what that gap has turned out to be here in this one. It's much bigger. 12 seconds, 12.6. Well, not a lot bigger, but a little bigger.
Hey,
every second counts, right?
That's right.
Oh, rider going down right there. That was towards the battle between the rider who was, I believe, in the qualifying position. So keep your eyes on that one as these laps are winding down. We're watching 300 Drew Adams. Got some thick traffic ahead of him. So I have to see what he can do to navigate through them. And I think the biggest thing for him is just taking different lines right now, because the last thing you want to do is follow somebody that goes down in front of you. Then you're stuck behind him, and that 12 seconds becomes 1 second.
That's right. White, you can tell, right? That's a good example. White flag out. Drew being patient right now. He knows he's got a good gap. No reason to rush it around lap traffic, make a mistake. There he found a good spot to get around two guys right there.
Yeah, those are riders. See Corcoran right there. He is actually in the 10th place position right now.
Mercy,
so Drew Adams lapping up into the top 10 right now. That's impressive riding by the 300 of Drew Adams. And that's what I'm saying. Like, these lap riders, they're at a good level. They're racing for a top 10 right now in a futures heat race. So they make it a little harder to get around, that's for sure. As we watch number 300, Drew Adams, make his way through the Daytona backdrop right here. I've called this one the Daytona double. You can't really tell from this angle, but with the other angle, Daytona Speedway's in the background.
Yeah, I love that. There you go, Drew. Great work in this one. Got to do it one more time. The main coming up this afternoon at 3, but there you go. Bang! Checkered flag flies for Drew Adams.
Little tail out. That was a confidence grab right there. Gonna go down and see David on the podium.
He glances over the shoulder, looking for Revan Gordon, perhaps.
Probably wants to give his teammate a big thumbs up right there in that one.
Yeah, great ride. Mercy. That was impressive. Ends up 12.8. The difference between Drew Adams and Revan Gordon. Jackson Driscoll rounds out top 3.
Don't forget, guys, that last chance qualifier will be at 1 p.m. if you didn't make it to the gate there in that one. Then 3 p.m. is going to be the main event. Like I told you guys, set your alarms, be ready for it. 3 p.m. main event for the futures. it looks like we're going to pick it back up here with our vet 30-plus class. I seen the 31 of Cole McLean on the line. We got Aaron Cannonier out there, Michael Cremani, Chris Zborski, Keith Poole, Henry Hoffman, Dustin Koenig, Brent Geisentanner, Cole McLean, Joshua Boschert, Jordan Hellman going to be out there, Colin Beverly, Anthony Caparelli, Jacob Pish, Zachary Coons, Edgar Cisneros, James Konstopoulos, Mark Zymanski, Stacy Crew, Austin Edwards, Brandon Hughes, Justin Smith, Richie Robinson going to be out there, Kalen Hall, David Housel, Shelby Rowland, Seth Hausman, Taylor Johnson, Jeremy Schweitz, Jared Meester, Larry Muchler, Chris Cook, James Gaines, Jeremy Curley, Andrew France. And who do we see out there leading this one, Zach?
Yeah, absolutely. We got the 275 of Austin Edwards. He must have been taking notes from Drew Adams because he held that thing wide open around the first turn on the outside, took the long way around, and still came out up front. But right now, you see that makes a big difference. We talk about how crucial the start is all day long, but you see able to open up. Oh, he lost it right there. That's what you got to do. Open up a couple bike lanes in case something like that happens.
Look out for the inside, though. Keep the door closed. That's the number 67, I believe, Jacob Pitch.
A North Carolina native forcing the issue, slides it up the inside, capitalizing on the mistake from your early race leader. And now he's going to try to set sail. As a couple of riders, we're seeing a lot of riders getting caught in the exit of these corners. These ruts extremely long coming out of the corners. We even saw in our Open A class there.
New leader.
Yep, the number 67 still handling business out front. Jacob Pish, North Carolina native. And he is really trying to set the pace right now. Already got maybe half a second or so opened up. We'll see the next time they come across the line.
Yeah, 67, she's doing a great job out there in front of 275 Austin Edwards. I'll tell you what, Edwards, he was prepared last year. He's wanted to come in and win this thing, and he actually had a bad crash his first moto. So for him to come back and get this kind of redemption is awesome.
Yeah, and he did everything he could. Getting the good start is going to make things as easy as possible for you. Obviously, we saw had that little mishap and gave up the lead, but still in a podium spot right now at the moment. And this thing is far from over. He's still got plenty of opportunities to capitalize and get back into that first place spot.
Absolutely. Like you said, out of Garner, North Carolina, it is Jacob Pishk doing a great job out in front. Look at him. He's got about a straightaway lead now over our second place competitor, who is Austin Edwards. Looks like we got a battle starting to shape there for the third place position.
Trying to get a look at those numbers there for the battle on the backside of the podium. And already starting to see your leader moving a little more towards the outside. He was protecting those insides when he knew he was under pressure, but once he got a little bit of a gap opened up, kind of trying to keep the flow going. We saw Drew Adams doing the same thing, keep the momentum up, try to bring this thing home.
Definitely some smart heads up ride. He was able to come out of the corner right there and catch the number 275 out of his rear view mirror.
And Dean, you know just as well as I do, being able to pace, seeing those riders behind you, are they catching me? Am I gaining time? Am I losing time? It's a lot of control there for your leader. Knows if I need to pick the pace back up or just settle and do what I'm doing right now. And I believe things have calmed down a little bit for that battle for third.
Yeah, it looks like Cole McLean there is in that third place position, doing a great job. Jared Meester, he is back to the fifth spot right now. The top five is Jordan Hellman. As on screen, we watched number 67 doing a great job out in front. I mean, this man looks like he's not even trying right now. He's got out there, like he said, he set the tone, got out there quick, put some sprint laps down, got a gap, and now he's just trying to maintain.
Well, and as they start to work their way through the backside of the pack, you see a lot of looking ahead as well. Is there a rider down in the corner in front of me? We saw right there, jerked off to the left, got around clean. Now he's able to keep moving forward. So some very smart riding from Pishk on 67 right now.
Yeah, and you got to pay attention here. You see those two lap riders in front of him. He's paying attention to them because he is going to catch them really shortly, and you got to pay attention to what part of the racetrack you're on and which line you're going to hit to get around that lap rider. As we see right there, he got caught up behind the lap rider. That's going to cost him, as we see Austin Edwards on screen as well in that second place position, pushing hard right now, won this championship. Oh, a little mistake there. Did you see that coming out of that rut?
That one could have been very costly right there. He was able to save it, and the two riders just kind of catching a glimpse of one another. Like you said, Edwards able to see the mistakes from the 67, relights a fire under him, and he keeps charging to try to get back out front.
Yeah, but Jacob Pish, he's no slouch out here. You know, these guys are vets out there, 30 plus. Man, I must be getting old.
Been there.
I'm a vet now.
got a couple of years. I'm saving up to make my return out on the track right now. We'll stick it in the booth for the moment. But yeah, like you said, these guys have been around. They've done it before, and so you're seeing a lot of intelligent riding as much as anything. Picking and choosing.
Picking and choosing. They pick the middle right there as they split those lap riders.
A little bit of fingers crossed. I'm just going to go for it.
And he's lapping about 15th place, so these guys are still up there racing hard, racing for position as we see no white flag yet, so we got at least a couple more to go in this one. It's the number 67 machine, Jacob Pish, doing a great job running a one-on-one lap time, so awesome job. Like I said, 58 was his fast lap time, so he's now in cruise control running a 101. Matching with the 101, though, is Austin Edwards, and Edwards better get going because, look, just a second behind him with a 1 minute flat that lap time through. It's Cole McLean.
Yeah, McLean really trying to clean up, if you will, as he is working fast. It looked like he might have gotten caught up behind a lap rider. We saw him for just a second on screen, so we'll see whether or not that gap has opened back up.
Uh-oh. What do we got there? Is that our leader having some issues? It may be.
I think our leader was able to sneak around the outside of him. Yes, okay, so your leader is still up. But that's what we're talking about, Dean. These other riders, they may be in 14th to 15th place, but they're in a battle for themselves. They're looking out for nobody but what they've got going on. Your leader got to not only focus on his race, but what's going on in front of him.
Exactly. They're stuffing each other, taking each other out. And that's exactly what happened at that line right there. Big heads-up race for Jacob Pish, able to take a different line to get around him as he makes his way up to the finish line area right now. You can see as they make their way into the clay.
Looking at a lot of those riders really trying to get a straight approach. We saw in some of our earlier classes, riders getting cross-threaded. They're getting thrown left or right coming off the faces of these jumps. So these vet riders are really trying to come at it straight, hit the thing, and not have to worry about getting kicked off to the side.
And you know, now I'm noticing our leader, he's sitting down a lot more than he was really in this moto. So fatigue might be setting in here for our leader. But I'm looking at the time and scoring right now. I think fatigue is set in for all of them. We see a 101 lap time, which is still good for Pish, but a 106 for Austin Edwards, a 108 to Cole McLean. So all that time he made up, he lost right there. Andrew France, the 103, and a 102 for Jordan Hellman. So look for Hellman to move up through the ranks.
I was just about to say, yeah, Hellman, honestly, the man on the move, got a lap time several seconds faster than the riders in front of him. But as we're approaching the closing stages of this race, this is what we talk about. You got to start up front to be in the conversation towards the end of this race. These are long races, but not long enough to where you can afford a 15th, 14th place start and work your way up to the front.
Exactly. And on screen right now, we're watching our leader right now. He has done a great job, like you said, out in front of number 67 to Pish. Still no flags. These guys getting the full length in moto. That's just what they intended on for these main events here, is to get them good long laps out there. We didn't want to see a green-white checkered situation, so it's good to see these guys getting the amount of laps they are out there on the racetrack right now. Looking for our second place rider to check in there. He comes. It is still the 275 of Austin Edwards. He's about 9 seconds back right now, and he can't seem to fight off Cole McLean. McLean is still answering everything that Edwards throws at him.
Yeah, you talk about the fatigue setting in. If Mike Alessi is up on the podium telling us he was starting to lose his breath by the end of this race, I guarantee you the plus 30 BC classes feel the same way, because Mike stays in good shape. And he was like, yeah, man, about the lap 11 or 12, I was like, you guys can throw the flag whenever you are ready. So riders getting every bit of track time that they could ask for here at RCSX.
I'll tell you, when you're leading this thing out right now, you're like, where's that white flag at? Where's that white flag at? And hopefully Pish gets what he asked for right here as he's making his way up to the corner before the finish line, that Monster Energy Bowl corner.
And let's see, are the wishes going to come true? It's a tale of two stories. If you're leading, you're looking for the white flag. If you're chasing, you're praying it doesn't come out yet. And he's still got a couple more laps to go. So he is far from over. Got to keep picking and choosing those lines, getting around the lap traffic clean if he wants to bring this thing home. But absolutely, Dean, definitely starting to see a lot more sitting down.
Yeah, you noticed that now that I said it, right?
Absolutely.
But still great ride by Pish, though, to able to maintain that lead that he has right now on the racetrack. Actually, I say maintain it. Andrew France going to come through with a 1 minute flat with a 7-second gap right there.
So France jumping up to that second place spot. Be on the lookout for him. He has continued to drop that lap time. Is just like Dean said, a 1 minute flat on that last lap. So not sure exactly how many laps we have left, but who knows? France is on a charge. Something like that right there. You see your leader get caught up a little bit behind a lap rider. That could completely reshape this race in the final few laps.
Absolutely. As we see McLean drop back in position as well. He's back into that 4th spot. Here comes our leader. It is the number 67 of Jacob Pish, doing a great job out there on his gas machine. Got that O'Neill gear looking good out there as he gets the white flag. That's a big sigh of relief right there as he hit that finish line.
Look at him standing up now. All of a sudden he's got the energy back. He says, I can do this for one more lap and bring it home for sure. So the 67, yeah, I tell you what, you see that white flag, the energy just comes back, right? It's all of a sudden lap 1 again, but that is the longest lap possible. The last lap just never seems to end.
I'm going to go ahead and not trust transponders right here. Andrew France, I'm not sure if he's actually in that 2nd place position, as I still see Austin Edwards on screen there. No, it is the number 93. Look, he's coming right there out of the distance.
I think France is putting in a charge. The 67 better pay attention. Curious whether or not he's aware that France has moved into second place. He keeps glancing over the shoulder, but he might be spotting the wrong guy. As look at this.
He was spotting the wrong guy, just like I was doing. Oh, he's not able to hit that double right there.
France is going to see that. Is he going to be able to mount a charge? We could see fireworks in the final corner.
Oh my gosh.
He's sending it over lap riders. France is going for it, Dean.
It's going to go down to the final corner right here. Pish thought he had a little bit of a lead right there. He's going to have to follow some lap riders. Going to the outside, it's France. It's going to shut him down, but France cuts underneath him into the finish line of the checkered flag. France got it, I believe.
I think France is going to get the win. We're waiting for timing and scoring to update.
Yeah, Andrew France got the win right there. We're high-fiving each other. We don't even know why, but a great ride there by Andrew France, coming out of nowhere, running a 59-second lap time, the second to last lap, a 101 right there to 104 for Jacob Pish.
And look at the hand up from the 67 machine. He's thinking, I got number one. He's looking over. He's confused. He was spotting the wrong guy.
No, I think he did. I'm not sure if France doesn't look very excited, and we see Pish going down to the podium right now. I think I was right.
I'm confused now. It looked like the Kawasaki might have had a wheel on him. But man, I mean, either way, what a race.
What a great
coming
race.
down to the final couple of feet there in that Vet 30 Plus BC class. And I know we hype up the Supercross futures, but I'm telling you, everybody, 450s down to the 50s. It is action-packed out here at Daytona. Always the best of the best, and everybody wants each and every position. That is one thing that's awesome. Megawatt and myself were standing out there earlier. The battle for 12th and 13th was just as hot as 2nd and 3rd.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And you got to remember, too, everything we announce is unofficial until it's posted on the posting board. So make sure you guys are paying attention to that one. That was the Vet 30 Plus BC, race number 15. Getting ready to go on the track. A little track maintenance going on right now, but we're going to have Super Mini 1, 12 to 15, group number 1. And we're going to throw it to a commercial break.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
Unleash aggression, reliability, and premium quality with Kenda tires, delivering exceptional performance on all types of vehicles: automotive, ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, bicycles, trailers, lawn and garden, and even golf. Trust Kenda tires to guide you on your next adventure. Kenda, designed for your journey.
Community, family, teamwork. It's what we have stood on for over a decade. Hauling might be what we do at the surface, but it's much deeper than that, because what you need matters. When you need a haul, give us a call at 724-852-4488. For 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year, we at JD Enterprises are prepared to serve you.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 left, the main event, the Mud, the Blood, the Beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
30 minutes and 2 laps. Let's go racing. Full contact. Look at that lead. Down to the inside. Jet Lord still on top. Oh, the podium's here. I don't think any atmosphere can match it. Nothing quite like pro motocross.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the 15th annual Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Zach Heron here alongside the man himself. Now, Dean, we were talking about it off break. The track really starting to shape up well. Obviously, we had some inclement weather yesterday, but this track crew, I can't say enough good things about them. I mean, they have got this thing dialed in, and the consistent track prep as well, keeping this thing from getting too out of hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping it from getting too out of hand. I'll tell you, the moisture is still in the track, too, as we've seen, like, after track maintenance, one moto in, the track's already got some great lines, some great ruts out there, so they may be grooming it, but I guarantee it's going to turn around quick.
Absolutely, and especially with the next class that we've got on deck, that is your Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. And these guys, I mean, this is the future of the sport right here that we're watching. It won't be long. Could be looking at the Supercross champion of 2035 or something. I mean, it's just crazy to see how awesome these kids come out from all over the country, all over the world even, because they know that if you want to have a future in Supercross, you got to have some success here at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Zach. We have two groups of these as well, so we're going to have two champions in this one. This is race 16 going on the track down in the staging area. Coming up after them will be the 250C Limited. But while we got this little chance right here, I want to tell you who's on the gate. And the Super Mini 1, 12 to 15, group number 1. Got number 2 of Logan Bedenbaugh. Number 05 of Lincoln Snyder. Luca Medica, he is the number 5 machine. Number 15 of Jeffrey Drysdale. Jace Wolf on the 22. The 24 of Austin Gore. The 25 of Jackson McCarty. The 26 of Brody Barth. The 27 machine of Alec Gadagno. The 31 of Steele Kelly. The 40 of Cameron Harvey. The 51 of Aiden Henley, the 55 of Cash Anderson, the number 91 of Austin Needs, the number 99 of Braden Comerford, the 100/ of Max Williams, the 127 of Vincent Way, the 131 of Anthony Picella, the 196 of Chase Dashiell, the 241 of Brady Olson, the 282 of Grant McDonald, the 418 of Cruz Martin, the 613 of Kingston Haven, the 777 of Luke St. John, the 927 of Wyatt Grant, the 951 of Jason Beck. And that is going to be our riders that are going to be on the racetrack. And, man, look, they're going to have a fresh racetrack out there, Zach.
Absolutely no excuses. The track was too rough. The ruts were too deep. No, absolutely not. You have got a beautiful, fresh Daytona track out here to go do battle. And some riders might say that's a good thing. Some riders may feel the complete opposite. A lot of these guys, they're used to riding rough, tough, deep ruts, big braking bumps, and they oftentimes feel like that gives them an advantage when they come to a national level race like this.
Yeah, you're 100% right on that one. So we're going to see anybody's game right now. This first turn, you see how they actually tapered it in a little bit to make it very fair for the inside and outside. They got a great racetrack. We've seen a lot of lines getting developed. We've seen 10-plus lines at the face of the jump. And even in the corners, we've seen 5-plus lines in those corners.
Absolutely. And you talk about being fair, especially when it talks to first turn. Sometimes you go to tracks and the inside is the clear favorite. Maybe the outside actually works better at some. Here, either way, we've seen hole shots come from the very inside. We've seen hole shots come from the very far outside. So riders really having the option to come out front no matter where they line up on the gate.
Yeah, you're so right about that. We've seen on the Futures Moto, Brevin Gordon was way to the inside. He held the inside all the way around. 300 Drew Adams, he railed on the outside. He was right there in second behind Gordon. Was able to take the pass eventually and have that victory out there in that Futures Moto. And I'll tell you what, we got an exciting Futures main event going to be coming up. Of course, we got the LCQ coming at 1 p.m. Then at 3 p.m., if you guys are listening back home, set your alarm clock, because 3 p.m. we are going to have the main event for the 250 Supercross Futures.
Not going to be one you want to miss for sure. I'd be setting the alarm for 1 o'clock too, because those LCQs are always action-packed. And just outside watching the battle for 14th in those heats, it was heating up big time. So it's only expecting more of the same there in that LCQ. And then when we drop the gate for the main event, it is anybody's guess. But I'm telling you right now, the 300 Drew Adams, not only did he look good, he looked confident and looked like he was feeling good here at Daytona.
Yeah, and big shout out too for the 97 of Noah Stevens, who won that first group. Man, he was definitely a heavy hitter, heavy player, had some confidence. He'll be going to that main event with a smile on his face.
Absolutely. Stevens even responded to some pressure early in that race. He got a little bit of a gap, and they did a fantastic job of maintaining and managing that. We saw a lot of patience from both of our leaders in those future heats. They get around to the lap traffic, and when you think, oh, they're going to be revving, they're going to be searching for new lines, no, they said, hold on, let's take a second, take a breath, make the pass when we see the opportunity. So great job for both of those riders, and that's what it's going to take to be able to get a win. It's no question you're going to get in the backside of the field. You're going to be dealing with lap traffic, not getting in a rush, not getting ahead of yourself and making a simple mistake by trying to get a lap around a lap rider early might be crucial.
Yeah, definitely going to be crucial out there. And I'm going to tell you, I've told you, I'm going to tell you again, racertv.com. Check out this live coverage. We're on it right now. We got the big screen going. You see the land drop right here of Daytona International Speedway. Get to see the infield here. It's a beautiful picture on Racer TV.
Absolutely. This is my first time down here at Daytona, and as many times as I've watched it on racertv.com, which is the best way to watch it if you're not here in person, it just doesn't quite compare. So enjoy it on racertv.com this year, and go ahead and mark the calendar. Plan on being down here in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. 2025 is going to be bigger and better than ever. Of course, we had the rain this year. I'm sure maybe next year we won't have that kind of issue or problem, but they've done a great job of keeping this program tight and keeping everything going and rolling out here.
Absolutely. And you talk about the moisture maintaining in this soil. Obviously, you can see off the track, we've got some standing water, some puddles, but I really think as far as dirt, the way the dirt's going to form later in the afternoon, I think it's going to be almost a perfect racetrack.
I agree with you on that. Man, I don't know if you heard Megawatt, but this first turn we're looking at on screen right now, it was literally underwater. I'm talking not a little bit underwater, like 6 inches underwater, but the track crew doing a great job of getting in there, pushing as much water out as they could, but then filling it in with dirt to bring it up higher in case they did have some more rain come in.
Asking the question on everybody's mind.
That's what I'm wondering. When is lunch?
Exactly.
I'll tell you when lunch is, or where it is. It's down there at the concession stand.
Yeah, you guys have got to take advantage. It's a lot going on down here at Daytona. It takes a lot of people to be able to put on such a great event. I'm talking everything from the vendors all the way down to the food side of things. So make sure you're taking care of the people that are here to take care of you at Daytona.
Yeah, Monster Energy, one of the title sponsors here. They've been giving out free samples all day long. I've took a stop by there, tried out some new flavors that I've never, ever tried before. So you definitely want to get on down there and do that. Speaking of doing that, let's do the sponsors. Monster Energy is the 2024 title sponsor of Daytona RCSX. Rocky Mountain ATV-MC, also one of the big sponsors out here. Thor Parts Limited, Cometech Gaskets, Fox Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, FMF Racing, Dunlop Tires, Hoosier Tires, Arma, Boxo Tools. Those toolboxes are down there on the podium, and those things are sweet. Tucker Freight, Oakley, Moto Tees, Then we also got a lot of OEM support here. We got KTM, Husqvarna, Gas, Yamaha, Kawasaki, Cobra, Honda, Suzuki. And somebody forgot it, but I'm not going to forget it because I've seen them down there. Triumph.
Absolutely. They're in the house. They got them set up. First time I was able to look at one up close and personal, and man, oh man, those things are pretty. They better be glad I'm not in the market for a new bike yet, because I'm telling you what, I am liking the way those Triumphs are looking.
Yeah, actually, man, I'm a big Kawasaki guy myself, but I'd like to take a ride in that Triumph just to see what it's like. You know, we've never seen it. Definitely never rode it, and I bet it's a great machine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talking for myself personally, this is the first time really a new manufacturer has come in, right? Brand new, don't really know anything about them, and so very excited to hear what the media has to say about it. I know they had the big media launch either last week or the week before, and so far everybody seems to be saying good things about Triumph, so expecting a good debut here throughout 2024 and good things coming in the future for them.
Yeah, definitely good things coming in the future. Speaking of future, Kenda Tires unleash the aggression, reliability, and premium quality with Kenda. Tires that are built to perform, no matter the driving force behind your journey. Automotive, ATV, UTV, motorcycles, dirt bikes, bicycles, BMX, trailers, lawn and garden, or even golf. Trust Kenda Tires to guide you to your next adventure. That's Kenda, their American engineered traction.
Absolutely. We've been talking about it all weekend long. Boxo Tools USA. I was over there at the podium a little bit this morning. I got to check those things out. I was opening up all the drawers. To say that that is an awesome toolbox would be the understatement of the century. Boxo Tools does it right, and they're showing just how much it means to be a part of Daytona Supercross. They know how important having good, proper tools is for the entire racing community, so they're taking care of all of your champions here. Some riders going to be walking away with a 20-inch 3-drawer moto box, toolbox from them, and I believe all of your champions have the potential to get some kind of goodie bag. They've got that off-road tool bag as well. I was told that that bag alone is worth over $600. That's how much they're putting into the champs here.
That's amazing right there. Speaking of putting money in champs, what about Hoosier Tires? At Hoosier Tires, their mission is to fuel your passion, pride, and success in the motorsports industry. Let us put you in the winner's circle with our advanced technology and tires designed to perform. Hoosier offers a vast selection of tires for all your motorsports needs. So, whether you're a weekend warrior or a professional driver, Hoosier has you covered. And don't forget, all new for 2024, Hoosier is launching an intermediate hard pack tread pattern in their 2-wheel off-road lineup. The new pattern offers improved performance, longevity, and superior traction on intermediate and hard surfaces. To learn more about Hoosier Tires or find out who your nearest authorized Hoosier dealer is, you can visit HoosierTire.com. That's Hoosier Racing Tires, tires designed for champions.
Absolutely, and they've already got a championship on the day with Mr. Michaelesi himself, and that's what he was talking about up on the podium. He said, man, it makes such a difference having a tire on the bike that just, it hooks, man. He says, no matter where I'm at, no matter what I'm riding, put the right Hoosier on and it gets the job done. So clearly they've got race-proven results out here now, even at Daytona Supercross, so a great job to everybody over there at Hoosier.
Yeah, speaking of Hoosier and Hoosier Tires and Tractions, let's talk about On-Track Schools. On-Track School is a private K-12 accredited online school that makes it possible for students to achieve their educational success while chasing their dreams. Andrea Lee, the founder and director of On-Track Schools, she's created a solution to athletes who need a flexible program that can be personalized to their own learning needs. On-Track School provides students with full teacher support, unlimited resources, as well as engaged connections to the industry leaders through monthly webinars, plus apprentice and ambassador programs. For more information on that, you can visit ontrackschools.com. Look under the student life to find your classmate. And also, guys, I believe On-Track's here with us today, so if you want to check that out, make sure you go on down there and check it out by the, I believe it's down there by the Yellow Garage.
Yeah, you said it, Dean. On-Track here on site. I was actually able to talk to Andrea Lee just a little bit ago, and we were catching up. It's been since Loretta's last year since I saw her, and man, they are constantly innovating and continuing to improve the way that the On-Track school system works. I know several riders, several kids, honestly, that are a part of it. And, you know, growing up, I was a public school kid, right? And then trying to balance that with a racing schedule as well. It's complicated. It's strange. And I was no factory super mini rider or anything like that. So these top riders, they're going around the country. They're chasing the dream. How cool is it that they have the ability to not only do that, but have an educational system that backs them up and supports them, whether they become the next Eli Tomac or whether they become an announcer, such as my good buddy Jackson Burrell joined the apprentice program. Now he's working alongside myself, Mikey Waynes, over at GNCC. So it's proven not only can this help you get an education, but it can help you get a career in the industry.
Yeah, not only is it cool, it's amazing. Amazing they developed such a program for that. And do you hear that? I think I hear that outside the trailer here. I think I hear Super Minis firing up on the starting line right now.
Absolutely. We're hearing the buzzing, and that means we are getting ready to go racing here in just a matter of minutes, putting the final touches on this Daytona Supercross track for Super Mini 1, 12 to 15, Group 1. Like we said, 2 divisions here in this race, and I'm telling you what, it is going to be exciting. Looking like a majority of your riders going to line up towards the inside of the doghouse. So be curious to see whether the whole shot is going to come from that very inside like we've seen a couple of times, or maybe a rider's going to slingshot around the outside and grab the early race lead. And there we go. We got the 2-minute card in hand. Just waiting on the okay. So this is just waiting on the okay. And those riders sitting on the line right now, the heart rate's starting to climb. The nerves are probably at their absolute worst. Usually it's about the time the 30-second car goes sideways that they fade away, they lock in the race zone, and they get ready to do battle. And this is a whole different ball game from some of the other amateur events. Obviously having a main event, this is your one shot to do what you can do, make your point, prove that you've got what it takes, and try to walk away with a championship. You got some big news, Dean.
Yeah, big news, huge news. Listen up, future racers. We are going to have that 1 p.m. LCQ, but our main event for the futures is going to be at 2 p.m. Once again, they did that to keep away from Open A. 2 p.m. will be the main event for the futures. So, about to go over that a couple more times, I'm sure.
Big
carnage.
Pile up there coming out of the corner. Looked like a domino effect. One rider, and I think that might be Vincent.
Yeah, the 55 machine. Cash Anderson was in that one.
We saw there.
Vincent Way is your leader.
Got the whole shot. Okay, I was about to say, I wasn't sure if he escaped that one or not.
282, Graham McDonald there in the second place position right now. And these guys looking to separate themselves from the rest of the pack, but the rest of the pack has something to say about it.
Absolutely, yeah. They're not going to let it happen without a fight, as the 27 of Way right now doing exactly what he wanted to do. Get out front early. Don't have to worry about pulling tear-offs or getting roosted. Try to bring this thing home, and quickly starting to look like a 2-rider battle as they are already putting a big gap between himself and the rest of the field.
Yeah, and third we're seeing Luca Medica, the number 5 machine, a California rider out here doing it well in front of the 15 of Jeffrey Drysdale and Jackson McCarty. But you got to watch now the smooth racetrack. These lines aren't really developed, so right now they're just really fighting for the inside.
Absolutely, yeah. Not a ton of separation as far as between braking bumps and ruts and stuff like that. So riders really got an opportunity to show raw speed. But even as this race develops, you're going to see this track really start to break down, get rough, get gnarly, all the things that we associate with Daytona Supercross.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. As we're watching number 27 of Vincent Way, not quite able to shake off the number 22 Graham McDonald. McDonald, man, I've seen him at Arena Cross. He's been here in Daytona for a little bit, you know, checking out the scenery, getting comfortable, and it shows it right here as he's riding this number 2 position behind Vincent Way.
Absolutely, yeah. McDonald not giving up at all. Maybe trying to check out some lines. Looks like Way's got a couple. See, he's doing a lot of flowing.
A tire
picking
tap.
That front end up, and yeah, looking like a seasoned vet out there is the 27.
Seasoned vet, that would be his dad.
Absolutely.
Nick Way, you know. He's probably taught him a thing or two.
Probably learned a thing or two, I was about to say, yeah. And it goes to show just the comfort that these riders have. I mean, the Super Mini been probably the pinnacle of mini racing for a while, but I mean, these guys, they're whipping like the pros. They're scrubbing things off, and just how hard they charge. The fitness has increased over the years, and so these riders, the bikes might be a little smaller, but the action is just as packed as you would see in a futures class.
Yeah, definitely action-packed right here. I'm going to give you a little rundown right now as they're making their way back through and up to the finish line. That last lap through it was Vincent Way, Graham McDonald, Luca Medica, Austin Meads, Brody Barr, Jeffrey Drysdale, Austin Gore, Chase Dashiell, Brady Olson, and Braden Comerford rounds out your top 10.
Absolutely. Looking like the 91 of Austin Meads making some moves early. I believe he was outside the top 5 the last time I checked. Now finds himself in the 4th place spot. Going to have to cut off a couple of seconds so if he wants to compete with the lap times of your top 2.
Yeah, the top 2, like I said, man, they're making a break for it. And I'll tell you what, it looks like Way's starting to sneak away from our 2nd place rider, Graham McDonald. And I'm telling you, look at the lap times. It's only 4/10 of a second, but those 4/10 of a second, lap after lap, they add up. Next thing you know, he's going to be 4 seconds ahead at the end of this one as long as he stays mistake-free.
Absolutely. And you said it, you've got to stay mistake-free. You can inch away all day long, but as we've seen in some of these earlier races, a stalling, maybe not getting a great drive out of a corner, getting off balance a little bit, and that lead can disappear in the blink of an eye. But right now, all is well for the 27 as he checks in for another lap. McDonald going to come across the line behind once again. We take a look at the lap times, and McDonald almost able to match it once again, just a little bit slower. I mean, I'm not even talking half of a second. But, you know, he is certainly not giving up by any means. He knows this is a longer race than maybe they get at some of the other rounds throughout the year, so he's got a little bit of time. But the last thing you want to do is let number 27 get comfortable out front.
I want to hit this again because it's super important. We made a little adjustment in the program because we didn't want the Futures race overlapping the Open A. If you can hear me or you know anybody that is racing the Futures, let them know their main event is going to be at 2 p.m. Still doing the LCQ at 1 p.m., but 2 p.m. will be the main event for the Futures. So if you know somebody that may be participating in that class, make sure they're aware of it. Even if you think they're aware of it, let them know.
Absolutely, yeah. Last thing you want to do is not get the result you're looking for because you missed the race. So make sure any of our Futures, that main event is going to be at 2 o'clock, still having that LCQ right at 1 p.m.
Yeah, we're only 45 minutes away from that 1 p.m. LCQ, so the LCQ riders need to think about getting some water, getting hydrated, and heading up to that staging area at this time.
Absolutely. Now, it's not brutally hot, but that is going to make things interesting for those LCQ riders. A little less time to get recovered before the main event. As we see, it looks like
26 machine.
A battle. Yeah, it looks like 26 was moving.
Brody Barth making some moves out there. And, of course, Vincent Way, your leader, doing a great job. And I'll say outstanding job out in front as we're watching now the number 5 machine, Medica. He is feeling some pressure. And it's actually two riders putting some pressure on him right now as they make their way over the Daytona double.
So I believe that is Brody just behind, applying pressure on Luca, and then I think that's Austin Meads just behind him. So a 3-rider battle right there on the backside of the top 5.
I'm just curious to see what kind of lap times these guys are running this time through as they're making their way over the Monster Energy finish line right there. Vincent Way with a 51, Grant McDonald with a 53, matching with a 53 as Medica, Brody Barth with 53 at 54 for Austin Meads, and Jeffrey Drysdale, he's going to come through and check into that 6th place position here in a sec. No, Jace Wolf, he's the man on the move. Look at that 52-second lap time. So Wolf, he is not done yet. He is about 2 to 3 seconds faster as the competitors in front of him, so he's going to keep pushing. Chase Dashiell in 7th, 8th spot Jeffrey Drysdale, 9th spot Austin Gore, 10th spot is Brady Olson. It looks like Cash Anderson making some moves out there with a 55-second lap time. He was one of those riders that went down to that first turn, so it'll be interesting to see if he can make his way up inside that top 10. Whoa!
Ooh, that thing might have been 12 o'clock right
Sorry
there.
to break the speakers, but that's a little bit higher than you want it when your tire tap into that section after the finish line.
Vincent Way going wild out wheelie boy on him, but he keeps it on 2 wheels. 1 wheel there for a minute, but he lays it back down and keeps on keeping on. Going back, talking about Jace Wolf, I was looking just before his last lap time popped up. That is consistent 52s. He is matching that time lap after lap, so be on the lookout for Wolf to climb inside that top 5, maybe even possibly fighting for a podium before it's all said and done.
Yeah, that'd be awesome to see. And we're looking at the gaps right now. We see Vincent Way coming through the lead, 5 seconds behind him. Grant McDonald, 10 seconds. We got Medica, but Brody Barth, that's half a second right there. We'll have to pick up that action out there on the racetrack as Brody Barth is in a battle. Here we see Vincent Way making his way up to the finish line. Having a little fun right there. You see that wheelie before the finish line?
Yeah, he is definitely not afraid to pick that front end up. And that just goes to show the confidence and how comfortable these riders are riding on what I would consider the ragged edge. He's probably not even thinking about it. We could ask him on the podium, man, you got a little sketchy there. He'd say, where? What are you talking about? I felt fine.
Oh, you mean my foot slipped off? Oh, no big deal.
Come on, man. That was nothing.
Tell you what's nothing right now is that battle. We see Brody Barth. He's going to make the move right there. So Luca Medica going to fall back to that 4th place position. So Barth is on a move right now, on a tear, as some would say.
So Barth now jumping up to that final podium spot. And now we start to see
lap
your
riders
leaders having to pick and choose, slice their way through lap traffic.
Definitely getting into the thick of it right now. Our leader, Vincent Way, though, he is a very good heads-up racer. We see him with that tire tap, nearly looping it out, kept his head down. He didn't quite get as high with the front wheel the next time through, playing a little smart, and that's just what he's doing right now as he makes his way through that section we were talking about.
Yeah, those wheel taps, they work great until they don't. When things don't work out exactly like you planned, we've seen it go wrong before, but Way right now, this is the only way to do it. Get out front early, try to check out on the rest of the field. Doesn't have any immediate pressure behind him. So we'll see if he's able to keep it mistake-free and run away with this.
Zach, you're 100%. He's done a great job. And I said it with Drew Adams. Look at the frame that Vincent Way has over the motorcycle, keeping the chest forward, the elbows out. A great ride there for number 27, Vincent Way.
Absolutely. Getting the weight over the front end, planning that motorcycle, getting the power to the ground.
Nice little tire tap right there up to the Daytona double.
A little Tomac-esque, if you will,
yeah,
keeping the front tire up through those rollers.
Learn from the greats for sure. And man, I'll tell you, that's actually been a great tool for these riders. Watching Jet Lawrence come in, the success he's had, the way he rides, so these guys are able to copy it a little bit. As we're watching on screen right now, that's the 282 of Grant McDonald, your second place rider to Vincent Way. There goes Way now, making his way through this left-hander. C-bounce, I like that little corner track action right there. C-bounce out of the corner, doubled right into the right-hander. I believe he makes his way through the starting line stretch right there into the first corner.
Yeah, you talk about the change in developmental style here for motocross racing. Jet Lawrence kind of revolutionizing the way a lot of riders are going through things. Some issues
Cash
Way
Anderson having some issues out there.
And he's able to get around, but you saw McDonald not far behind. He's starting to close the gap back up. Like we said, a couple of mistakes, whether they're Ways or whether it's the lappers in front of Vincent Way, they can make that gap disappear in a hurry.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Making the gap disappear. And we got, these are names. These are household names right here. Vincent Way, Graham McDonald, Brody Barth, Chase Wolf. Luca Medica's actually going to fall back to the 5th place position last time through. Chase Dashiell in 6th. 7th spot, Austin Meads. 8th spot, Brady Olson. Braden Comerford up to the 9th spot. Jeffrey Drysdale, he is falling back to the 10th spot, but still riding good.
Chase Wolf, like we said, chipping away in the 4th place spot now.
There's a couple riders down right here. Look at that. Check him out. Vincent Way. Oh, he's able to navigate. That was a close one right there.
Wow.
3 riders going down in front of him. And these guys, like I said, they're battling for position right now. That's to believe that Jeffrey Drysdale, so he's up to lapping about the 10th place position right now. Jackson McCarty. Cash Anderson still off the track over there. Has some bike problems. Tough break for him. He's the rider that went down the first turn, made his way up almost inside the top 10, and having some bike issues and probably going to get DNF here in this one.
And we talk about it all the time, Dean. Sometimes you catch the lappers at a good time. Sometimes it's the absolute worst time. We see several different spots on this Daytona track kind of funnel into one line, maybe to the inside, to the outside. Makes it very difficult for your leaders to be able to move around and avoid them.
Yeah, you're right about that. As the white flag comes out now for the 27 of Vincent Way. So Way on his way. Possibly see David Iser if he stays on 2 wheels and keeps it perfection like he has this whole moto. Your second place rider going to check in with us. He's about 4 seconds back now, dropping some time there on that one. That's going to be Grant McDonald in the 282 with a nice solid ride there to put himself in that second place position. And a little ways back in the third, we should see the 26 of Brody Barth. He's going to make his way to complete a lap number 12.
Yeah, McDonald, I think, is one of those riders that got caught up by the lap traffic at the wrong time through those switchbacks. He wasn't able to get out of the main line, and I definitely think it cost him significantly as we see that gap open back up significantly.
Yeah, you guys can't really see on Racer TV right now, but we have a battle right now between Barth and Wolf. That is for 3rd and 4th, so these guys are fighting and battling position to get on the podium there.
Yeah, we said Wolf had the potential to knock on the door of a podium, didn't get a great start. Checkered flags coming out. Vincent Way going to grab the win. Looking like that was McDonald just coming over the line, grabbing second. Now the question is, who will round out the podium? Will it be Brody Barth or will Jace Wolf get the job done? As they come across the line, we wait for it in timing and scoring.
I'm chomping at the bit right here to find out who's got it down and got it going on. Not sure if I should pay attention to the screen at the time, you know?
Looking back and forth, not sure exactly where the result's going to come from first.
There it is, Brody Barth. He's got to do it. Make it happen there in the 3rd place position, round out your top 3.
So Barth hangs in under pressure and gets the job done to round out your podium for the first group of Super Mini 1, 12 to 15.
Yep, Jace Wolf's going to take 4th. 5th spot, Luca Medica. Chase Dashiell finish up 6th. 7th spot, Brady Olson. 8th spot, Austin Meads. Braden Comerford will finish 9th. Your 10th place position, rounding out your top 10, courtesy of Tucker Freight Lines, will be Jackson McCarty.
Absolutely. Now we drop back to the gate for the second group of Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. Let's take a look at who we got. We got the 5/ of Grant Byrne, Tristan Pruitt on the number 7, Travis Johnsmeyer on the 10, Caden Warzire on the 14, Caden West on the 20, the 28 going to be Adam Albright, Kevin DePino on the 52, Dakota Baker on the 65. Looks like it's going to be the 67 of Michael Gerda, 77 of Hudson Byrne, the number 100 of Emma Spruill, the 101 of Landon Walters, Cooper Bergeron on the 139, Briar Stessig on the 214, the 224 of Drayton Edwards, Wyatt Thurman 247, 260 Carson Wood, the 278 of Jace Baker, Trent Vicecci on the 300, Emmett Baker on the 309, Logan Webb on the 375, Joel Newcomb the 377, the 427 of Corbett Helms, Wyatt Duff on the 444 machine, and the triple nickel Trevor Jackson going to round out the second group of Super Mini 1, 12 to 15.
Thank you for that rundown right there. Got a whole heat of them right here about to take off the starting line. All right, here we go. Logan Webb on the inside. Jace Baker on the inside as well. Who's going to get it? Baker's got a good jump, but he's going to get pinched off by the number 7 of Tristan Pruitt, who's going to come away with the whole shot. But watch out. He's got Carson Wood and the Monster Energy Kawasaki right behind him, or I should say right beside him. These guys are running neck and neck right now.
Couldn't throw a piece of paper between the two of them. Wood tries to take the outside. Going to get chopped off as the number 7 going to jump in and grab. I believe that is Pruitt.
Yeah, Tristan Pruitt doing a great job out there. Seen us probably with a lot of success out at the Mini Olympics or the Mini O's down there in Florida, or here in Florida. The number 7, Tristan Pruitt, doing a great job, though, stretching out right now, getting the green flag lap. Right behind him, though, the 260 of Carson Wood.
Yeah, Wood needs to hang on tight, sink the hooks into the back of the number 7, because he is trying to get away early.
Oh, Carson Wood, a little mistake right there. Couldn't grab that inside line like he wanted. There's your third place rider. Well, that's going to be the 101 machine. Is that who I think it is? It is the 101 Landon Walters, I believe. Or possibly the 100 machine. I'm not too sure on that one.
Hard to tell him that their number might be.
It's Travis Johnsmeyer. It's number 10, actually. He tried to put a black over his other 0, and looked like what we didn't think it was, but it is Travis Johnsmeyer in the 3rd spot. 4th spot is Michael Gerda. Dakota Baker in the 5th spot. Trent Velsecchi, he is in the 6th spot. 7th spot is Caden West. 8th spot, Kevin DePino. 9th spot, Landon Walters. 10th spot, Caden Winzier. So now that we got that all figured out and sorted out, we're watching, looks like Michael Gerda on the 67 put the pressure on Johnsmeyer.
And I'm telling you what, I have seen Curta go left to right, taking both sides of the track. He is desperately looking for some alternate lines to try to make up some ground on the number 10. And probably a good thing, because he's got a freight train of riders behind him as well. He took the outside in that bowl corner. We lost sight of him for a second, but I'm not sure if that worked out like he wanted.
Woo. Dabbing, you had to watch them ankles right there. You're dabbing those feet in those ruts. And like we talked about that, a couple motos ago, they groomed this whole track. Look at it now, already taking shape quickly here, and Super Mini 1. Group number 2 out on the track right now. This is race number 16 on track. Race number 17, 250C Limited, waiting down on the starting line. Also 250B Limited in the staging area. What are you seeing out here, Zach?
I'm telling you what, I am blown away. Like you said, we're already seeing the ruts all the way up the faces of these jumps, and you're seeing a lot of riders almost rushing the corners. They're coming in hot. They slam into the rut, and it stands them up, as we saw just a minute ago. But right now, the number 10 holding strong. Could we have a battle for your lead right now? Looks like that's Wood trying to use the outside, keep the momentum up, and slingshot his way into first place. You see the number 7 taking a look over. He knows he's under pressure.
Yeah, Wood taking a long way around, but do you see all the momentum he had right there? He's going to slice up under him, slice up under here again. Yellow flags waving. So they're showing a caution right there when the riders laid out in the rut, so Wood have to go to the outside instead of the middle line like he preferred.
Great heads-up riding from Wood there.
Yeah, watch them now as they make their way down this Daytona stretch right here. It's number 7, Tristan Pruitt, looking for a low line way off to the left side of the track right there. He's going to slice it up as he sees a lap rider in front of him. Wood going to try the outside, have a momentum. Oh, making a mistake right there as he noticed that lap rider was starting to drift to the outside, so he dove on the inside. As we see Pruitt right now coming to check in for this one, and Wood coming to check into the number 2 position.
Yeah, Wood not finished at all. Can't help but wonder if Pruitt made a mistake that we didn't see on camera. Right there in that main section coming across the finish line, though, Wood has something figured out. He's able to cut the gap each and every lap. There we go. And just like that, a pass for the lead. Wood slices up the inside and makes it happen. We got a new leader here in the second group of Super Mini 1.
We got racing is what we got right here. We had a lap rider trying to get out of the way, and he got right into the way of Pruitt, so held him up a little bit. But Pruitt able to get around him and set his sights, unfortunately, on the rear wheel now with 260 of Carson Wood.
We say it all the time. You got to be in the right opportunity, right position to strike when you see it. Carson Wood did exactly that. Lap rider got in between them. He said, I might be able to make it happen. Left the throttle on. Finds himself in the lead.
Absolutely. That Monster Energy Kawasaki, look at it right now, handling those ruts, getting through there good. He might have got a sample himself right here as he's seeing a spark from the number 260 Carson Wood making that move on the number 7 Tristan Pruitt.
Absolutely. And Pruitt, I'm telling you what, he is not happy to have that pass made on him. You saw him skying over that single. He is getting desperate, trying to catch back up to the Kawasaki because Wood starting to put a gap between himself and second place.
Yeah, Carson Wood, look at time and scoring. He ran a 53 that last time through and a 55 for Tristan Pruitt. So he's able to, no!
Big crash for your leader there.
Carson Wood, where'd that come from? He is not happy, but he needs to get back on that motorcycle and get going before he loses any more position positions out there. Pruitt able to get in the lead and pull away. Wood now trying to start his bike back up. So, man, tough break for him, but sigh of relief for the number 7, Tristan Pruitt, who's in the battle for this thing.
And I'm telling you what, if you're Pruitt, you're definitely a big sigh of relief because they have opened up a little bit of a gap between the rest of the field. But, man, things went wrong in a hurry there for Wood. We've seen the landing off that finish line jump almost seems sticky. If riders get too far over the front, it tosses them right over. Man, look at that. Almost James Stewart reminisced there, just sending the single. Somebody's got to tell him that's not a massive jump. He can roll that if he wants, but he seems to be doing well. It looks like we may have a replay of the crash from your previous leader, Carson Wood. Let's see exactly what happened. He gets a good drive coming out of the corner, leans back, and you see a huge kicker throws him forward up over the front end of the bike. He's actually very lucky.
I'm going to say that was not a kicker. I think that's a false neutral right there. It's false neutral until he had no power there. Tough break for him. There goes the number 7 machine, Tristan Pruitt. Pruitt is your leader. Let's see what kind of gap we have now on our second place rider. We should be seeing Travis Johnsmeyer. We're looking for him right now. We'll see this gap. This is, like I said, Wood and Pruitt, they were pulling away right there. Wood having that issue right there. And here we go. There's Johnsmeyer, number 2 position. But look out, Kevin DePino. He is coming.
I didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure where he was off the start, but DePino been strong all year long. Rides around where I'm from in North Carolina. This guy is super strong, but I'm also seeing maybe some steam coming off the bike.
That's not what you want to see, especially when you got names like Gerda behind you on the number 67 machine. He's making a push right here in this one. I'm going to look at time and scoring. It looks like Wood's going to check in the 5th place position on the last lap through. So he definitely loses a lot of time, a lot of ground, but not out of it.
So we continue to watch the battle on screen. Looked like riders about 3 deep there, and I believe one of those was Wood, and you can certainly see the intensity not quite the same after that get off.
Yeah, absolutely. And not the same intensity for Pruitt. You know, he's got a little comfort now. He's just relaxing, having some fun out there. As we see a nice size gap. Last time through it was about 14 seconds. So I imagine it's going to get longer and longer, further and further. But we watch this battle unfold in front of us.
DePino putting the pressure on, trying to funnel in. They both go towards the inside of that corner.
What do you think the mindset is for Johnsmeyer right now when you have that pressure behind you?
It's so hard to say because it seems like no matter where you are, you're thinking the rider's going to go somewhere else. I think the biggest thing, you hear it all the time, focus on your race, your ride. He's in a good spot. He's got the speed. He takes a little glance over there. And when you start paying attention to what other riders are doing, that's when things start to happen in a hurry. They both funnel to the inside, headed towards the finish.
And I'll tell you what comes in right here. You know, you're riding your own race, you're looking ahead, but you really got to pay attention to your instinct on where you think the rider behind you is going to be so you can make sure you're in the way, basically.
Absolutely. You talk about having eyes in the back of your head, if you will. Not only got to focus on where you're going to go, but where you think the competition's going to go as well. As we wait to see that battle pop back up on screen, there they are.
See some yellow flags flying, some arms being thrown. That might be Carson Wood down.
Can't help but wonder if maybe that bike got tweaked up in that crash. Maybe some bent bars. DePino pushing the issue, both feet off the pegs. He is not comfortable in 3rd place.
No, Carson Wood is right there. I mean, I took eyes off him for a second. I thought he might have been caught in the back, but he is way ahead of the back right now as he is starting to catch this battle that we're seeing right here. As DePino,
2nd place, just like that. Let the throttle on. Maybe a little extra scrub going over that jump. Got the power to the ground just a little bit sooner.
And it was important for DePino to make that pass because you see who's coming behind. You got Carson Wood coming. I'm sure DePino sees him coming, but he better look out. He might not know Travis Johnsmeyer is coming back at him right now.
Yeah, it is not over yet by any means. The 52 has the spot for now. But it remains to be seen whether or not you can hang on to it. A lot of riders down left and right, having to carefully choose lines. And it just goes to show these riders using every inch. You see a couple of them almost clipping those Parts Unlimited hay bales. And look at that, Wood trying to make a pass as well. He wants to get back inside the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. That rider we've seen on screen was one of those Fox Racing riders. Jace Baker having some issues. So tough break for Baker out there. But I'll tell you what, Carson Wood, another one of your Fox Racing riders, he's not happy right now. What potentially looked like false neutral over that jump right there. Endoin, when he was in the lead, he found himself about in the 5th place position, already making some moves out there, moved up to 4th, and he is not done yet.
I am telling you what, Wood right now riding like a man possessed. You hear it all the time, the anger after a crash like that. He looked okay, seemed very frustrated, but now he sets his sights back on 3rd place. And I know of probably in the helmet of Wood, he believes that he can get back in that 2nd place spot as well. He has been riding phenomenally. He goes to the outside there. He's been using that momentum to his advantage all race long.
Yep, he's going to dive to the outside right here as well.
They jet back across.
Attention, attention, attention to the pits. Sorry to interrupt this moto, but we got a very important information for you guys. It's been brought to our attention that some of our guests have been dumping gray and black water into the drains here at Daytona International Speedway, and that is a big deal. That is absolutely unacceptable and against the law. Once again, against the law. If you are caught dumping your gray or black tank, you will be fined and possibly expelled from MX Sports events. So once again, absolutely no dumping of your gray or black tank. As we see some smoke on screen right now, what do you see?
Man, I've tried to get a number on the bike as they came across the line. That is the number 10, Johnsmeyer.
No.
Having horrible issues there. He's trying to keep it going, but I do not think that machine's going to be able to hang on.
What a heartbreaker that is. Johnsmeyer was running such a great moto. He's just trying to make it now to the finish line.
And you know he can tell right now. Just shows the heart that he's got, still trying to bring that thing around.
Yeah, going back into his own smoke.
Yeah, this thing is pretty much over at this point. But that just shows how hard these riders are pushing. The checker flag coming out. Pruitt going to get the win there in this second of the Super Mini 1 class. But man, what a heartbreaker for Johnsmeyer. Was in the third place spot, battling it out between himself, DePino, and Wood. And look at this, he's still going. He says, I want to take this thing all the way to the finish, as slow as I may have to do it. No quit there from the number 10.
Yeah, you have to get the checker flag, because these riders were able to put a lot of lap riders down, but if you don't take a checker flag, you'll still get scored a DNF whether you lap somebody or not.
Absolutely. You see him taking a look over the shoulder, not trying to obstruct any of the other riders, just trying to bring this thing across the line.
So let's take bets right now. You think the bike's going to make it?
I hope so.
I think
he's had such a good race. He definitely deserves to take the checkered flag, but it is certainly slowing down. It's still smoking, though. They say if you can still see smoke, you're okay. It's when it stops smoking that things are not good. So
yeah, but usually it's going a little faster when it's smoking.
This is true.
I can't wait to see what he finishes after this. We might even still have a top 10 ride right here. He's back in 9th right now. I'm not sure how many more riders are going to come across the line. Of course, Tristan Pruitt already coming through. Carson Wood in 2nd. Kevin DePino in 3rd. That is your top 3. Looks like Johnsmeyer take 11th as we already got our next moto on the track. We got to pay attention here. These are going fast.
And he does make it across the line. The bike hangs on, so whatever we were betting, I think I won.
Oh, 2BDC Limited getting piled up there in the second corner. We've seen a lot of issues there in that second corner. These guys navigating through there. Not sure who went down, but we got our rider out there not having any problems in front. Can't quite get a read on the number. We're getting ready to pick up on time and scoring as we got a little view. See the 171 Dominic Garcia, the number 257 machine having some issues out there. I believe that's Turner on the 257 machine. No, that's Nathan Albrecht. One of our Albrecht riders, our Suzuki riders out there having some issues. It is the 213 and Robbie Goad, though, our leader, to come through to take the green flag.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like between the first and second corner, kind of a switch back there, and your leaders obviously wanting to hug the insides. When they go to shift from the left to the right, you see that domino effect. Can't help but make collision. And, the C-Class, they're all going for it.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's letting off. And, unfortunately, that's the result that you see. But right now, your leader out front looking good, but he does have some company from the number 12.
Yeah, David Kubik, I've been watching him at the beginning of this year. I was down at the King's Cup. We got to watch that one. Man, he had a great showing out there. So it's good to see him in number 2 position. Started to put some pressure on Robbie Goad. 3rd spot is Bradley Stott. 4th spot is Zachary Flanders. 7 Henderson. We've seen him with some success earlier. He's in the 5th spot. Eli Griffin in 6th. 7th spot is Louis Etzel. Isaac Henderson 8th. 9th is Alex Anderson. And 10th spot is River Slavin. Uh-oh, what do we see on the screen there?
Does not look like that's one of our leaders. I thought the same thing at first. I believe that was a rider going down on lap 1. But the number 12, I do think he's starting to close in little by little.
Yep, through for lap number 1. 56-second lap time for Robbie Goad. Davey Kubik actually losing a second there, running to 57 seconds, but the 55 seconds for 7 Henderson. So Henderson, he's the man on the move right now.
I was about to say, check this out.
Robbie Goad, our leader. Sorry, I blew your eardrums out, but Robbie Goad going down right there. Man, tough break for that young man who's leading this one out. Looked to be off to a great start and great ride right here. He's going to have some issues trying to get back up and fired again. He does get back up going, but he has lost a lot of ground right there.
And not only did your leader go down, but I think we had the battle going on for the lead now between Quebec and Henderson.
Yeah, Kubik is in the lead, I believe, on the number 12 gas machine. Here they come. There they go.
Henderson running the inside line right now. Going to try to pull up alongside of him over the single.
Look at that scrub. Wow.
There it is. Runs the tight line and going to hold on to the lead right now as they get ready to come across the finish.
I guess you got to know how to scrub here. super important here in the C-Class. This 250C limited class out there on the track right now. Your leader is the 34 of 7 Henderson. Davey Kubik in the second spot, and Bradley Stott, look out for him, man. He is making a push right now. Zachary Flanders going to move up. Eli Griffin, he's going to be in the 5th spot, running out your top 5. Isaac Henderson in 6th. Louis Etzel in 7th. 8th spot, River Slavin. Deegan Cooley in the 9th spot. And 10th spot is Robbie Goad, who was our race leader.
I'm telling you what, Kubik in a tough spot right now, playing both offense and defense. He's trying to chase the back of the Yamaha, but man, does he have his hands full with Stott there in 3rd, going everywhere that he's not, trying to make around the pass for 2nd.
Yeah.
Already getting into lap riders, too.
That's amazing. Was this the 2nd lap coming in, 3rd lap coming in? Kubik, though, doing a great job of keeping the 34 of 7 Henderson within striking distance, I would say. A little mistake by our leader. Kubik will be there to capitalize, but I'll tell you who's capitalizing right now. It's the rider in 3rd.
Yeah, Stott really forcing the issue. You saw him hugging. I mean, it's hard to get any tighter than that in that corner headed towards the finish line. Trying to look for some new real estate as well. As we've seen the track breaking down, those main ruts getting extremely deep at this point. Your leaders starting to look a little left, a little right for some smooth real estate.
Yeah, I got to watch it because Kubik almost making a mistake right there behind one of our lap riders who had the main line, that inside line being the main line.
Stott there having to close off on the lapper as well. Looks like he may be having some trouble with vision. Saw him reach up a couple of times.
He's wiping. He doesn't have any more tear-offs.
Might have grabbed the whole stack there. Something as simple as that can derail a race if you're not able to have clear vision.
There's all kinds of traffic everywhere. This is almost like watching the 50 class. You don't know what position these guys are in. Thank God for timing and scoring down here, keeping us in check. And Racer TV also keeping us in check here to see what's going on the racetrack as they make their way up to the finish line. We'll give you an update here as they close in on lap number 5.
So waiting on our time and scoring. Henderson running a 55.4 on that last lap. So a solid pace.
The fastest man on the racetrack right now is his fastest lap time on the motor right there, that 55.4. David Kubik with a 56.5 and a 56.8 for Bradley Stott. So the battle right now, I think, is between 2nd and 3rd as our leader's making a break for it.
And we talked about seeing the lap traffic already. These C-Class is synonymous with such a wide range of speed and skill. These top riders, I mean, we can say it. They local B level. Some of them pushing lap times of some of the A riders as well. But the backside of the C-Class, little different story. So it's kind of hard to predict with such different speeds out there at one time.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're watching number 12 of Kubik, looks like he's got a little bit of lead on Stott. But Stott, doesn't have tear-offs, doesn't have a clear vision. So you almost got to stay back there a little bit and pick and choose where you're going to make something happen.
My thoughts exactly, Dean. Stott biding his time, if you will. They're the white flag. So if he's going to pull the trigger, now's the time to do it. Stott better get going because he has 1 lap left to go. And look like might have maybe a little look back there from the number 12, trying to see exactly where the number 3 is at. Henderson, however, not worried about it at all, as he has got a couple of bike lengths at least, not under any immediate pressure as he is on this final lap here for the 250C Limited.
Yeah, this is 250C Limited. I'm excited because 250B Limited getting ready to come out, and the 65 ZT 7 to 9, they're on deck in the staging area. So a lot of great racing still to come here at Daytona.
Without a doubt. Taking a look now at the number 12, Kubik, able to respond to that pressure. Defense was good. He's able to get back up and keep focusing forward. And this thing with 1 corner left to go. There's Henderson running the inside line one more time. And the number 34, Steven Henderson, going to grab the win there in 250C Limited. Looks like Kubik going to hold on for that 2nd place spot. And it was Stott hanging on for the final spot on the podium. So some great racing there for 250C Limited. You can see the fans turning out in droves. Everybody enjoying the 15th annual Ricky Carmichael Supercross here from Daytona. As the checkered flag waves. 250B Limited coming up next. So we know this one is going to be an action-packed class. Some great names. Let's check out who we've got getting ready to take the track. On the number 14, it's Landon Geis. The 15 of Dawson Cobb, he's going to be one to watch for sure. Chase Engelwitz on the number 20, the 27 of Carson Fields. Garrick Henley on the 28. Caden Dudney on the 40. Jaden Riley on the 48. The 50 of Chance Lawton. Clark Robbins on the 62. Dominic Stallings going to be on the 66. The 68, Logan Hecker. The 71 of Eli Gross. Clayton Stockstill on the 82 machine. Trevor Albrecht on the number 83. The 94 of Deegan Bloomfield. The 101A of Kyler Rahm. We've got Dylan Sullivan on the 108. Colton McKnight on the 121. Kawamatoya on the 121, the 157 of Gabe Fink, Chase Adams on the 159, Riley Greener on the 183, Caleb Wagner the 223, the 316 of Christian Garrison, Logan Mortberg the 317, Nicholas Frazier the 365, the 464 of Carlos Ponce, Diesel Thomas the 524, Luke Brown, Will Cagnaguar, Reese Wheaton, Blake Thomas, Seth Billingsley, and Brayton Carpenter all out on track right now. Let's see who it is grabbing the whole shot. Looks like that might have been the number 62 machine, Clark Robbins, with the early race lead in 250B Limited.
Yeah, Clark Robbins, no slouch at all. Speaking of no slouch, the LCQ riders need to get up to the staging area. 1 p.m. LCQ is upon us. You guys got about 15 minutes to make your way on down to the staging area. And again, 2 p.m. will be your main event. We changed that in the schedule, 2 p.m. main event. Make sure you guys are paying attention. And speaking of paying attention, listen to this. No gray and black water in the pit area whatsoever. You'll be asked to leave the event and expelled from future MX Sports events. So it's very important that you don't dump the gray or black water.
Yeah, cannot stress that enough. Not only is it against our rules, but it is illegal, folks. So make sure we're not doing that, as we see Clark Robbins doing what he does need to be doing, which is getting out front and getting a gap early.
Yeah, gapping early. That's what it's all about right here on the racetrack right now, as we see him lead out Diesel Thomas in second, Carson Fields in the third spot, Carlos Ponce in the fourth spot, fifth spot running top five, Harrison Bates, and that is the top five rundown for the opening lap. We'll see what's happening here as these laps are winding down quickly.
Robbins making quick work of it right now. Already starting to show a little bit of comfort out front, catching some air up and over that single. Always interesting to see the way the riders decide whether they're going to send it over the big single. We saw in that C-Class several riders scrubbing it, and some of them slamming on the brakes. They want to backside it, get a good drive coming down. A lot of different techniques, a lot of different line options, like we said out here at Daytona this year, Dan.
Yeah, you're totally right about that. You know, that's the biggest thing I noticed from amateurs to pros. These amateurs, they scrub. They use all this energy to lay it down. Then you go to the pro, they're more of a straight technique, soaking it up, not wasting energy. As we watch number 62 of Clark Robbins, not wasting energy at all to get out front and walk away from this one. But he has some tough competitors behind him. The 524 of Diesel Thomas, he is no slouch.
I was about to say the Diesel for sure going to be a strong one as the race wears on. And look at him. He's in a great spot right now. Any issues for Robbins, he's going to be right there to capitalize. And like we said, might be biding his time a little bit. Maybe not wanting to eat roost for these first couple laps. Going to drop the lap times as the race goes on and try to strike just before the checkered flag. Yeah. Look at this gap, though, Dean. I mean, the top two really opened it up significantly. And Clark Robbins continuing to put a little bit of time between himself and second place.
That's what I say. We're just now for lap number 3, and these guys are definitely separating themselves from the pack. We watch them both in the same time in the S corner. Again, it's Clark Robbins and Diesel Thomas 1 and 2. A little ways back in that third spot, we see Carson Fields, Dawson Cobb, fifth spot. That's Carlos Ponce, Harrison Bates in the 6th spot, 7th spot Logan Mortberg, Chase Glenowicz, he is in 8th, 9th spot Christian Garrison, and Caden Dundee, the number 40 machine, he's all the way back in 10th right now. He is, I believe, one of the favorites here in the 250 Limited class.
Just goes to show how deep the field is out here at RCSX and how crucial getting a good start is. Like we said, not going to be the type of situation where you can be outside the top 10 and work your way all the way to the front. So here comes Robbins clocking in for another lap, and you can already start to see a little bit of kickers, the ruts all the way up the face of that finish line.
Yeah, got a gap right now for sure, and it's only a 4-second gap, so I mean it seems like a lot bigger on TV. Obviously, like they say, you know, you hear it all the time, oh, it looks a lot bigger on TV. We only got a 4-second gap between him and Diesel Thomas, but the bigger gap we see is the 10-second gap between Diesel Thomas, our second-place rider, and Carson Fields, who sits in the 4th spot. There goes 5th spot, up to 5th spot, should I say, Logan Mortberg. So Mortberg off to grid ride out here right now.
We saw Robbins having to tiptoe his way around some downed riders. Now he's having to pick his way through lap traffic, and this is where we could really start to see a shakeup as far as the gaps between the top two, because 4 seconds can start to disappear quickly as he's working his way through 1, 2, 3, 4 riders just on that one straightaway that Robbins is trying to get around. Look, he's trying to slice between 2 of them at the same time. And we've got the medic flag out. So Robbins, as well as the rest of the field, having to check up significantly until he gets past that down rider.
Yep, showing extreme caution as he should.
Absolutely.
That Fly Racing gas rider doing a great job out here. Leading this one out. Last time through, like we said, he had a 4-second gap over the second-place rider, Diesel Thomas, but we could see it tighten up with those things going on. We had the medical flag out there. They had to roll the jump.
So we've got Robbins exiting these S turns. We've got Thomas just now starting to get in. I do feel like it maybe has shrank a little bit, but all in all, it looks like both Robbins and Thomas getting hung up by those lappers just a smidge on that last lap.
Yeah, and you really got to pay attention because you want to take different lines, but some of those lines can be a bad line. So a heads-up racing for the number 62 of Clark Robbins, who's already starting to catch the tail end of this pack right now. And we are checking in for lap number 6.
Yeah, you talk about the line selection. Already starting to see Robbins moving that line around depending on who's in front of him. But even when he's able to take whatever line he wants, starting to move over just a couple of inches, stay out of that super deep stuff. We've seen it reach up, grab an ankle, grab a foot peg, and cause some chaos already today.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of causing chaos, Clark Robbins causing some chaos here in the 250B limited class. Diesel Thomas in second, Dawson Cobb in third. I told you he was coming. He is coming right now with the fastest lap time of that moto, a 50.1 that last lap through to complete lap number 6 for Caden Dudney. So that Monster Energy Kawasaki rider is on a move right now. Absolutely.
Dudney looking strong. Cobb working his way up to the podium positions. He was outside the top 5 last time I had seen, so be on the lookout for him. Question is he able to work his way up into this battle for the top 2? He's got a tall order as he's got several seconds to make up.
Absolutely. There we see Clark Robbins. He's going to put Chase Oglenovich a lap down, so they're up into the 19th place position, going a lap down right now. It is still Robbins and Thomas running 1 and 2. Let's see what's going on for our battle for the 3rd place position, that podium position. As Diesel Thomas followed a little off pace, not sure if he had a mistake, got cut up behind some lap riders, but he's going to turn a 57-second lap time that time through. And Caden Dudney, I told you he was coming. He's going to move into that podium position. He is now in 3rd, and back to 4th. We see Dawson Cobbs and Carson Fields rounding out your top 5.
I'm telling you what, I'm not sure what happened to Diesel Thomas on that last lap, but he better figure it out and get it fixed because 3rd place is in a hurry. Dudney not messing around and not going to be satisfied with 3rd.
Yeah, not messing around at all. I'll tell you that for sure. As we are checking in, they're going to be coming through for lap number 8 now. So these B riders getting a good amount of laps on the racetrack right now. These main events have been great. No white flag just yet, so no signal there for the number 62 of Clark Robbins, but he's not worried about it.
Absolutely.
He's in comfort mode right now.
Yeah, he is looking good right now. Seems to be flowing well. Still got the great technique on the bike, good posture. So these B riders, they put in the time, they put in the work. A lot of them, especially at the top of the field, planning on moving into A, moving into the pros. So a lot of these riders spending plenty of time out on track, and 12, 13 laps shouldn't be too much for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had the pleasure of watching Clark Robbins work his way up through the ranks and stuff. And man, this kid, he has a lot of heart and he rides a lot of heart, and it shows right now.
Absolutely, and it paid off. Right from the gate drop, he put himself in a great spot, held the line, and ended up coming out first. And we say it all the time, it makes it easy for you. And the riders that are able to do it and stay mistake-free, we see what happens. You open up a gap and are actually able to focus on your own race. They always say it when you're under pressure from somebody else, but when you're out front like that, actually being able to focus on your own race is great. Now we see the white flag not coming out yet again, so several more laps here for 250B Limited. Could that work into the favor of Dudney there in 3rd? As we hold this camera shot, it looked like that might have been 2nd coming across the line. Oh, your leader coming together, I believe, with one of those downed riders.
Yeah, it'll cost him a little bit, but I don't think it'll cost him too much, as he had about a 10-second gap that last time through on Diesel Thomas. Caden Dudney going to come through only 3 seconds behind Thomas, but his lap time not quite as quickly as it was the last time through, running a 52-second lap time. Still a second faster than Diesel Thomas, but that's something to watch out for in number 2 and 3 position.
Yeah, it could be yet another battle all the way to the finish line. We're not sure exactly when the white could be coming out. We'll have to see your leader approaching the finish line as we speak. But I know if you're Dudney, he's one of those riders saying, couple more laps, I'm cutting the gap down. However, if you're Thomas there in 2nd, he said, throw the white flag, please.
He sees the blue flag. That's a good sign, right? Doing a great job keeping that front end light there through the sand section. He's going to drop into the switchback right here. It's the number 62 gas rider of Clark Robbins, who has been leading this thing out start to finish, doing an outstanding job out there on the racetrack today.
Yeah, Robbins looking strong. That gas machine looking absolutely dialed, soaking up the bumps good. As we see, got one of the riders.
734, I believe.
There we go. You see Robbins, though, having to completely switch lines as he popped up and over that single. And something as simple as that could cause a huge shakeup. We've seen it before. Lap traffic going down just in front of your leader. There's nowhere for him left to go. But right now, Clark Robbins looking ahead, riding smart, and working his way towards a championship here in 250B Limited.
Yeah, definitely fitness is going to play a factor here as these guys have been out here. This will be lap number 11 they're checking in for. White flag out. That's what I figured it'd be, about 12 laps. And that's what we're going to see here as the white flag comes out for Clark Robbins.
So now Robbins just got to do the dance one more time.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and we see, just like that.
Wow.
Definitely got hung up in that corner.
Threading the needle. Caden Dudney makes the move right there. Dropping him to the 52 second, 54 second for Diesel Thomas. So Thomas going to lose a position right there, but he's still on the box as we speak in that third place position.
Wow, riders down left and right. I'm telling you, Clark Robbins is probably saying, what is going on out here?
Landmines out there.
Everybody trying to stop me from grabbing this championship.
But he navigates through there, gets a clear racetrack in front of him as he runs through the Daytona double. They're going to make his way into this Monster Energy corner before that Monster Energy finish line. Monster Energy man doing it up, doing it well here.
Hey, you know how they do it. They're going to do it. They do it right out here at Daytona. He enters the final corner. Whoa. Look at that. Even in the last corner, he's having to work his way around downed riders. But it will be the 62 machine of Clark Robbins grabbing the win there in 250B Limited.
Great ride for the number 62 machine. He's going to make his way up to the podium and have a word with David Iser. As we wait to see what happens here with our second place rider, we should see Dudney coming through now. There he is, Cade Dudney. Still riding some solid laps out there on cruise control. Did that last one. Diesel Thomas going to check in with us in that third spot and round out your top three. Awesome ride for him. And again, guys, if you're in the LCQ for the Futures, GDB down there in the staging area, getting ready to get in the starting line. Also, 2 p.m. The main event for the Futures is now 2 p.m. That's an important update. We didn't want to overlap the Open A class, so 2 p.m. will be our Futures main event. Also, guys, the gray and black water, absolutely no dumping your gray or black tanks. It is against the law. It'll get you kicked out for some MX Sports future events, so that's definitely something you don't want to do. Because I'll tell you what, MX Sports, they run a great show.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, you want to be doing it with MX Sports. They are the top when it comes to amateur racing. Pro racing, I mean, they do it right. Let's put it like that. The last thing you want to do is get yourself in trouble for something as silly as that. So make sure you guys aren't dumping those tanks and paying attention to it. And like we said, that main event for the Futures, this is for the racers as well as the fans. You need to be figuring out your spot on the fence, get it picked out, and get there by 2 o'clock as we are moving that main event to 2.
Here we go on the starting line. One board goes up, and we're going to turn it over. Race number 19 on the track right now. Race number 19 is our 65cc 7 and 9.
And looking like the 322 might have been slingshotting around the outside for that lead.
Got a little bit of pile up there again in the second corner. That'd be Parker Beckington on 322 if that's who it is. It is the Cobra mounted 322 of Beckington. Logan Ricken in the number 2 position on the number 16 machine.
So taking a look, and we talk about the way the track develops and how it's different for different riders. You see the smaller bikes just goes to show how big the braking bumps are, how deep the ruts are. And these riders, the best of the best out here, whether it's on the 65s or whether it's the 450s, and man, they are showing you why. As you see your leader skying out the doubles, he said, I don't care how big my bike is. I am doing these jumps. I have been working hard. We're at Daytona, baby. So I am going wide open. I'm out front. So good things right now from the 322 machine. We check in. It is Carter Holmes in the second place spot with Lorenzo Ricken sitting in third. Levi Geist in the fourth place spot. And that's the 221 checking in the fifth place spot. So a great job. That's the top 5 rundown. And obviously there on that first lap, the gap's not quite as big, but look at your leader out there just skying everything out. He doesn't care. There's ruts going all the way up the face, but he may have some comfort, some company before it's all said and done. We take a look on screen, and it looks like that is the 77 of Carter Holmes. Says, hey buddy, you've had your time out front. I want to taste of first place. As they go across the finish line once again, getting a little bit of advisement there, a downed rider off the side of the track, but the 77 charging hard. They're in the same frame now as they jet across the starting line. We have a race for the lead. Oh, and your leader getting caught up behind a lapped rider. Let's see how that one plays out. They're both able to get around the 77. The door gets closed on them. Great defensive riding from the 322 of Beckington. But there it is, the 77 of Holmes absolutely rails that and grabs the lead. What a pass there from the 77 of Carter Holmes. That was textbook technique going through that corner. Had the elbows up, the leg out. We couldn't quite see it, but I mean, the guy could have been dragging bars for all I know. That was beautiful, and almost immediately able to put a couple of bike lanes between himself and the second place rider of Parking Beckington. Now we'll see if the number 3, currently in position number 3, is able to close that gap up and get in the mix for this as well. 55s for your top 3 riders as far as lap times go. We check in once again now. Carter Holmes on the 77 out front leading the way. A bad lap for second place. Parker Beckington dropping down to a 58.9 on that. Third place, however, Levi Geist running a 55.5 once again. He is just behind your leader as far as lap times go. We'll see whether or not that gap closes down as we continue to watch the 77 on screen. Oh, and just like that, your leader goes down. He gets off balance coming out of that corner. He's trying to get the bike picked back up. There goes the number 3, so that should be at least 2 positions lost from Carter Holmes. A huge shakeup here at the front of our 65 7-9 Group 1. So now it looks like it'll be the 322 of Beckington regaining the lead, our new old leader, as everybody likes to say out here, doing their thing. And this goes to show, if you can't make the pass, stay close, see if they make a mistake and try to capitalize on it. Now getting a look at the number 3 of Geist, who I believe will be in the second place spot. Dean joining me back again here in the truck. We had a huge shakeup. There we go, the 77 of Holmes. He had made the pass for the lead, went down coming out of a corner. Now he's trying to remount a charge and pass Geist for second place.
Wow, this is intense right here. I came in the thick of it. His Geist out there leading the way. Levi Geist, a tough competitor, you know. Just getting on the 65 not too long ago and getting onto this Cobra ride. Oh, mistakes. More mistakes being made out there.
Looked like the 3 of Geist got off balance as well. There's the 322. The 77 does get around him.
Wow. Beckington, Holmes. Holmes going to get an inside right there. Get a good drive. Oh, almost going off the track. These guys are going wild out there on the racetrack right now.
This is a carbon copy of the first lap where we've got Beckington out front with Holmes chasing after. We'll see whether or not he's able to make the pass once again. Holmes looking like a seasoned vet the way he was railing some of these corners. Let's see as they get ready to approach the finish line. Your leader going to hug the inside. And Holmes following suit. Holmes looks cool, calm, and collected. Even after he went down, wasn't freaking out, was able to keep his wits about him and is remounting the charge and trying to repass for the lead once again.
Yeah, a lot of action going on the racetrack right now. They're going to come through and check in for lap number 5. Parker Beckington coming in. Carter Holmes in the second place position. Levi Geist, he is there in the third spot running your top 3. What do you see on screen there?
Looks like that might have been your leader just going down. I'm not 100% sure. We're trying to get a view here on Racer TV. I believe Beckington has regained the lead once again, and I think that is the number 3 of Geist now in second. So Holmes clearly got the speed and got the ability, but just hasn't been able to keep it off the ground so far.
Yeah, it's been a wild one for sure out there, this moto.
And look at these 65s absolutely sending it feet off the pegs.
Feet off the pegs, man. Those ruts are getting deep. You got to keep those toes in, those knees tight, and that's what they're going to do right now as Beckington leads out the number 3 of Levi Geist.
And man, look at Geist mounting a charge. He was just working his way as the white flag comes out. So Geist, if he's want to make it happen, he's got to make it happen soon.
Yeah, he knows he has one more to go. Let's see what happens here. A little checkup. The Napa is still Levi Geist leading the way. Parker Beckington leading the way. Levi Geist there in the second place position. And I'm looking to see, yes, Carter Holmes going to check in that third spot. I'm not sure what happened. He lost a lot of ground right there after that mistake, like you said.
And we talk about it, the leaders having to adapt in real time when a lap rider goes down. It is much more difficult for these smaller bikes to be able to pop out of the rut into a different line. We saw that happen with the 77 machine just a little bit ago. But as your leader, Beckington, approaches the final corner.
He's not clear. You got some lap riders. You know, before you get that checker flag, you got to pay attention. Heads up racing here for the 322.
We'll see. Looks like he's going to breeze it through that final corner. No riders down, and it will be the 322 machine of Parker Beckington grabbing the win. And man, he's got to be breathing a sigh of relief. That did not come easy. Yes. He had to work for that win.
That might have been one of the most intense motos of the day right there. A lot of things going on. A lot of pieces of the puzzle being swapped out and moved around. Parker Beckington taking the win. Going to see David Ives on the podium. Levi Geist going to finish up second. Third spot, Carter Holmes. So that's your top 3 rundown out there on the racetrack right now. Also, guys, LCQ, Futures LCQ on the starting line. They got it revved up, fired up.
Look at this. The 77 of Holmes even going down after the race. That's how hard he was working. He was pushing through the finish line.
Look at this. He's disappointed.
And he should be, man. He had the speed. I know he's bummed out. And if he can hear us out there, a great ride from the 77 of Holmes. A hard fight all the way through the finish. Got to be proud at that one.
Yeah, third place is still a solid ride out there on this tough racetrack here in the 65cc 7.9 Limited. Again, we've seen Parker Beckington with the win. He's going to go down to the podium. Levi Geist in second. Carter Holmes at third. Lorenzo Rickens in fourth. Fifth spot going to be Shannon Tarnow. Sixth spot, Joao Ferreira. Levi Letty in seventh. Tucker Tix in eighth. Ninth spot, Gunnar Lusk. And 10th spot will be Steele Leonard. Hey, we got the bike running.
Hey, absolutely. The 154 didn't get to show us what he had in the heats. Now he's got something to prove here in the LCQs. And this is going to be exciting. We hear it all the time, whether you're watching Supercross at night or whether you're here at the Ricky Carmichael Supercross. LCQs are always action-packed.
Got room for 3?
Absolutely, we've got room for 3.
I want to talk about that rider that got back out there, got his bike running again, Leo Tucker, who missed that heat race, but he's out here in the LCQ. Tucker Freight Lines, they specialize in drive and open deck heavy haul freight. They have tenured drivers behind the wheel level for freight safely, on time, with over 65 years of experience. So pay attention to Tucker Freight Lines and Leo Tucker there on the 154.
Absolutely, and there we go. Gate is down. And look at the 154 getting a great drive up the inside.
Yeah, we've seen that work for a lot of people right there, hugging that inside, not necessarily riding too hard, too deep into it. Looks like a 371 Andrew Wallace there in the 3rd spot.
But it will be the 154 claiming the lead.
That is Leo Tucker out there leading this thing out.
That is Freight Lines. Just trucked right to the front. That was well timed, everybody, with the plug.
Trucking the competition. They're going to have that on the butt patch for the next one.
He's hauling right now. Yeah, that was interesting to see him on the very inside gate. Not always the way it works, but you guys have seen that actually work a couple times so far today?
Yeah, and we've seen it on both sides as well. Drew Adams, a perfect example, leaving it wide open around the outside and comes out up front. We see things can go wrong in a hurry, though. You get a good start, but you got to bring it all the way to the finish as the 154 is trying to seal the deal right now.
Yeah, he's doing a great job out in front. I believe he was just a little too heavy on the front end right there, almost tucked him in that corner, but doing a great job of capitalizing. This one is Zabarek Suzuki and leading out this Futures LCQ.
And I believe that is TJ Squibb there in the 2nd place spot. So trying to put the pressure on, especially early, and they are breaking away just ever so slightly from 3rd place.
Yes,
it is far from over.
And then 3rd, we see the 371 of Andrew Wallace, Tristan Dares in the 73 in the 4th spot, and 5th spot is Paxton Lipinski. And we're taking the top 6 out of here. So in 6th place is Kevin Sullivan, and that's the bubble right there. That's when it gets intense.
Absolutely, yeah. Everybody, this is the last opportunity. If you're going to go for it, now is the time, especially if you're battling for that 6th place spot.
I'd be interested to figure how they play that. Oh, and exactly what I was saying. So Tucker stalls it, got to kickstart that. He's going to lose a bunch of spots. I was honestly going to say this track looks really gnarly, really difficult. So it's kind of hard to decide if you're back there. Do you try to force it to happen, or do you just hope that other riders have problems? Because I would think it's going to be hard with these ruts for everyone to have clean laps, even in a short race like this. And just like that, Tucker stalls it, and that's going to be bonus positions for everyone else. I just can't believe how difficult this is. Everyone talked about it on Friday. The riders got on track on press day, and they were like, man, it was Justin Cooper said, I feel like my back brake is on. It's so soft. Yeah. It's so deep. The ruts were so gnarly. Secrets here, don't tell anybody, but Carmichael himself is like, man, this is really kind of hard to ride this thing and do these jumps in these ruts. Ricky Carmichael himself.
Well, I was talking to Jalika Triumph, and he said this is the softest Daytona I've ever seen, and I think he might be right.
Right, and then you guys get a lot more rain on Sunday to only make it worse. So I'm just wondering how you play this here. Like, there's another mistake for our leader, Squibb. Oh, almost went over the bars, too.
That one was a kicker, Dean. We saw Paul Snoozer earlier, but that was definitely a kicker. And to your point, Jason, you talk about how soft it is. We've seen a lot of these riders going to slam into ruts in the corners, and what happens? The front tire actually sticks into the rut. They get thrown forward, and as we saw, sometimes it winds up with them on the ground.
I know that the track is rough and kind of brutal right now, but I think Squibb might need to go to the suspension guy and get some things tuned up, because that thing is tossing and turning some different ways we haven't seen before.
Well, it is interesting when you watch these riders that can push the pace pretty good like this, how much softer their stuff looks compared to what we're used to seeing riders this speed have for suspension.
Yeah, you're exactly right on that one.
A lot of movement.
And we're already starting to see Squibb got a little bit of breathing room between himself and 2nd place, so starting to move to the outside. And not quite as difficult as these inside ruts. Let me just try to carry my momentum, keep this thing on 2 wheels.
I'm going to give you guys the top 6 rundown, as that is the ones that are going to be transferred into the main event. TJ Squibb, your leader. Andrew Wallace going to move up into the 2nd spot. Tristan Dares in the 3rd spot. 4th spot is Paxton Levinsky. And then we got our 5th place rider, Casey Clinton. And in 6th, still in a qualifying transfer position. No matter what the adversity has been, Leo Tucker is trying to get it done.
So Tucker on the bubble right now. Got the mistake out of the way. Hey, if I'm still in the top 6, I'm going to get behind me.
Is this a bad joke if I say Tucker tucked it?
Oh.
Kind of happened.
He kind of did. His name, he's not Stallings, he's Tucker. So he's all right. He did kill the engine in that corner. So Squibb trying to bring it in. You know what, though? I got to say, I guess it's good practice and experience for these guys. That's really what they're after, right? And this is definitely not...
Oh! Off-track excursion for the leader. He's still...
he's on the track. He's back on track.
I couldn't tell the difference at one point. What was on, what was off. I couldn't tell if that was sand or water that he hit off to the side. But I guess that's the point. This is probably not enjoyable to have to race in this, but this is how you learn. I mean, we saw on Saturday, these are the conditions you're going to face at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to be lining up against the best of the best, you've got to be able to do it in conditions like these, whether it's the competition or the track condition. Like you said, Jason, believe it or not, it was only a couple of motos ago we were doing track work, a fresh track for the Super Mini class. Now it's already completely chewed up, ruts all the way up the face like that. I mean, completely different. Oh, getting a little sideways kick again. Squib better hang on for dear life.
And this is the leader. Just imagine the adventure that everybody else has had. Leo Tucker has moved all the way back up to second place.
He didn't like that joke, Jason. We're gonna have something else to talk about for the 154. I'm gonna guarantee it.
He's speeding up on the way to our truck over here because he wants to have a word with us about that one. I don't know. On that long shot there with the drone, I thought I saw Tucker with that Suzuki in the back. Could he actually make a run all the way to the leader? You're watching right here, Squib. There's Tucker getting closer and closer.
Yeah, Tucker definitely is chipping away at the gap.
What do we got on lap times there, Zach?
Looking like 50. Look at that. Tucker running 4 seconds faster on that last lap. And the gap, sub 4 seconds. It was 6.3 the last time around. It has definitely shrank since then. So if he continues on this track, we're going to have a battle within about a lap or so.
Oh, boy. Wow. Could he go from, what do we have, 7th at one point, 6th, all the way back to the lead? Squib trying to open it up.
Went from winning to outside of qualifying, trying to get all the way back up to the top. And that's another point worth noting, Jason. How hard is Tucker going to push? He's in a qualifying spot right now. Obviously, gate pick not going to be best regardless of how he qualifies. As the white flag flies, he might just try to get this thing into the main event.
It's tough, though, because you do hear riders say, you know, especially in these sandier conditions, that sometimes going slower is more difficult. So I think if you're him, you just keep doing what you're doing. It's the catch-22 of riding in conditions like this. The more wide open you go, the easier it gets. But that seems counterintuitive when the track's tough.
To your credit, Weege, Tom Carson and I were standing here watching the main with Jet Lawrence, and we said, does he throttle back now? No. You stay with what works, Weege, okay? Listen, your timing, your speed, you're adjusted to one thing right now. All of a sudden, we're trying to calculate or readjust that and recalibrate. I'm sorry. Next thing you know, you make a mistake because it's at a different speed. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, some hole you were jumping over, right? You're not jumping over it anymore. I don't think these conditions, Tucker's doing it. I think you're better off just doing what you're doing. Checkered flag's out. Squib is going to get it. Leo Tucker, though, what a charge.
Yeah, for sure. Leo Tucker, great ride. Remember this. It's tougher to come through lappers riding slow than riding fast.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay.
So you got to worry about that one.
All right.
Got to worry about that one as well.
Word.
Yeah. And
the fast lane hooking up some Chick-fil-A right there. Love it.
He's living the spoiled life. There's no doubt about it. Really making sacrifices here. It's been really tough on him this week.
Hey,
so
I appreciate what he's done for us.
Oh, yeah.
Those
really
sacrifices, I appreciate it, too,
he's
dude.
really done the 9-year-old doing all the heavy lifting up here.
My man.
So I'm just pumped that it actually turned out like this. We all know the rain we had yesterday. Zach, I know you guys were dealing with it up the road at the GNCC as well. But today has been beautiful. This is what everybody comes here for, to get that Florida sunshine. And we finally delivered it. But the damage is done as far as the track condition. But like I said, I think that's just to give you the experience. We got a couple friends of my son here who raced 50s earlier, and the dads are like, I don't know what happened. That's not the way he normally rides. And I'm like, I think as soon as some of them get on a track like this, it's all out the window. It's all out the window. Everything you learned on your local track at home, as soon as you get in these conditions, you're at a whole nother level of experience and dealing with these holes and these ruts. So we're going to try to clean it up before another group of 65s goes out on the racetrack. Try to make those ruts a little shallower. We'll see how long that lasts. And you can see how wet that soil still is.
So doing a little bit of track work before we set our next group of 65 riders off. I think, as you can see, one of those ruts almost a foot deep coming off the face of the jumps. And Mikey, we've seen it before. I mean, the 65 riders, they're more than capable, but at some point it starts to, the landscape starts to literally shape the directions that the bike can go when they're that small.
Yeah, when they're bar deep, and it's just a rut, and it's not the the washed out sand whoops we were blasting in Palatka just a day ago and at the GNCC. A little different.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the 65 7-9 Group 1 that is going to be coming up next. We got Levi Geist, Deegan Mullen, Easton Solardi, Riley Gale as well. That was the three. The 3 slash is Deegan Mullen. The 4 is Easton, and then Riley there on the number 5. The 7, Bradley Gardner, Steele Leonard on the number 10, Ryder Drake on the 14. The 14 slash of Mickey Fluhart, Dominic Steele on the number 20. Dominic Steele, I like that. That's a good racing name there, absolutely. The 21 of Gunnar Lusk, Lorenzo Alves on the 31, Jarrett Tishner, the 44. The 55 slash of Ryan Smith, the 77 of Carter Holmes, Braxton Shepard on the 94, the 110 of Jace Peckham, Lorenzo Ricken on the 116. And João Ferreira, I believe is how you say that one, on the 221, doing a great job out there as well. The rest of Group 1 going to be the 313 of Tucker Tix, Parker Beckington on the 322, Brayton Bowerson, Levi Letty, Steele Henderson, Roxanne DePaulo, Shannon Tarnow, Brooks Linehan, and Connor Rodriguez, as well as Maximus Carr was your Group 1. And I believe we've actually got Group 2 getting ready to go out on track. So we're going to run through those guys for you as well. We've got Braxton Gother on the number 7, Jace Musa on the 8, the 15 of Parker Langer, the 16 of Tate Brush. Already had some success. They talked to Tate on the podium this morning. Dayton Burns on the 28 machine, Levi Meyer on the number 29, Jacob Riley, the 55, the 64 of Jack Sipes. Sipes, that seems like a familiar last name.
Who could Dad be?
The little man of Ryan Sipes doing his thing out here as well. Elena Cineros on the 87, Jackson Keller on the 99, Parker Renneker on the 100, the 101 of Finn Hansen, the 111 of Cheyenne Hines, the Ryder Fredericks on the 118, Wake Davis going to be the 122, Junior Garnett on the 123, the 132 of Gavin Wilson, Declan Mead on the 132 slash, the 136 Jackson Jones, Rhett Tucker on the 152, the 200 of Tristan Hill, Brantley Tursky on the 211, Huxley Nolan on the 212, the 260 is Ashper Hall, Wyatt Rasnick on the 702, Logan Dennis on the 906, the 930 of Jackson Schwab, and Austin Kukilia on the 991. That is 65 7-9 Group 2. Going to be coming at you here in just a few minutes as we touch up the track just a little bit. And like we said before, I believe the last time we did track maintenance, the next class was going to be super mini. And we say it all the time. Some of these riders, your national caliber riders, they go and they're almost seeking the rough conditions, right? They're looking for the braking bumps, the ruts. They're showing up late on practice days, so it's as rough as possible. Now they get a chance to go out on a smooth track. Some riders might be saying, yes, I don't have to deal with those ruts. Other riders might be like, man, I've been practicing ruts for months. That was how I was going to make my speed there. Exactly. So a whole different ball game. We talk about it when it gets rough, but even when the track is perfectly smooth, it makes it challenging for some of them.
Yeah, no doubt. I love the diversity, and we certainly see that at events like Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross. We see it at Loretta's and Minios, where you have so many different levels of rider out on the tracks. We get that diversity and those line choices, and it's still good to smooth it out and see what they can do with a good clean track as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing for sure. Whether it's a 50cc or a 450cc, it is tearing the track up for sure, continuing to get deeper and rougher. And so every once in a while, especially with as great of a job as we've got, or as great of a crew as we've got here at Daytona, man, they got that thing just absolutely beautiful. And as we've seen, it's only going to take, honestly, a matter of laps before it is back to being full of braking bumps, full of ruts. And when you see riders, they come from all across the country. We've got the best of the best in all of these classes. You see so many different lines develop. Your local level, you maybe see 1 or 2, an inside and an outside. Here, it is wheel to wheel, left all the way over to the right, covered in lines. And not only that, but they're using those lines, right? It's not like one line never gets touched. We've seen even our future racers, one lap they're all the way over on the left-hand side, the next lap on the complete opposite side, searching for the best traction and the smoothest ride possible out here at the World Center of Racing Daytona. And Mikey, I know you've been here, done this before, but as somebody's first time being here in person, seeing it, I've watched you guys. I've listened to you for a long time on Racer TV. It doesn't hold a candle to being here in person.
Yeah, it is one of those things. It's funny you say that. We just ran into Wheels out there, and we were talking a little bit about coverage and being here in person, and both are amazing. Like, the coverage is awesome. If you can't come here and you're watching at home, it's stellar. But I'm with you. There's nothing quite walking on or into the track here, into the infield, world center of racing. There's so much history here, and you feel it the moment you walk in. This is a special place.
Yeah, absolutely. We say it all the time. Walking out onto Loretta Lynn's property, there's an atmosphere about it, right? Walking into Daytona's infield during bike week, after Supercross, you hear the machinery, you see the track. There's just something about it that you just can't get from home. So, and not to mention, you've got all of the sponsors, all of the vendors, all of the who's who in the industry here. So whether you're in the 50cc class or the 250c class, you never know what could happen, right? You go out, you have an impressive performance, you blow some people away, could completely change the trajectory of your racing career.
Yeah, that's absolutely it. And then just, being a part of Daytona and Daytona Bike Week, whether you're into two-wheel racing or four-wheel racing, you're just a motorcycle fan, this is where it's at in the world right now, is being down here in Daytona. You guys, we had Arena Cross nearby Friday night. We had Supercross Saturday. There's GNCC going on up the road, ATV Saturday, bike race yesterday, and I know a lot of people kind of double dipped. Either, hey, I'm racing GNCC, I'm going to go to Supercross and watch that, or hey, went to Supercross, now I'm going to go race GNCC. We start all over again here on Monday with Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross. It doesn't stop. We go back ATV racing, and then I know Megawatt's favorite, Vintage, tomorrow. There's just something for everybody. And then obviously Bike Week. So this is where it's at, like in the universe. Okay, let's just call it what it is.
Yes, absolutely. If there's one place I want to be, it is here in Daytona during Bike Week, and for sure, it's been an exciting day already. I can't stress enough how much work the track crew has done. Even when we got here late last night, they were out there putting the final touches on it, and even still this morning, so a little bit of moisture in the air. Like I heard you say, it's not fog out here in Florida, right? But they do a great job and get this track beyond raceable. They get it truly in great shape to where the riders can perform at their best ability, show what they've got. And like we said, when you get on some of these national circuit races, I like it a little rougher, a little deeper. It gives these guys a taste of what's in store for them.
Yeah, it lets you know you're at a national. There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely. And so as we can see, got a full team out there, right? We got all the equipment you could ask for, and then some, as we get ready and finish getting loaded in that second group of 65, 7, and 9. Don't forget, guys, attention in the pits, futures racers as well as fans. We have moved that main event to 2 o'clock. Once again, main event less than an hour away now. At 2 o'clock, we will be sending the Supercross Futures out, so moving that up to 2 o'clock. Can't stress that enough. Make sure, I'm saying 135, 140. If you're a fan, you need to start heading towards the fence. Where, I mean, the grandstands are going to be packed, Mikey. So you want to get snack, get a cold Monster Energy. They're handing them out up there, and then find a spot on the fence or in the stands to enjoy the Supercross Futures main event coming up in just over half an hour. But still tons of racing to go from there, and that's what I mean. You can thoroughly enjoy watching a 65 race out here, right? I mean, well, we can say it. It's some of the local races. I've been fortunate enough to call it all over the country. It's not always the most packed field. Guess what? It's somewhere like this, somewhere like Minio's, somewhere like Loretta's, and of course RCSX. You've got the turnout, you've got the riders, and they've got the skill to where it's just watching a mini Supercross battle. That's all it is.
Yeah, all the great talent coming together. To your point, you run a local, you might get 1 or 2, maybe 3, 4 really fast guys, but when you get to this level, you got 10, 12, 15 guys sometimes that are certainly capable of going out there and make something happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so cool. You start to see those 1 or 2 riders, right, from North Carolina for me, or maybe up there by Ironman from you. Those guys are the heroes of their local series.
Oh, right?
For sure. They show up, and a lot of times they're pretty confident, hey, at worst, I'm going to finish second. They show up to some of these national caliber races. Everybody is somebody, right? Everybody's the guy at their local track. Now it's time to test, hey, if I got what it takes to race the best in the country, even the best in the world. We've got riders from different countries coming out to show what they've got, because they know, hey, if I want to make an impression, I got to do well here at RCSX.
Yeah, one of the beautiful things, just our sport continues to help itself grow, and when you have guys that stay in the industry so long and they're passing that knowledge down onto the next guys, and having events like this for 15 years now, we've been watching, and you think about that's something to put in perspective. We've been doing this for 15 years now, and you have kids that are approaching, they're knocking on the door of that pro-level rider who they've just always known this has existed. Not necessarily the case. We didn't always have events like this.
Absolutely, yeah. I remember watching some of the social media throwbacks throughout the week leading up to this. I believe even Cooper Webb out there, right, spinning it on the Honda, showing what he's got. I mean, this is a true proving grounds, and throughout the rest of the year, it's motocross racing. Yeah. Right here, this is one of the only opportunities where you get to show, hey, I can do it in Supercross format as well. It's a main event style race rather than a two-moto format, so really giving these amateur riders an opportunity to compete and get the true feel of being a Supercross rider out here in Daytona. So great stuff going on right now. Touching up that last little bit of track maintenance. Like we said, 65-79 Group 2 coming up after this, and can't give our sponsors enough props out here. Of course, Monster Energy on board with us, not only just as a sponsor, but they're out here slinging drinks. I just got one of those Monster Energy Zero Sugars a few minutes ago. That's why I'm sounding so excited. No, I'm just kidding. I'm excited anyway, but I do have a little Monster Energy in me. Of course, Rocky Mountain ATV MC with us as always. Boxo USA. Man, I am telling you what, check online on the social medias. They've got the Boxo USA toolbox that some of our lucky champions are going to be taking home. That thing is sweet, and it is stocked to the brim with some of the best tools that you can ask for, exactly what you need for going racing. And so be sure to stop by and check that out. Or of course, if you're watching online, you can go to boxousa.com, Boxo Tools, and get your very own as well. Fox, FMF, Thor, Sunoco Racing, Takaraki, Kenda, Cosmetic, Dunlop, Hoosier, Oakley, Arma as well. It's hot out here, all right?
Yeah, that's right.
Get you some Arma hydration, all right? We had it out there at Loretta's, keeping us going. And, of course, all of our great OEM sponsors as well, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Honda, Cobra, Yamaha, KTM, Husqvarna, as well as Gas. And just like Dean was saying, Triumph in the house with us as well this weekend. So great stuff going on. I do believe I'm hearing some revving. I think we maybe got some 65s fired up. Means we are wrapping up track prep, getting ready to drop the gate once again. There it is. 2-minute card is up in the air. Thought maybe we get a little sway of the hips.
Yeah, right.
He's saving that up for the pro race, I guess.
It's coming up.
He's got the shades on, though. He's looking good. And just like that, the 1-minute card getting ready to go sideways. And here we go. Be on the lookout. Where is that lead going to come from? A couple riders struggling to get off the gate. Looks like the 132's got a good drive. Not sure if he's going to hang on to it.
Oh, Gavin Wellsian.
Yeah, Gavin doing a great job coming out of Orlando, so a relatively local boy out here at Daytona. But is that the 260? So Ashburn Hall, North Carolina native out there, showing what is up. And look at that, taking advantage of the smooth track, able to keep the pace up. He's out front, not getting sprayed with roost, and trying to check out right now. Be on the lookout. I believe that's the number 16 sitting there in the third place spot. Tate Brush already raced this morning, got him a championship, so he knows how to get the job done out here at RCSX.
Absher Hall, your rider leading the way out there. Gavin Wellsine in the number 2 spot. Tate Brush, rider Zach mentioned there in third. Braxton Guthrie in the number 4 spot. Jack Sipes back in 5th. It's Parker Langer in the 6th spot with Austin Chicken Killa. I probably butchered the name, Austin. I'm sorry, buddy. I'll pick it up. But I like it. It rhymes. Levi Meyer in 8th. 9th is Cheyenne Hines. And rounding out that top 10 is Huxley Nolan.
Hey, real quick, side-by-side battle for the lead. The 132, Gavin trying to run it up the inside. He's going to have the inside in this next corner. But he says, I'm not waiting till the corner. I'm making the pass up and over that jump. And it goes to show, in some of these smaller bike classes, the difference is being able to do the jumps, right? Most of your 250A class, they're able to get over these obstacles, no problem. Your 65s, your 50s, that's where you start to see, hey, can they jump all the doubles? Can they get across the tabletops? Oh, a couple of your leaders almost getting together with a down rider there. But they're both able to get away clean. So the 132 had the early race lead, dropped back down to 2nd, and has repassed. And look at that, Mikey, almost immediately puts a couple of bike lanes between himself and 2nd place Ashburn Hall.
Yeah, a few riders going down there already into lap traffic, and we're just now on lap 3. And Absher checks up a little bit right there. Some yellow flags out there as well, as these guys had to check up a bit. But now there goes Gavin.
Look at that, Gavin.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't care how many riders are going over the jump. I'm still sending it because I know I've got Ashburn Hall breathing down my neck.
Yeah, Absher trying to do that work, not let him out of his sights. Tate Brush back in the 3 spot. Braxton Guthrie in 4th, and Jack Sipes rounding out your top 5. There's a good shot.
The number 16 machine trying to get in this battle in the top 2. And looking for your leaders on screen here. Look at him going so fast. Camera's having trouble keeping up. And there we go. There's the battle. And look at how deep the lap traffic is, Mikey. This is going to shake things up significantly.
Absher Hall really has to check up right there. And no line. It wasn't just because he's playing follow the leader. There was a lapper in every line.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I mean. Nothing that you can really do. And in some of these smaller classes, the difference between the speed at first place and the speed in the back of the pack, extremely different. Like you said, a lot of yellow flags flying right now. But your leader doing a fantastic job of making his way through.
Look at that. Good form in the corner. Rolling now, 4 laps completed for Gavin.
Napster trying. He's still got him in sight, right? They say if you can see him, you can catch him, you can try to make the pass. So Absher hanging on for dear life, trying to reel back in the 132. And look at that, your leader getting ready to go up. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders right there in front of him. He's going to have to get through over this next straightaway. And this could be a big shakeup, especially on this back straightaway. If some of the lap traffic isn't doing the doubles, isn't jumping those jumps completely, your leader's going to have no choice but to check up.
Yeah, absolutely. Gavin running a 49.8. His best was lap 2 with a 47.5. I think some of that lap traffic has played a factor in that. And then Absher Hall running right there in the 50, trying to see somebody standing out. Pretty locked in right now. Jack Sipes running a 52.3 and Braxton Guthrie a 52.5.
So the lap times matching up with the track positioning right now, waiting to see if any of those riders can drop a second or two, try to catch up on the rear wheel. I believe that was your leader that just went by. There is Hall. So if anything, I want to say that your leader out front might be stretching it back out some. Normally, a lot of times the lap traffic costs your leader, right? But might be a little different case this time.
Get that that kind of accordion effect. Pull away, pull them in, pull away, going back and forth. Gavin having no issues, really.
And I'm telling you what, Gavin not afraid to send it close to some of those other riders. He is focused on what he needs to do. Now checking back in, headed down his back straight. I believe that's the number 16 we see launching. And look at that, white flag is waving. So 1 lap left to go here for 65, 7-9 Group 2. And trying to catch sight of your leader. There he is, the 132 machine. Gavin Wilsian coming out of Orlando. He ain't worried about the heat. He said, I've been dealing with this all. This is backyard weather. What are you talking about?
This is not hot to him. A Florida man.
Yeah, exactly. A Florida man tries to run away with the 65 7-9 Group 2 win, as he has got just about 1 corner left to go. Looking like he ought to be able to deal with the lap traffic from 1 rider right in front of him, but he doesn't have any immediate pressure behind him. And look at that, going to take a look back, make sure he's okay. And there it is, the 132 machine going to take the win and the championship. So Gavin Wilsian going to be your 65 7-9 Group 2 champion here from Daytona. And look at that. Look at that. The passion, the emotion. I'll tell you what, Mikey, I saw tears up on the podium earlier today. Guaranteed. And I'm not talking about from mom. I'm talking about from the riders themselves. Little 65 rider. He's like, I don't even know why I'm crying. That might have been the first time he cried happy tears. Yeah. But I don't care how young they are. They are working hard.
Welcome to your first core memory, kid.
Exactly. Exactly. So some great stuff going on right there in 65, 7-9. Group 1 and 2 were barn burners. They're keeping us on our toes. The action always hot in these mini bike races. Don't forget, we are less than 30 minutes away from our Supercross Futures main event. Once again, we have moved that to 2 o'clock, so want to make sure all of our racers and fans, all of our fans know, got to get on the fence, got to get ready, because we are going to be Futures racing at 2 o'clock. Looking like we have got race 21, Senior 40 Plus, coming up next. Tony LaRusso, Keith Poole, Gabriel Guadardo, Barry Karsten, Corey Romero, Duke Reese, John Grew, Brian Kukilka, Mark Powers, Brian Comnure, They're making me work for it out here, folks. Give me a break. Tory Lang, Nathan Miller, Michael Mercer, Matt Williams, Justin Smith, Jeremy Cook, Marcos Colvero, Tony Padone, George Finch, Corey Kimball, Jal Marquez. Let's see as the gate drops, trying to get an idea. Looks like that might be Big Bad Barry Karsten grabbing the whole shot in the plus 40 class. And that is bad news for the rest of the field. The 31, Barry Carson, coming out of New Jersey, the RM Army. I mean, in the RM Army, that guy's definitely probably a general, a colonel maybe at this point. And he is looking good out front right now, but he is far from alone. Look at that, somebody sending it up the inside. Going to try to get a number. It looks like that is the 360. Jeremy Cook, the Pennsylvania native. And just like that, he moves into the lead when they take the green flag.
Ooh, on the move. All right, let's see. Jeremy Cook, 40 years old, so he is new to the class. Barry, 57. Not taking anything away from anybody. Don't forget that main coming up at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Jeremy Cook leading the way, the Bear. Barry Carson in second, John Gruey in third, Shane Keller in fourth place, and Tony LaRusso running out that top 5. Oh, I missed Michael Mercer. Sorry, Michael Mercer in 5th. It's Tony LaRusso in 6th.
Michael, mercy sakes alive, Mercer. We're going to make that one start.
I love that.
I can think we can make it happen. The 360. Talk about mercy sakes alive. Did you see him jumping that single,
yes,
trying to get past Barry Carson? Was curious to see if he'd do it once he was out front. I think that was, he didn't want to let Barry lead a lap. He didn't want to give him credit. So the 31, though, not giving up. He was under some pressure from Gru just a minute ago, but he's actually able to stretch it back out, and now is trying to mount a charge back on your leader.
Tony LaRusso has jumped. He must have heard me. He said, you said I was in 5th? No, I'm not. I'm in 6th. But now I'm in 4th. Shane Keller drops to 5th, and Michael Mercer now back in the 6th spot.
So there you go. And look at that, a freight train of riders out front right now, wheel to wheel, all pretty evenly separated. So we'll have to see. This ought to be a relatively nice track for these riders as well. Only thing spinning laps on it before them was the 65 class. Yeah. So braking bumps shouldn't be out of control. Ruts shouldn't be too bad. Really going to let these guys do battle. So senior 40 plus right now doing their thing as the 360 of Jeremy Cook continues to make it happen. Jason, we saw it. Barry grabbed the whole shot.
I know. It's been a little rough on Barry this time around. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, Jeremy Cook, this is what I'd love to see, man. This dude's been at this, not quite Barry level, but he's been at this for a long time. Always running the 360. Remember him in his pro days as well. So, and I saw Tony LaRusso down in staging. Yeah. Good to see Guri back out here as well. And Kelleher, they call him Scary Guy, running in the number 5 spot. A legend up there in New England. So I love these classes, man. These guys all have war stories. We've all hung out with them here and there. We remember some of them in their pro days and where they specialize or where they come from. And then we get like this reunion every time. Like right now.
Like that, yes.
That's a battle.
I believe that was LaRusso making the pass
on Barry.
On the back wheel right there.
Yeah, man. LaRusso on the 4 moving forward. He was super fast here last year. LaRusso, one of those guys that could score points at Southwick probably through age 70. He wanted to keep the pro license. But Jeremy Cook, I think of Pennsylvania, if I remember right. Yeah, leading the way right now on that familiar 360, but watch for LaRusso.
And the young gun, 40 on the dot.
Oh, so he's ready. So that's what seems strange to me. Yeah. I don't think of Cook as one of these old grizzled warriors yet, but I guess we're here.
Congratulations, you've made it.
You made it, yeah. You're 40. You're really old in motocross terms. You'd be young if you were the up-and-coming CEO at a company. Right. You got 30 years ahead of you. But what he's got to deal with right now is LaRusso, who we saw make the move on Karsten. Here he comes on that number 4.
LaRusso trying to run the tight line, had closed that gap up significantly. Over that last lap, though, Cook, I'm not sure if he wicked it back up or what, but he's kind of kept him at bay. But LaRusso said, I'm at bay no more. It is time. He's trying to pull the trigger and make the pass.
What are the lap times here for LaRusso?
LaRusso turned in a 51.4. His fastest was a 50.944. So he is the fastest man on the track with the fastest lap.
Just about a second faster than Jeremy Cook the last time around. But Cook able to kind of keep yo-yoing back and forth. Here and there, he's able to stretch the gap back out. So LaRusso going to have to put a good run together.
A lap traffic actually helped Cook. It's obviously sometimes the opposite when you're the leader. So now LaRusso is going to have to rebuild, and more traffic. And remember, it's 40 plus, so you got workaday guys and you got local hotshots all on the track at the same time. LaRusso's all the way down to the right, and that's going to be enough to make the move.
Oh, trying to fire back. Will he get? Oh, gets held up by lappers.
There's nowhere to go.
Oh, man.
Cook had no option there but to tuck back in behind LaRusso. Did you see LaRusso hit him with the double wheel tap through the rollers?
Yeah.
Flying into that single.
I got to imagine he's got some sand skills being the Southwick native. That was Daytona 500 style. We were like 4 wide
Beautiful,
coming out of
yes.
that right-hander. And LaRusso going to try to get away now. LaRusso's always been fast, but I think it was last year or maybe the last 3 years here that he has been like a bullet to the front in these age divisions. If we go back to Karsten on the 31 in third.
Shane Keller and Michael Mercer are going to round out your top 5 the last lap around.
What happened to Gruy? Gruy was moving forward.
Yeah.
Buddy Frenchie, Greg Paymart around him now.
Didn't see what happened, but he has faded.
Yeah, dropped down to 7. Curious whether or not he had a tip over.
Yeah, he's about he's still on that same pace, but yeah, slowed down by a couple of seconds, so certainly something happened with John.
As we watch Karsten in the 31 looking for a podium here. LaRusso trying to tuck it away. I like how LaRusso, he ran all the way on the far end, the right side of that big front straightaway, and that's what they learn in those sand tracks up there in New England. Got to work the edges when it gets rough. Try to find that last piece of real estate no one else has touched. See Cook here in second. Still got LaRusso in his sights.
Gregory Paymar and John Gruy pick up a position. Michael Mercer drops back to the 7 spot. Don't forget, guys, Tim Cotter texted us. He said, everybody, if you're in the top 10, you get an award. Please pick up the awards because he is taking $1 out of all of the announcers' pay per award he has to take back to the office. Please pick up your awards. After about 5 awards are gone, I don't get paid.
Hey, yeah, you're in the negative. Hey, I'm going to bring home 300 awards myself just to claim that they were claimed. We got an annual tradition of some trailer full of plaques having a blowout as soon as it gets on the road from the Morgantown office because we overload those things. We do not want to bring them all back. We're probably over the GVWR when we bring those plaques down here. So LaRusso might have this 40-plus class tucked away. That's a long drive down there from New England, but he's making it worth the while. Cook, Karsten, another New England native with Kelleher there. Scary guy, as they call him, at Southwick is 4th. And let's see if Gruy can get it back going. In the 5th place spot, he's back ahead of Greg Paymart on the MKS backed. Said he's got a whole bunch of boxes of shoes back there. Go see him.
There you go.
It's kind of by where the motorhome lot is, the NASCAR driver motorhome lot. I saw him like another block past that. He's got a giant trailer.
Look for the French liner.
Look for the French liner, is that they
right.
call it? The
Yeah,
French liner. Oh, God.
He's even got the tattoo, if I'm not mistaken. French liner.
French liner. Okay.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Mm-hmm. He's committed to the cause.
So is LaRusso here. Half a lap to go. Uh-oh. Some lap traffic. How close is Cook? He's pulled away now.
He's wondering that as well.
Mm-hmm.
LaRusso looking over that shoulder.
All right, just bringing it home. Tony LaRusso, one of the, there's probably a dozen of these guys that are just the legends of Southwick. Now, building a legacy at Daytona, taking the 40-plus win. Good to see Tony getting it done. Had to work for it, too. Don't know if he had a problem early in the race or just a bad start, but he had to work. There's a celebration. A little bit different that we end the race toward the infield side of the speedway here this year. And I think it was Jeremy Cook coming across in second. Karsten and Kelleher are third and fourth. Gruy, Paymart, Jeff Curry, George Finch, Gabriel Guardado, and Corey Romero round out the top 10.
Weege, I came through. You said you were talking to, LaRusso in staging. Well, I was right behind you. I was messing with Frenchie, of course.
Yeah.
And the guys all around him.
With Frenchie as well.
I introduced myself to these guys, Mercer, this, and I said, hey, you guys, somebody go out and put a knobby on him and make me say something. Somebody go up and show me an elbow. You know what I mean? Give me something to talk about. And we were using Frenchie for the victim, and these guys were eating it up. Love those age classes, like you said. But, man, we have got a good one right here.
Yeah, so Senior 40-plus is in the books. That was race 21. Now we're into Schoolboy 2. That's 250F Schoolboy division. Oh, riders off the track, and you still see the standing water that's left on the side. And now we got a pile up in the next corner. do those S-turns. Wow, that changed in a hurry.
Yeah, Weege, look at the speed through there. For as short as this track is, that's a big, big speedway right there.
Yeah, that's kind of the trademark of Daytona, right?
Right, exactly. I love it.
Yep. And it's kind of weird, too, because it's got that little kink. It's not completely straight. It's following that somewhat tri-oval shape. The tri-oval shape is not quite round. It's not quite straight.
Right.
It's a little bit in between.
But Logie Bear, what he's doing right now is he is carving a perfect
Logie Bear.
Yeah.
Logan Best.
Logan Best,
Logie
man.
Bear.
Logie Bear,
Logie
man.
Bear.
That's the kid. Listen, I hate to use the term. I'm not going to even say it. I'm not even going to say it. The guy is so likable, so approachable.
He's such a nice kid, no doubt about it.
Yeah, Logie Bear, to me, when I say it, he grins. So I hope he takes it as a compliment and, you know, on the right way, but he seems to like it.
Well, coming after the picnic basket of him is Luke Fowler, back in action after some injuries for a while. I talked to him on Saturday morning. He was part of the Futures. Oh, mistake by Logan Best.
Absolutely. Down in there a little deep. Got one wheel in, one wheel out, and could have been a bad situation right there. Allows Fowler to close the gap.
So anyway, talking to Fowler, he's working his way back from those injuries. Got to do some Supercross riding before this at SOB. But, man, Best was really good in those twisties there and opened up probably about 5 bike lengths now. The Yamaha man leading the way.
Yeah, I know you watch his social media. I know you see Logan's training stuff, and he really works on technique. I mean, the guy, and everybody does. Work on style, work on technique.
Yeah.
But this guy concentrates on it by a nice little manual into the hump right there. Wonderful technique. Fowler, man, he's putting things back together right now, picking things up. Had a issue earlier in practice, I think, the other day. But right now, the 462 right up onto the rear fender. If Best makes any kind of mistake whatsoever, Fowler's in control.
You got Diesel Thomas up to third. Geez, I remember Diesel Thomas when he first arrived here, winning on a 50 in the early days of this event. How do you forget a name like that? And Caden Dudney, who was going fast just a couple of motos ago, is fourth. Dudney, who knows, man? He might have the stuff to go after these guys right now. Dudney coming off mini bikes, and there it is. You see that Kawasaki in fourth. I think you might be able to argue that third and fourth, Thomas and Dudney, are actually the fastest of this group because they have closed the gap.
You absolutely hit the nail on the head. Diesel Thomas turned a 49.5. Best and Fowler, 50.0, 50.3. So maybe not even a half a second. Well, yeah, just a little over a half a second.
Riding that front wheel hard into the corner is Diesel Thomas.
Chuck Sun style.
I was going to say, giving Megawatts some flashbacks to 1980 there. Ride that front wheel to the last second in the braking bumps. There's Diesel Thomas and the green Kawasaki of Dudney. You'll see him. The riders in the center portion of the track got a flashback over the start straight. We got a battle on our hands.
Yeah, because the problem for these guys is Dudney, when that guy gets on a burner, he will take a bad line to make a pass. He's not afraid to get a skip or a jump or a swap to get by you, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I think there was a good Thomas versus Dudney, Clark Robbins battle not too long ago. And we might have another one here with Best and Fowler in the mix. What I'm impressed was, man, first lap and a half, Fowler was all over. Best was looking to make the pass. Best has responded. So we watched Diesel Thomas here in the 524.
You know, I don't want to keep talking about just your leader, but Logan Best, when he's comfortable and he's doing everything textbook, that's when it is fun to him. It's not fun to him when it's swapping. It's not fun to him when he's missing marks and shit like that. And most people it's not.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, when that guy is doing it correctly, he's having more fun than anybody, and it shows.
Dudney is on a roll right now. He has caught Diesel Thomas, and this is the battle. You're watching the number 40 Kawasaki of Caden Dudney versus the 524 of Diesel Thomas versus some lap traffic versus this track. Meanwhile, it looks like Fowler is reset and is going to launch another attack after Logan Best. Oh, look at that. Dudney trying to make the move. He was side by side with Thomas.
Yes, flung that thing sideways to make it happen. Went in another rut. You can't make the pass by phone, and look at Dudney going to work on him.
Oh, had a wheel on Thomas. Thomas had to hold him off. A lot of racing to watch on this track with these battles up front and third and fourth. Dudney made the move. Used the outside and makes the pass for third.
That's what I meant. It was the available line.
Yep.
He used it.
He did it. And it's Fowler. Oh, there's Diesel Thomas just stumbling in that corner. Missed the line. But I want to see, did Fowler also make the move on Best while Dudney made the move on Thomas.
I think you're correct.
Yeah. I think we're looking at Fowler in the lead. There is Best on the Yamaha in second. And look at Caden Dudney. What a charge. Man, he made up 3-4 bike lengths on one section of rollers on Logan Best. So you see the KTM in the corner now, and this is second and third, the Yamaha and the Kawasaki, and Dudney off the track. Mud bogging it.
Absolutely. Just kept the feet up and the gas on, Weed. Brought that thing back in through the whoop section. He looked like Roxon the other night.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
What is there a rhythm to this? Nah, I'm just going to hit the top. As long as I hit the top of these bumps, I'll be just fine.
Good stuff.
Dude, if you're Diesel Thomas, you got to be like, what just happened? I was focusing on second. I thought I had it, and then all of a sudden, like a tornado came by, and it was Dudney on a roll. Best is feeling the same thing. Dudney's going right now.
Absolutely. Dudney knows where he wants to be. Okay, there's nothing going to stop him right now except Cade Dudney, I believe.
Here's that power run around the outside. Watch a 40. He just puts the back end to the ground, finds traction. Is that going to be enough? He's on the outside, over jumps the wall, no problem.
Oh.
Now he tried to avoid the lap rider, and whoa, he and Best almost tangled wheels.
That was close. That was a good heads-up play right there to move out of the way.
And listen, that's the backside of that style. Okay, when you hang it out and you let her and you take that bad line, you know, you better be willing to pay the price. But the rewards are huge. Take a look.
Oh, he was. Remember, he was off the track in the mud a lap ago. Didn't disrupt his rhythm at all. Now, the only thing is, now that Fowler has taken the lead, he has really put the hammer down. Pulled away from Best. So Dudney's got some work to do. This is coveted, man. Schoolboy 2. Some of the best B riders in the business in this class. Dudney, can he close the gap? Your leader putting a rider a lap down.
Fowler is known for breaking away when he gets out front.
Yeah.
Can he work through the pack? Absolutely. When he gets a start, does he take off? Certainly. But once he gets there from a battle, he takes full advantage of it until there's nothing left in the tank.
Okay, so this is going to be fun to watch. I mean, Fowler, you just watch Fowler walking around. That kid is tough. I mean, I think he could go out there in the football field right now if you wanted to. Oh, Landon Gibson, finally get a look at him. He's moved up to fourth. Clark Robbins going with him. Landon Gibson just joined that Rockstar Husqvarna team. I think he's only 14, so he's pretty young for this 12 to 17 class, but
he's been turning some laps, too. He did not have a good start, but he went to work, and he's been very consistent right in that 49 mark and just kind of slowly chipping away at this. And he had a 5-second gap a moment ago, and he has pretty well eclipsed that.
Yeah, he's right there with Logan Best. He's looking for third. So, man, just when you think you've seen all the contenders, let's get another one with Gibson, who's right there behind Best. That's for third.
Dudney and Gibson, only two guys turning 49s.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what you see when you watch the screen. Who's making time, who's moving forward. This is 23 of Gibson. So, best lap times on the track right now.
I have to tell you, Weeds, that's not line choice. Dudley proved that. It's drive and determination. Keep moving forward. Keep finding the traction. And I got to tell you, he's used some odd lines. He's made some great passes, and he's just kept that ground speed up, period.
Oh, that was a mistake by Best. Did not get the ruts the way he wanted on the exit of that corner, and that allows Landon Gibson to move up to third.
Just kept applying the pressure right there. Forced him into a little mistake amongst the lapped riders.
That was
and white flag out now.
Oh, jeez! How did he was surfing that front wheel? How did he not go down?
Save!
And look at this battle ahead of them. I suppose that's all lap traffic, but those dudes are having the battle of death. So they're not going to pull over or move. I mean, they came down. These guys are probably like, hey, man, I don't know what position I'm in. It could be 8th, it could be 18th or 28th. I'm just trying to make passes. Yeah. They don't care that Landon Gibson's right behind them.
I think this plays into my point. David Eisner and I were talking about the track layout.
Yeah.
Is it a little mellow? Is it short? Is it whatever? No. What I think it is I think it's a racing track. Listen, anybody can go fast on a smooth track. That's right. But remember this. Fast riders go really fast on a smooth track. Now, when you get back to where these guys are really evenly matched, 54, 54, 54, 54.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to see your tighter racing on this track.
Dudney got it done. I saw I could not, honestly, I'll just admit, which guys were lapped and which were not.
Right.
We had that drone shot. He did make the move on Fowler in that kink. Fowler will end up second, so Caden Dudney, we picked him up on the radar at about fourth, made the move, I think just after the white flag came out. I saw the Kawasaki rider through those S-turns before they crossed back across the start, but I couldn't tell who was lapped and who was not. That was Fowler. That was the pass.
Cade Dudney's last lap was 2.5 seconds faster than Fowler, 3 seconds faster than everybody else.
It showed.
Last lap.
I mean, he had a huge gap to make up. So Caden Dudney not giving up, and he was fresh off the racetrack. He raced not that long ago.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So that kid is tough and making the transition to the 250F without trouble. We go to 85, 10 to 12, Group 1. Now this will be interesting how these lines work out on these 85s. It'll make them look like 50s with how big these holes are.
Yeah, that's one thing that didn't change. When they modified the track, it's still going to chew up the same. Okay, no matter how big the jumps are or how long the straightaways are, it's still going to chew up because it's the same soil.
I think that's either Jeffrey Drysdale or Grant Byrne. We have two number 5s out here in the lead. There is a number 5 in the lead. We'll find out which is which in just a moment. And that's a change right there. This one a little more familiar when you look at the 24 of Aiden Steinbrecher out of California. Aiden always running up front in these big amateur races, and he quickly takes the lead on the gas.
I think this is our leader.
No, that's not. No, that's how big the lead already is. We didn't even see him in the picture. I thought Steinbrecher was all alone. Look at that gap.
Yeah, he just exited when,
that is impressive.
Just missed him,
Yep. All right, so Steinbrecher's got work to do. Well, he's got this part dialed in. The sprint early. Oh, no!
Did.
Well, that's the downside of it. So quickly a pass made, taking advantage of all that. Was that Brayton Craiglow on the 29 Yamaha?
It is 29.
That's Craiglow.
So Craiglow, there's only a couple of Yamahas out here, and he might be the best of them. So he was side by side with Steinbrecher, made the move, leader fell, and now Brayton Craiglow going to try to bring it home.
Brayton Craiglow, he's kind of a technical guy. You know, I don't think he lets it hang out too loose. I don't think he takes many chances. You know, likes to use a good line, I think.
We're going to see that. I mean, he did all the way on the left side of that straight. That definitely was smoother. It let him get into the lead in this Triangle Cycles Yamaha. Craiglow did some 65cc riding with the Yamaha. Now on the 85, looking good.
It's a good corner.
That was beautiful with the leg up. Yep. I would like to give a shout to our early race leader. Like I said, we got two number 5s on our sheet. Then he went down.
Oh, Drysdale.
Was that Drysdale?
That was Jeffrey Drysdale.
Okay, so Drysdale had it going, but unfortunately tipped over in the ruts. So that's going to put Brayton Craiglow in the lead. Who's going to try to challenge him? Could it be Brown?
Right now, you know, it's just like a lot of these classes, Weege, don't make any mistakes. That gap is not insurmountable by any means.
We just saw Caden Dudney do that.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely possible that they could, somebody that's in 4th or 5th right now could win this main event.
Now the guy that's so technical and been carving all those corners, drugged the foot just a little bit, gave Brown half a second right there, closed the gap up just a bit.
Yeah, let's watch it here. Oh, there's a rider down. He's stuck under his bike. He's got going now. He's finally back up. Drysdale, still in the number 4 spot. So shout out to our early race leader, not giving up on it.
Rusty and the guys over at Triangle Cycle pretty pumped right now with their guy looking good.
Blue Crew out front.
Donnie Lutz at home watching, I'm sure.
He's got his 3-wheeler ready in the garage. Going to show these kids how fast he can go on one of those.
He's out of Glamis right now watching out of the motorhome.
Got the paddle tires on the back.
He's got that side-by-side out there ripping.
I got a shout out. Oh, you know what? I'm announcer's cursing all these guys. Was that Brown for the number 2 spot?
I believe it was.
He was closing in. And then the rut got him, slowed him down, stalled. So now Craiglow should have a good, solid lead.
Pick a line, Weege.
That's Jeff Emig used to say, that's a pair of corduroy pants that take off of that jump. That's just a bunch of grooves.
You know, for a while we couldn't. The kids didn't know what the heck we were talking about. Now,
now you're right. They're like, what? Yes, exactly.
Now they know.
Yeah, now they're telling us.
Yeah.
They've all Googled it and saw the new trend.
Yes,
called corduroys.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, there was a good 20-year gap or so. Look at the lead.
I've still got them.
Craig Lowe has now. Well, yeah, Mega, you just keep the closet the same, and eventually
That's true. We had that discussion.
It all come back around.
Listen.
There's Brown. So after stalling, he's got a lot of ground to make up.
So coming up here in just a few moments, folks, going to be our main event for our 250 Supercross Futures, and we've raced them down. We've got the gate set. Going to be 2 o'clock, slightly after as we come to completion here with this 85cc 10 to 12. Going to have 2 groups of this one, so I'm not sure if we're going to run them off next or not.
I believe this is Gage Brown we're looking at here, coming out of Texas and looking to make a name for himself, because even in the 10 to 12 group, there are some established names like Craig Lowe, like Steinbrecher, who I was mentioning, Sawyer Geek, Joey Vicari. They've been fast in the smaller bikes. So if you're Drysdale or Brown, you're just trying to show that you can run with these guys, and Brown definitely had the speed in this moto. There's Vicari on the 127 going by. Man, I hope these kids get their rut practice wherever they're putting in their time, because you're going to need it on this track.
No doubt.
I think that might be, honestly, those takeoffs to the jumps, that might be the hardest thing to explain to someone who's just, watching a Supercross race at home and isn't too familiar with it. It just, when you're coming up on those things and knowing you have not an inch and a half of play to work with. I mean, you've got to put that front wheel right on the money as you're taking off from a jump, and you don't even think about it when you watch these guys, because the corners, the ruts are a problem, but the jumps, no problem at all. We're talking 12-year-olds.
Yes. Oh, exactly. Again, Craig Lowe bringing it through, looking really good right there, back in that number 3 position. And when you mentioned that corduroy, when you look at the drone shot, you and I can identify, Mikey, we can see that hump starting to develop in each one at a little different space. So if you're used to hitting it halfway up, hitting that bump, or wheeling out of that, and you have to move over here, now you're hitting that bump at a different spot.
Yeah, that'll change in a hurry. And
that doesn't show.
No, you definitely can't see that, not even with the drone. Those where the kicker is. And also I want to say, I mean, we just literally ran Schoolboy 2. Some really fast kids on 250Fs. What do we have? Track maintenance, 40-plus Schoolboy. Oh, no, Craig Lowe tips it. Did he stall the bike? That might make all the difference. Now, Steinbrecher, I think, is also in the mix. So this could put Brown in the lead, Steinbrecher in second. And is that it?
I think that was it. I saw checkers.
Right there?
That's it. That's all.
And Sawyer Geich makes it by and puts him in the 3rd position right there. That's it.
Well, did we just have a tip over in the last corner?
Yes. Steinbrecher
cost Craig Lowe the win.
And off the box.
Cost him the podium.
Craig Lowe is leading.
Yeah.
He went from 1st to 4th in the last turn.
Dropped him clear off the box.
1st to 4th in the final turn. And I said that you're trying to run with these established kids. Remember the name Gage Brown. He gave Steinbrecher and Craig Lowe all they could handle, and he takes the win. That was huge for him. Right out of Texas. All right, so now we know that the danger zone is the final turn.
Yeah, no doubt.
Brown stalled there, and then Craig Lowe crashed in the last turn.
If that wasn't whetting your appetite for Supercross Futures.
If so, we got the Bermuda Triangle.
That's it.
Loretta's. What do we have here?
The same thing. That final turn will get you. That's right, Mega. That's the same thing at Loretta's. So we're ready for Supercross Futures. Awesome to see Drew Adams back after winning the Saturday night race here at Daytona. And still putting in the time. And we always appreciate the Kawasaki Team Green. Always supports this event. Bringing their big hitters in. We just saw Dudney take a win. And now Drew Adams going to try to do the same.
You know, it's exciting. We talk about, maybe the announcer's curse, this or that, whatever. Yeah. But, when we start talking about maybe Dudney's effort and the style and this and that, and it plays out and unfolds in front of us, man, there's nothing more satisfying than that, than to watch this guy's work really happen and play out,
Yeah, definitely rewarded. All right, here it is. Supercross Futures revs up, gate down. Not a good jump for the 300 of Adams. He's going to get pitched off.
Ooh, one rider going down right there.
And one rider off the track, almost into the soup.
We talked about that first thing this morning. Who's going to miss this one? Who's going to get punted into the pond?
Just gets thrown into the water.
Oh, yes.
Like 1950s bully pranks. Throwing people in the pool.
Exactly.
Beat it, geek.
Somebody going to get freezy.
37.
Oh,
that's Landon Peppard.
Yes.
Yeah, Landon Peppard in the lead. Peppard's been doing a couple of the Saturday night Supercross Futures races. Was there on Saturday here at Daytona. Saw him at Anaheim, and he's out front right now. But we got a long way to go.
Revin Gordon in that number 2 spot. Logan Riggins third. Fourth is Jordan Renfro. Drew Adams back there in 5th. I'd say keep your eyes on Drew in this one. Noah Stevens in 6th. 7th place, Hamden Hudson. Russell Buckcherry in the 8th place spot. Kyle Epperson 9th, and rounding out that top 10, Michael Cochran.
And I saw a KTM rider tip over in the turn after the finish line. I don't know who that was. I thought I saw the Orange Brigade graphics, so that could have been one of our top contenders. He's way back now.
Don't forget, Tim Cotter, Texas. Podiums for the 250 Supercross Futures and the WMX will be taking place in the Mobile One Victory Lane. They're going to open up those doors, and they're encouraging as many spectators to go down there and enjoy that celebration following this one.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Because, yeah, here we often just send the winner down there to talk to David Iser. We'll give you the full podium treatment in this Futures division and in WMX, which is back this year. I'll tell you who's back, Landon Peppard. Going to show everybody what he's made of.
Yes.
Look at this lead he's built up over Gordon and the rest of the field. Bar to watch is Riggins on the 122. Logan Riggins. He's looking to make some passes.
And that's the 300 of Drew Adams in the 2 spot.
Oh, so they already got Gordon? Yeah, what happened to Gordon? You already see it. That's the 300 up there.
Unless I'm missing somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So we'll wait for timing and scoring to flip when we get through the finish line here.
You know, we watched the other night. Drew, it looked like he had the whole shot when he come over through the over/under.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, GT Money was right there. A couple laps in, Money goes for the triple. Drew's right in position, put himself in a good spot, and man, just motored away. You know, did what he had to do, and right now, doing the same thing, man. He's in good position, did not get the whole shot. And when Drew Adams gets in the zone, he can click off, you know, within 2/10, 3/10 of a second every lap.
Well, he's going to need it because Landon Peppard got a really big lead on everyone early on. So we'll see how this turns out down the stretch. And, yeah, not sure what happened. We lost Gordon. He's back to 7th now. He was second early. Now he's at the back of that shot there. You just saw him with the number 125. Gordon is relatively new to the big bikes this year. 107 is Jordan Renfro, and he and Noah Stevens working together right behind this man, the 300 of Adams. And Adams just trying to methodically close the gap on Landon Peppard.
Adams worked that bike so hard Saturday night. I told you Tom Carson and I were standing, I mean trackside in that nasty front rhythm section. The grip he had on that bike with his knees to put it back in line, to keep it, the determination. You could see through the goggles, the grip. It was just absolutely incredible, the effort that kid put out.
So 122, Riggins, Renfro, and that's Hudson on the 88 Yamaha, all having a battle. Gordon is back. Revin Gordon trying to make up positions after losing a bunch early. He was second place. Now he's in 7th, but he is catching back up to that group. And now finally you can see the leader Peppard and second place Drew Adams in the same shot. There's Peppard in the lead.
Yeah, flirting with it a little bit. Gap still 5.124.
Through traffic, Adams ran a 51. Moving into the second place, he had clear track. He's dropped that to a 50.0. Noah Stevens also a 50.4. 51.3 last time for Peppard.
Oh, boy. And we're getting into lap traffic. We're seeing so much of that. So we have a shorter track. Is that what we're dealing with some of the mud prep?
Just slightly. I think it was actually maybe 160 feet or something.
Oh,
like
not
that.
a huge difference. Not a huge difference. That's just how fast. So this is then more, as you were saying, Megawatt, this track is just a big separator.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's such a larger margin of a good lap and a bad lap. when these conditions are this treacherous.
Listen, I got an answer for any wine you want. Smooth track, rough track, short track, long track. I got an answer for that. You know,
you've seen it all.
Fast guys go faster on a smooth track. Okay.
Well, the faster is the 300 of Adams, who has caught Peppard in this traffic, tried to make the move on the outside. Peppard held him off, but that is a lot of ground made up in a short amount of time. And now he's going to get him in the straightaway.
That's it. And who's going to be better in this traffic?
Oh, boy. Peppard's way outside. Peppard makes a run for it, cross the finish line. Oh, that line for Peppard worked. He temporarily gave the lead up. Gets it right back. Now he's on the inside. Who wants this run?
Wow. Oh, both riders kind of forced into a line choice right there.
Hey, shout out Landon Peppard. Adams had the pass made on that big straightaway, and Peppard has answered back to retake the lead.
And that was one serious carve between two dudes to get that inside line, two lappers.
Oh, I thought they were going to hit each other. Adams now going to work the outside again. It's right where they battled the last time around.
Now watch Adams get on the rear fender out through here in just a minute.
He is not as close as he was the last time. Oh, there he is. That's what you're talking about, Megawatt.
That was good.
Oh, he wants to get back to the right side. Nope. Peppard had it covered. Now they're going to flip-flop. It was outside, inside last time. Now it's inside, outside. Adams with the power move. Still not enough. Man, Landon Peppard, great job under pressure. Peppard to the 37. Goes down.
Heartbreak.
Oh, man.
Bounces right back up, though, Weege. Look at this. Somehow that thing was still running, clutch lever in, and away he goes. Right now, much like the other night, in control of this one is Drew Adams with a sizable gap.
Well, it is now. I mean, they were really pushing the pace. Noah Stevens was third. Renfro, Hudson, Gordon, Riggins, Epperson, and Robinson for the top 10.
Last time through, Peppard and Adams 0.2 of a second apart.
Oh, it was that good of a race. I'm bummed that we're not going to get to see the true conclusion of it with Peppard going down.
Yes.
So Drew Adams out of Tennessee rides with the Lawrence brothers at their compound about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours from here, more in the Tampa area of the state. And you know when you get to ride with them, you're learning from the best in the biz. And he's still relatively young. I think only 15 years old. So he's banking all this experience right now.
You asked Drew's dad about, you know, growing up and this and that. Hey, did you ride and all that? He said, no, man, I race cars. Yeah. He said, we're not even supposed to be here, man. I'm not really sure how this happened.
Yeah, you got to wonder, is he happy about it, or is he like, man, it's a lot of work?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of work.
Mom and Dad love it, man. They're great people, and just funny. You know, you wonder a lot of stories. You know, did he race? Did he this? And I said, no, man, I didn't. We got him a dirt bike, and he was pretty good.
He's pretty good. Yeah.
Yep.
Just out there doing Eli Tomac impressions on that rear fender. Yeah, he's pretty good.
And I click off another lap in the 250 Futures division. And Noah Stevens, shout out to him, running in second place in the number 9.7, and one mistake away from being in the hunt for the win.
Wow.
Those ruts are gnarly.
Did you catch it? They all used the same one for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And that rut changed in front of our face.
Yeah, all of a sudden it hung them up.
It took a different shape by the fourth guy.
That thing's blowed out. That thing's done been blowed out. There's the 97 of Stevens.
Blowed out.
Yeah, blown out those berms. Stevens has methodically worked his way forward. And there he is on the 97 in second place, hoping for a mistake from our leader so he can get back in there.
Brevin Gordon wicking it back up as well. He's back up into a number 5 position after dropping a few.
And is it me, or every time we say Hamden Hudson's name, he's in a battle somewhere? Yep. You know, he's in a fight somewhere.
There's Peppard, our early race leader on the 37 in fourth. Can he still get a podium after that crash? Had the lead. His turn right before this where he went down while battling Adams.
Is that crazy? You can still see water standing on the side of the track.
It is crazy.
From yesterday morning.
The sun has been shining since 7:45, like sunrise here. We have had a few clouds, but it has not been overcast, not at all. And still standing water on the side of the track. Just gives you an idea of how much rain they took on. I think it started raining about 4:30 a.m. or 5:30, something like that, Sunday morning.
4:30. It was horrible.
Yeah, torrential. And what do you say? It didn't stop till 9:30, 10 o'clock? I mean, that's good 4 or 5 hours of it.
Yeah, it let up somewhere around 7 just to give us a bit of false hope, you know. And then, man, the lightning came in, and the hard stuff really came down then.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then the break.
Yes.
And we're getting it all back together here. Just scratching the heat races and running mains so everybody gets as many laps in as they can in one big, long race.
I'm glad that people at home can't see me because when I look at these, I try to ride these ruts sometimes.
There's a lot of that.
I get so excited. Our camera guys are so good that I can see every little problem with that rut or that corner, that braking bump. Man, our guys are so good.
Tough break. Jordan Renfro dropping back to 12th now.
Oh.
Had a little get off. As a matter of fact, he's not checked in.
So that's going to put the 37 right here, Pepper, you're watching, up into third.
That was probably him they were working on right over here. Wrist, I think, maybe something. So that's a bummer, man. Renfro's a tough guy.
Yeah.
He is. He's a tough guy.
Your guy battling out there, Revin Gordon, now back to 5th. Hamden Hudson around him into 4th.
Fighting. Hamden Hudson battling, man. Nothing easy. Nothing easy.
Drew Adams, 12.5 seconds up front.
Yeah, and respect him for coming out. I would assume he's going to go to the big races in Texas coming up and racing Saturday night with the futures that he just won. So he's putting in some mileage right now.
So despite any tip overs, despite anything else, Drew Adams is still turning 51s.
Dude.
Yeah.
Second place, 54. Then we go 55, 56. So that's what I mean about Drew Adams. If he doesn't get that start, he'll find a way to position himself and let his talent work.
And the white flag, I saw it flying now. I'm not going to miss that again. Adams looking to bring that thing home. And
Kevin Bailey here.
Get a couple of those. So here is Adams. One long straightaway and one turn away from the title. And we see, you think that could be Renfro down to the side there. Could have had a podium. Here's Drew Adams, and there's the checkered flag. And that was a hard-earned win. Had to battle, landed peppered for it. And Drew Adams going to take it. And now getting his directions, the Google Maps, to tell him where to go to the podium, and David Iser. Let's get a good look at Daytona Beach, Florida. Stevens, Peppard recovers to get 3rd. Hamden Hudson battling the whole way. Revin Gordon was 5th. Kyle Epperson, Hayden Robinson, Logan Riggins, Jackson Driscoll, and Leo Tucker round out the top 10. Tucker coming out of the LCQ.
I think Tucker may have been a little gassed.
I mean, that had to take a lot out of him. He worked hard in that race.
I want to tell you something. That was impressive.
Yeah, went down.
It was a great ride. I know AJ was pumped, but when you talked about it, you were like, wow, he rode clear through. You know?
He did. So just get into Maine. Yep, and salvage a top 10. There is Drew Adams. And originally out of Tennessee, like you said, does the riding here in Florida. That probably helps, a little experience in these types of track conditions. And remember, got that win on Saturday at the Supercross Futures as part of the big show. And establishing himself, he also won Supercross Futures. Actually, I believe it was just the Futures race. It's not part of the official Supercross Futures program, but they ran it at the LA Coliseum with the SMX finale last fall. So Adams has got himself a couple of big wins as of late. And there you see Stevens and Peppard with him. That would be your podium.
Saw the boss, Mr. Cotter, walking down through there just a moment ago. Going to hand these guys the hardware.
Yep. And
that's a big honor.
Mike Burkeen of the AMA behind them as well. There's a lot to be happy about with these guys.
Is that Ron Henson?
Yeah, why not, man? Who doesn't want to come
looked like Ron Henson down there as well. Shout out to him.
Everybody wants to come to Florida in March. Beautiful time to hang out at the races. And what impresses you about these kids, again, they're getting that experience on a rough racetrack. And that goes back to your point, Megawatt. A lot of these kids can throw down on a smooth track and do a couple of good laps on the stopwatch. But it's having that racecraft when the track breaks down that you really start to see at the professional level, that's becoming more and more of the separator, kind of that Cooper Webb way of winning races, or going back to beast mode Eli Tomac. It's not only about those first 2-3 laps. It's about adapting. And this track was going away, and these kids handled it.
Yeah, and I couldn't be more pumped that they got the track they did. This thing's gnarly.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, this thing's chewed, okay?
Yep.
This thing's blowed out, as you said.
Those berms are blowed out.
And that's what they need to experience, because I promise you, they're not going to find it groomed at Unadilla. They're not going to find it groomed at Atlanta next year. They're not going to find it groomed wherever.
Yeah, exactly. It is funny every week when the track maps come out, and people look at it like, oh, where's the super creative rhythm lane? I want to see some separation. But when you talk to the riders after the races are over, they always say the track was tricky, not because of the layout or what jump combinations were there on Saturday morning. It's always how the soil breaks down. We have a lot longer races on the Supercross side professionally and for these amateurs. Big long race here. We got the Scouting Moto Combines, which give you long motos, and a lot of other promoters going in that direction as well. This is cool, getting a podium celebration in the Mobil 1 Daytona Victory Lane. The same area where they celebrate the Daytona 500 and the Rolex 24-hour sports car race. So let's do it with the dirt bikes. And as soon as it's over, Megawatt will be down there with a toothbrush, because it is going to drive him nuts to see that pristine Victory Lane.
No doubt.
Get dirt bike tires on it.
A bottle of Fabuloso. I can see it right now. Your mop.
Guys are killing me.
Yeah, he's shivering right now looking at this.
You guys are killing me. Unbelievable.
Your ADD and OCD. Your OCD about the ADD. And OCD about the ADD.
All started with HRC. Graham Noyce, baby.
Oh.
Rolls
the
Noyce.
Brit. Rolls
Noyce.
He run the early full-face helmet. The gross-looking full-face helmet.
Nasty ones.
Oh.
Yeah.
That thing looked terrible.
Only for a year or so, because everybody's told him, that's not you.
It was all white, too,
We
right?
don't care how much it protects. No, he actually had red, white, and blue on it. But we were like, we don't care how protective it is, what Snell or ANSI rating it is. It's the worst-looking helmet that has ever existed.
Yeah. It took a little while before they figured that thing out to make the full face look right.
For sure.
It's cool to gather these kids down here. Drew Adams taking the win. And peppered with the come-from-behind effort after the crash while battling for the lead.
That Davey down there, is that DC down there handing out some stuff?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're making a show of it here
down there. Yeah, man, for sure.
And at the Supercross on Saturday, they bring in a podium. So we only used this victory lane for this event on the motocross Supercross side. So that's really cool to get this experience. Heck, Eli Tomac, Chase Sexton, and Jet Lawrence didn't get to go to victory lane.
Yeah, for sure, man. We got Mike down there. We got Mr. Carter down there. DC. This is huge for these guys. I love it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is just about time to kick off the podium celebrations. First and foremost, let's make a little bit of noise for your top 3 overall from the Supercross Futures. A hard-fought race from all 3 of these warriors. We're passing the trophies out right now. We are going to start the interviews over here closest to me, grabbing 3rd on the day. Let him get his hardware first. He's worked hard, been waiting on that. Little flip-flop of the trophies. There we go. Got it all worked out. And now, one more time, guys, give them a round of applause. This is your top 3 here in Supercross Futures from Daytona. The Rippy Carmichael Supercross, once again providing us with the best action in all things amateur Supercross racing. Hey, let's get a word, starting here with 3rd place, Landon Peppard. Landon, man, you had the early lead. It was a crazy race. You find yourself up on the box by the time it's all said and done, but you had to work hard for it. Take us through that race.
Yeah, I got off to a great start. I haven't pulled a whole shot in a while, so that was fun. I got a good start in the heat race, too, and just was riding really good, and haven't unfortunately made a small mistake in the sand, which cost me, I think I went back to 4th. And then I just fought hard to get back to 3rd from there, and it was a great race.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, we talked about it. When you had the mistake, you went down. Still looked cool, calm, and collected. Didn't look like you had hit the panic button. What were you thinking getting back up off the ground?
Yeah, it was just hit the ground. It's like, all right, nothing I can do about it now. Just got to work and get back up there. And man, it's just a lot of fun to be here. I haven't ridden outdoor suspension since Minios, so I just wanted to have some fun here after Futures last on Saturday night, so it was fun.
Absolutely, man. You got it up on the box. I know you're not doing this by yourself, though. Who do you need to thank?
I want to thank Fox, my dad, my Monster, Dave Geek, the whole Geek family. They've been helping me out a ton, and I couldn't do it without them. I couldn't do it without my dad, my mom. FMF, 180 decals for getting the bike looking great, and everybody else who helps me out. I thank you so much. Couldn't do it without you.
There you go, guys. One more time. Let's hear a round of applause. Third place on the day, Landon Peppard. Gonna move over to the far side of the box. Noah Stevens grabbing second in class. Make a little noise for Noah Stevens. Noah, man, same thing to you. This did not come easy. It was chaos out there. Lap riders going every which way. How'd you get yourself up here in second?
I got a little pushed wide on the start, and then the first few laps I just tried to navigate and stay up, and then after everything kind of got settled, made a few moves, and then about halfway I made some mistakes and got pumped up a little bit and just kind of had to regroup and try to ride smooth the rest of the moto and just navigate through the lappers and finish strong.
Now, we've seen you guys had some inclement weather yesterday. Track crew's done amazing. What was your opinion on the track out there?
I really like it. It's a little tight, but I've rode on really tight corner tracks my whole life back at home, so it felt really good out there.
Yeah, clearly it looks like the experience paid off. You're grabbing second on the day. Who do you need to thank?
I'd like to thank the man up above for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, my grandparents, my brother, my whole family. Everybody at MTF for getting me here. I've been working my butt off. I was injured all last year, and it means a lot to be up here. And Core Moto Graphics, traction seat covers, Mika Metals, FMF, Dunlop, MX Tire, Kyle Travis, everybody else is, or Troy Designs, and then everybody else that supports me. Thank you very much.
There you go, guys. One more time. That is Noah Stevens grabbing second on the day for your Supercross Futures. And last, but certainly not least, in the center of the box, make a little noise, Drew Adams gonna grab the win here from Daytona. He flashes the big number one. Drew, man, it definitely didn't come easy, but we talked about it. You had the confidence of knowing that you could get towards the front. Didn't quite get the start you were looking for, but you found yourself up here at the end. Take us through it.
Yeah, I had a pretty bad start. I was probably 10th or so, and just tried to work my way up, early in the moto and being aggressive. And once I got to second place, Landon was ripping the whole time. I ended up getting up there, and I thought I was in first, but he was just so far gone. I was like, oh, my God. So, I tried to put a charge down, and then he ended up making that mistake, unfortunately. And, I just tried to ride a good race and work through the lappers as best I can. It's a very tight, difficult track. Just really rutted and stuff, so the lappers definitely plays a big part in the longer motos, but it was a great race.
Absolutely, man. You talk about those lappers, especially on a small course like this. How far ahead are you looking? How much are you trying to predict what they're going? What are you thinking as far as the lappers ahead of you every lap?
I try to predict them as best I can, but I just really try and be cautious, especially if you're up front. You don't want to just keep riding aggressive when you got so much of the lap traffic in front of you. You just want to be patient, and that's what I tried to do, and it worked out.
Well, man, you are the champ. You got the job done. I know you got a great team behind you. Who do you need to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my whole family, my sister, my grandparents back home watching on TV, the man above for keeping everyone safe this whole weekend at Daytona, and everybody in the streets of Bike Week and stuff. And I'd like to thank the whole Monster Energy Team Green Pro Circuit Kawasaki crew, Pro Circuit, my mechanic Derek, my team manager Ryan Holiday. I'd like to thank Fox for keeping me kitted up, the whole all weekend and the past 2 years that I've been with him. I'd like to thank the Dog Pound and my trainer Michael Byrne at Moto Blueprint, and then Rinthal and everybody else that supports me. Huge thanks to.
There you go, guys. One more time. Give it up for your champion, Drew Adams, getting the job done. Almost tripping, walking away, but that is not all. Now, from the AMA to present the number one plate, this is what he's been waiting on, what he's been working for. Mike Burking going to present Drew Adams with the number one plate. One more time, guys. Make a little noise for your champion and your entire podium here from the Supercross Futures.
All right, that is awesome to see. Mobile One Victory Lane in play here for the Motocross Supercross set. Like I said, we don't even use that on Saturday night. We bring in the Supercross podium. So this is rare air for the dirt bike crew to be able to use Victory Lane for their celebration as we hand out that #1 plate and give you a little preview of what's to come in this sport down the line with future. And they really learned this time, because this might have been the most difficult Ricky Carmichael amateur Supercross track we've seen, with the stories it can tell, the weather throughout the weekend. So these kids really had to show the technique, and the braking bumps and the ruts were going to work again to try to smooth this track out. And that'll last probably 8 minutes or so into the next moto before the ruts are back. Each time they work it to get a little bit drier, but that's just part of the game in this sport. As we saw on Saturday, those riders had to deal with rain as well. And honestly, a lot of the talk is that Tom Vial, the world champion out of France, that was his first Supercross win. And he won his heat race, and I mean, he said to him, those conditions were on a normal day. That's just what you do in Europe. If it rains, you go to the sand track and you just do your motos anyway.
Right.
And all that experience paid off for him. So don't knock it till you try it. The bad conditions, it's going to destroy your bike. Dad's going to be bummed on the new chain, and it's going to do the air filter and everything like that. But those are invaluable lessons.
Absolutely. You have to be prepared for that. They say the great equalizer, but again, you know, fast guys normally go fast in any condition. Our folks at home, that's that standing water. We were talking about the overhead drone shot a minute ago. That's from yesterday morning.
It's crazy.
You know, that's incredible. But yeah, you talk about Tom Vial. Listen, that's how he trains every day at home.
Yeah, that's just what you do. Because in Europe, the ground freezes, so you got to go to the sand tracks, and then it's going to rain, and you got to get your time in. And suddenly when the conditions get nasty, just another day for him. So lesson learned. Some of these other guys, ride that stuff a little bit more, might come in handy at the next level. And we're ready to rack it. Are we up to 85, 10 to 12 once again?
We are.
Yep. So we split our mains into two here because we lost a lot of track time yesterday with the weather. And we let everybody talk about it. Would you rather have long mains or have a bunch of short heat races to whittle the field down? They want the long mains. They all want that track experience and that track time.
Yeah, you know, that's what you paid for. That's
100% what it comes down to, man.
That's what you came down here to do. You know, you came down here to get track time. And if we're going to hand out some awards, some extra awards, man, that's fine with me. Absolutely. Let's get these guys on the track. Let's get them as much experience as we can, whether it's Micro E, whether it's Schoolboy or whatever. Let's get these guys used to this.
Sterling Nowitzki, I believe that's him on the 213 out front early. And he can make his own tracks right now because you can see how smooth it is on top. Like I said, this thing will get rough in a hurry. Oh, that was beautiful. He's like, they just gave me a fresh...
Austin Keller.
It's not Savitsky.
I think it's Austin Keller. 23 on the jersey. I think he's got the 213 is it, on the bike. That or scoring's messed up. I'm going to go with scoring.
No, I'm going to go with that is actually, yeah. He's running number 23 on the score sheets, not on the bike.
Yeah.
So Austin Keller. I mean, anyway, that was awesome. He just laid it over in that corner and said, I can go wherever I want.
That was the definition of steer with the rear.
Yeah, just twist it, dump the clutch. So we believe that's actually the 23 on timing and scoring in the lead right now with another lap down. All right. All right, good to see Keller, Whitaker, Martin, Cohn, Roche. Then it's DePino, Stewart, Byrne, Willis, and Bannock. That is your top 10, and there are the ruts already.
Oh, there's those DePinos again.
Man, you want to race somewhere, you're going to have Kevin or Kiki or some combination. Someone from that family will be at the race.
I got to tell you, I caught a race at Asheville, or south of the border. It was at south of the border, actually.
Yeah.
These guys were so on point, and of course we've called their name Loretta's everywhere.
Yep.
But to watch their program up close at a place like SOB was absolutely incredible. These guys are riders, dude. Every time the gate went down, there was a DePino on it.
That's the way it feels all the time. Doesn't matter where you're running the race. So that is 5th place right now. Keller throwing it down. So now we got 2 fast Kellers in this sport.
Yes, we do.
We had JoJo back in the day.
Yep.
And now we got Keller leading the way here on the 23. Austin Keller out of Orlando, Florida, rides at Moto Bros, backed by the good folks at MX Tire.
For you guys saying JoJo who? The guy who did the first scrub.
Yeah, that's right, the JoJo scrub. Don't get Mega started. Do not, if you're going to say JoJo who, say it very quietly and in private. Don't let Megawatt know you said that. Dude, I cannot believe, look at that. Look at the ruts. 3 laps.
Yeah.
4 times around now, and they're already established.
Out of 85 cc's.
Yeah, you're right. They're the ones digging it up.
That's not 60 horsepower doing that.
Well, he's got Cernick and the boys at MX Tire giving him a fresh Dunlop on that thing. That's what tears it up. There we go. Keller's got a nice solid lead right now.
Yeah, Keller up 4.5 seconds on Colt Whitaker. Luke Roche actually moved up around Reed Cohn into that 3 spot, but still about 5 seconds outside from second.
All right, Moto Bros, let's see what they've been teaching down there. That's the training facility for our leader, Keller. Oh, I just love to hear the 2 strokes back out on the racetrack. And KTM made some changes to the minis again. They just keep trying to advance to state of the art in that division. But I think you're going to see some other manufacturers eventually jump in there with a similar plan to what KTM has done, where their whole goal is to get you hooked on the brand early in the 50cc days to take you all the way through.
I hope so. It's just... It's really hard for me to not see competitive RM85s, CR85s, you know, KX85. Well, they make the KX85 and 100. Team Green gives a lot of support to it and that kind of thing. But to keep the people that are advancing this size machine, it's Husqvarna, Gas, KTM.
Yeah, Yamaha has done some updates. Their machines are pretty up to date, and that's about it. But I think you might see, you know, we got some new manufacturers jumping in the game. I think it's not too hard to see what KTM's playbook was. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you see Triumph, for example, eventually start to roll out bikes for all ages.
That would be amazing.
Because a lot of people will tell you, you know, the Yamaha, for example, their 6585 is a good bike, but you get a lot of parents that are like, well, man, we've been racing KTMs for the last 3 years on 50s. It's just easier to just stick with what we know.
Yeah. Right.
And you know what's cool? I was at the KTM dealer show. It's probably going back 7 or 8 years ago. And, you know, we all know KTM used to be at the pro level, kind of, and also ran in Supercross, and then eventually they made it to the top. And they said really the thing that gave them the most pride as the white flag comes out is they've always had that KTM Junior Supercross Challenge. And it always frustrated them that all the kids that would race it, that kid's favorite rider was always a Honda rider or a Kawasaki rider. And they're like, the day that the kids in the KTM Junior said, I want to meet Ryan Dungey, who rides for KTM, and he's my hero, they're finally like, we finally did it. We finally closed it from the 4-year-old to the top of the sport with Ryan Dungey, and then it goes on and on and on with Chase Sexton and Aaron Plessinger now. And that's been a pretty formidable force.
At the time, John Eric is who it was.
It was John Eric who said that, yeah.
Okay, at the time, he knew there was one person to do that. Roger DeCoster.
Yep.
Roger DeCoster said only one person is going to transform these bikes. That's Ian Harrison.
Yep.
So there it is.
Yeah, you're getting both of us, or you're getting none of us, and it's done the job. They keep investing in the mini cycles and the technology. Austin Keller looking to take advantage here. I think that was white flag last time around, and he does it. Fist pump
with style.
Yeah.
I like the cruise over. Just throttle back, enjoy it, soak it in. Yeah.
You don't see that too much anymore, man. I mean, RJ was doing a darn freestyle show 12 laps into a 20-lap main back in '86.
He was.
He was doing, last 7 or 8 laps, he was doing tricks.
And we say freestyle, we meant he took his foot off a peg.
Yeah, it was big first day. Yes, exactly. Man, one time I saw a picture of Rick Johnson crossed his arms over the finish line jump, and I was like, how is that physically possible?
Yeah.
How could you do that? It's crazy, man.
Exactly.
Nuts. So Martin took over second from Whitaker late in that one, and that will round out your podium. Roche, Tapino, Stewart, Cohn, Wills, Hill, and Bannock rounded out the top 10. These are the electric bikes here.
Look at the intensity level right here.
Yeah.
418, bro. Okay. Listen, I don't know if I want to mess with him right now, dude.
My gosh. All right, so we're into Mini E. These are the electric bikes. So you won't hear it. Unfortunately, you're going to hear us that much more distinctly. Sorry to everyone in the pits who's going to have to listen to us instead of the bikes in this moto.
Look at everybody else rocking back and forth. Mikey, listen, 418's ready. Drop that gate.
Yeah. Elbows.
Oh, somewhere a little too ready.
Do you think they have a little torque?
Yeah,
speed is immediate.
Yeah, exactly.
Speed is immediate.
Yeah,
Mikey got whiplash from that start.
Yeah. Ask my wife what these bikes can do if you get on one and think it's a toy. Get up on the gas tank, or sorry, the faux gas tank on the electric bikes.
The evidence is in the Racer X office.
Yeah, I had to give that one up. Electric's faster than you think. But, you know, before anybody else gets hurt again, Megan, take this off my hands. Yeah.
Out front right now, Austin Keller on that number 23 machine. Oh, I'm sorry, no. Got our Micro E's out here right now.
Yeah, it's Micro E.
Did not.
That's why I said be prepared to hear us, because you won't hear the bikes.
Man.
And we got the Cobras in this electric division.
Look at that.
Just started last year. So we got competition on our hands.
14.
And we got a red flag flying here, and they're going to restart this one, I think. Yep, they're going to restart this.
Oh, I've heard in the background a little radio chatter. So
yeah, a little antsy. Somebody maybe
the
did not fall. You know, maybe it did not fall. Maybe it did not drop. So we're not going to point fingers yet. We just know it was a gate issue.
Okay.
I'm not going to say gate malfunction because we haven't seen that.
The riders went early or the gate went late.
I'm not going to say that. We had a gate issue.
Okay. We'll go back and redo it again. Now, one thing I think they need to think about here, not as big a factor on this track, but some of these Mini E's, there's not a lot of reserve when it comes to battery power.
No. Good point.
And they just did basically a lap.
Right.
Especially in these conditions, the deeper and heavier it is.
I believe heat affects it as well.
Yeah, for better or for worse, it does. If you're on a hard pack track, that's one thing, but this is far from hard pack. So we'll see if that affects the runtime of any of these bikes. We're going to see a bunch of these dads. We're going to have like the charging station that you see in the airport with just a bunch of Apple iPhone cords hanging out. Just going to have a bunch of 3 prongs.
Like the Tesla charging station at the start line.
Yeah, they're going to be in there checking their Instagram. Oh, we just gave
Megawatt's having a heart attack.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yep. He would at least like you to put some baseball cards in the spokes. Can you do that?
Do something.
Just try to give us some sound.
Do something.
Yeah, so I'm curious. We're not doing a ton of laps, so maybe it'll be fine anyway. But it can make a difference. Saw the dry ice. Some of the dads will spray on the batteries of these things, and we were racing in the mud at Loretta Lynn's. Last time we saw these guys out there at Loretta's, I mean, we had some fixes to make on that track. You betcha. All the rain we had there last year. Oh, we got 199 lives on. Kids are still inspired by this. I like it.
Love it.
It's timeless 199. 7 Deuce.
Josh Grant.
Well, the Grants are actually out here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Hey, you know, there's got to be like a 1.5 gram speaker, Wi-Fi speaker.
That we can just put on there.
Okay, 86 CR500.
Make it a 2-stroke.
I don't care. Make it a YZ426 for that matter.
Oh, you'll take even a 4-stroke.
Yeah, even that heavy thing.
Just give us something.
Whatever, yeah. Please.
Yeah, like I said, it covers our mistakes because they wouldn't hear us.
Oh.
Now we really have to be on our toes.
Yeah, now we've got to be dialed.
Yeah.
They feel pressure. This is a race where we feel pressure.
Yes, my nerves are going up. Okay, we're bringing a bike back to the line. And I think that is the same area of the gate where we saw a rider get stuck in it.
You know, we need the marker.
You want the telestrator?
Yeah, we need the telestrator.
John Madden, Pat Summerall. Just start doodling on screen.
Oh, here's a guy right here. Boom.
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 They get stuck in the gate. Boom.
Boom.
Guy hits a elbow to elbow. Boom.
So we wait for Mini E to get going, and that intensity that we saw here is back. Hopefully not too much this time, and no one hits the gate. Card is up. Revs do not come up. But the gate will go down in Mini E. These are electric bikes.
Do the voice go up?
The voice had to go up. I mean, we got to bring the heat because the bikes aren't doing it. They are clear this time. I don't think anybody got the gate this time.
Looked like one rider had some trouble on the start, but other than that.
And I think that's Mickey Fluhart taking the lead on the Cobra. Well, at least Megawatt's happy with a bit of a retro name there.
Yeah.
We got Mickey out front. You got diamonds in your eyes.
Absolutely.
Mickey Fluhart in the lead on the 14 Cobra.
keep your eyes on Levi Meyer. He was a rider that had that lead early. Mickey was in the 2 spot. So Mickey now with the better start. Levi Meyer not going to be happy about that. He wants that lead back.
Yeah, Levi Meyer, I talked about the mud that we had at Loretta's, man. That was a tough story. He had the overall points lead going to the Moto3, and the bike just didn't go. Yep. And then even worse, they actually used Loretta's to determine who would race the KTM Challenge at the LA Coliseum.
Right. And
he got squeezed out of that because his overall was like a 2-1 DNF. But he came back. He won his KTM Junior race a couple weeks ago. I think it was at Glendale. And he's been running up front. He's had some big battles so far at this RCSX.
Right now, he's got a big gap.
Yeah, Fluhart is flying right now. So one of the differences in this class, though, is this is a 4-8. Oh, no, Fluhart flew down.
Levi Meyer capitalizing.
So Meyer, there's that gap you were talking about. It's gone now. He has the lead.
You could
Levi Meyer.
Watch it develop, Weege, in slow motion almost. The knobby, just one knobby after another. Caught that inside.
All right, so Meyer taking advantage. And Fluhart's got a long way to go after just that quick tip over. Meyer looks over.
Got to respect that torque, though. Watch the roofs come off of those things, dude. Got to respect that torque.
And I've got to imagine that they've developed that. It probably could be a lot faster than that and a lot more instant than that if they wanted it to be. But you got to make these things controllable. You don't want the RC car just spinning the rear tire everywhere you go.
Exactly.
But I'm sure they could make them do that if they wanted to. And actually, to that level, I remember when these electric bikes first came around, asking some of the riding coaches, and they said all the kids say they're faster on their gas bikes. And the coach is like, no, they're not. The lap times are faster in electric. But when you have the sound of an engine and that rear tire is lighting up everywhere, you think you're going so much faster. This is the more efficient way to do it. It just puts the power to the ground.
When you have a hit,
you're like, oh, I'm going fast.
It gives you sensation.
Yes,
is what it gives you.
Yep. This is just putting the power down. Now, who is this putting on a charge? Could that be Tincher?
Yeah, Tincher's up into the 2 spot. That turned to 59.4, 2 seconds back from Levi Meyer now. Might even be closer than that.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, he's in his head now.
Oh, yeah. So another lap down. There's your leader, but there's Tincher on the 44.
Hauling.
Dude, Tincher's on the gas.
There they go.
We saw these kids on the gas 50s earlier, and now trying to do the same. Put on a show on electric.
Mickey Fluhart back up into the number 3 spot. Gets around Connor Rodriguez. Falls back to 4th. With that battle on screen between Jarrett and Levi Meyer.
Oh, that's good to see. Fluhart back up there. Oh, Meyer.
Pass.
Yeah, Meyer went wide. And Jarrett Tincher's into the lead. Well, how about that, Mikey Waynes? Tincher's not wasting time. Oh!
Good save.
Did not get over that double and almost went to Indonesia. But held on to it. Meyer's fired up now. He's trying to come back after him.
Yeah, that's motivation, dude. At that age it is, for sure, because you can do something about it. You've got the energy, the strength. You've got ready to go get it.
Did you see on Saturday, Megawatt, when Jet Lawrence made that? I don't think Tomac and Sexton knew he was coming.
The BOGO?
He got the BOGO.
Buy one, get one, yeah.
And then Tomac instantly was... Beast mode came out for about 30 seconds. Like, I have to pass Sexton now. And he didn't get him, and that was the whole race right there. But you saw the... Oh, I got to bring it. This next 8 to 10 seconds is going to make my entire race.
Listen, the reality of the situation sat in 0.3 seconds.
Yep, like,
okay. All right. The urgency of the situation.
Absolutely. It ratcheted up.
Became real.
Yeah, yeah. He was hammering. And that's what makes a Jet Lawrence situation so hard to dissect. I mean, you usually think the young guy is the one who's has the least racecraft.
Right.
But on most days, he's darn patient, and we've seen it here. I mean, look at this. Very similar, ramping it back up. Meyer got caught from a long ways. He had a good lead. You would think that Tincher would immediately pull away, but Meyer has ramped it back up. He has responded, and they're pretty close right now, the 44 and the 29.
Well, the racecraft, we talk about it all the time. It's Griff Carter's favorite term. When I say racecraft, to those of you that don't know, it means your strategy. It means your game is what it means. So you're not used to looking at the racecraft that these guys have at 4 to 8 years old. Okay,
Yeah.
it's absolutely incredible. We said it at Loretta's, we said it at Minio's, and you know, to me, these are big jumps in a season or two, where you know these guys were okay. Let's make a pass. Let's do this. Now they're setting up the pass.
Yes.
Now they're railing the outside at 4 years old. These guys should be still working on good corners and this and that. No, these guys are working on skills beyond their age.
They're working on each other. I mean,
look,
Meyer was side by side with Tincher. Another lap clicks off. This will be the final one now. White flag flying. Impressive comeback for Meyer, and obviously a great ride for Tincher. Oh, Tincher getting away through this section.
Yeah, Tincher wicking it up right there. I was waiting on Levi. Meyer was doing a good job working the track, not playing follow the leader. Oh, little mistake right there by Tincher, trying to get on the inside of the lap traffic. Oh,
more lappers.
Oh, Meyer. The little dog paddle coming through there. Got to be careful of that in the ruts.
Might be a little pressure of that white flag here in the lap traffic.
You got to go. It's a final straightaway and then one more turn. Let's see if Jarrett Tincher on the 44 can hold on. Man, Meyer makes up a ton of ground on that straightaway every time, but it is not going to be enough because the checkered flag is in sight. Come from behind effort. Jarrett Tincher takes the win in Mini E.
In style.
Yeah, man, aired it out.
Oh, look good, man.
How about the gap? 0.618 between them.
Ripped the goggles off. Just didn't pull the goggles off. Ripped them off.
With authority.
Exactly.
Go get
look
that
at
number
him, hand
one
on
plate,
the hip,
buddy.
bro. Look
That's
good,
the classic.
dude.
The classic. Second's not good enough for me. Yep. They wanted it bad. And shout out, by the way, third place. Just coming across now, Mickey Fluhart. He led early after, and then he tipped over. Still recovers for a podium. As we keep rolling on here on Racer TV. That's a good little race between those two. All right, we got a little jealousy up in the booth because not racing, not on the motocross track, not able to go out there and grind out some laps. Going to be joined by Jordan Jarvis. We can't use the term ex-motocrosser, though, right? We cannot say that.
No.
Just in the woods right now?
Yes.
But we have not seen the last ever of you on a motocross track?
Oh, no, absolutely not. There is some plans. Hopefully, I might be able to do High Point National this year.
Okay. All right. George Jarvis now
that.
on the Ampro Yamaha off-road team and GNCC. Joining us in the booth. We'll have some WMX racing coming up. It's 450C on the gate and underway. And we turn it loose. Now what's interesting about when you get finally to these divisions, we've seen so much lap traffic in the last couple of classes, but a lot of them are not ranked. A lot of them in the mini classes, for example, they don't have A, B, and C. You just go. So C class, we might actually see a little bit closer as far as everyone's speed. I mean, the lap traffic, as you've probably seen, Jordan, has been nuts.
Oh, absolutely. It's been very crazy to watch how quickly they're getting into it.
Yes.
Oh, our leader made a small mistake on the inside.
Oh, and stacked everybody up.
And took another two people with him while he's still fighting to get the bike up.
That was Seven Henderson out of Fairmont, West Virginia, going down with the lead. Now, our theory was the harder the track gets, and it looks good now because they did maintenance about 3 motos ago, but obviously it had a lot of water and mud soaked into it. Does that lead to more traffic, more separation? Because it seems pretty crazy today.
Absolutely. I think, as the track develops more, the lines get deeper and there's harder to get through.
Yeah.
It makes passing people a lot more difficult, which tends to lead to other line choices you might not be comfortable with, so mistakes, or just people struggling in general with the deeper lines.
So the more skilled you are, the bigger advantage you have as the track gets deeper.
Absolutely, especially if you're someone that likes deep ruts.
Where do you rank on that? You like that stuff?
I love deep ruts.
Okay, you love the deep ruts.
I love the deep ruts.
Lawson Davis has taken the lead out of Tunnel Hill, Georgia.
So what happened to Henderson? What?
He came into a corner and it looked like lost his balance and kind of fell over. But
Bermuda Triangle got him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, last.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, tip over.
Yep.
Tip over.
Him? Is that local? That's local to you?
Yeah, he's got a couple wins today. Yeah,
Okay.
He's got a couple
Fairmont.
wins already. Yeah.
Yep, right up the road.
For sure. Yep.
All right.
Dad, Mom and Dad, good guys. They let me come over and ride a lot and stuff. And yeah, nice guys.
Okay. Well,
Now,
I'm sure
I
you
do
won't
know-
hold your comments back, though.
I do know the second place rider right now. I talked to him. Oh, and he just got pushed off the track into the mud.
Oh, wow.
Quick recovery, didn't make any time up, shouldn't have any issues with that one. But I did just talk to him in staging. He had second place, I'm not sure if it was earlier today or yesterday, but was super frustrated about that. He said had the lead, let the rider pass, and then once the rider passed, he started riding like himself again. So maybe we're seeing a different side of it. We still have a good battle going for first place.
Yeah, this is really good. This is really good. We got Lawson still out front. Lawson Davis on the 27. Who do we got in second
Looks
here?
like David Kubik checking in.
Yep.
He's just about a half a second back. That's it. Isaac Henderson rides into third place. Louis Etzel checks in fourth. Adrian Haug rounds out that top 5. Leader running a 55.3. Kubik turns in a 53.7. He's pretty quick right now. Everybody else falling into that 55, 56 range.
Look at Kubrick going after the leader. Oh, they almost touched tires in that left-hander. This is your top 3 right here. This is not into lap traffic. This is for the win.
I think we might see a little bit of the same thing that happened to Isaac Henderson. He was all over our leader for the first 2 laps. Just couldn't make it pass and was trying to do different lines, make a pass happen.
Right.
And that allowed, we have a pass for the lead. That allowed Kubek to come through and pass Isaac Henderson. But now it seems to be working pretty well for him because now Kubek's out front.
Kubik checks in again, this time a 54.6. Davis this time actually cuts into it a couple tenths, only about 3/300ths of a second is the gap. Isaac Henderson a 55 as well. Louis Etzel 55. Adrian Haug 55. 7 Henderson turns in a 54.
He is all over the place, Isaac Henderson is.
No doubt.
He is trying to make a pass happen. He knows if he doesn't make a pass happen, Kubek's going to get too far.
Sure, absolutely. You can't let him. If he's got the fastest lap and you keep giving him space, and it's simple math. The gap gets bigger. Caution flag. Yeah, caution flag out there. Got the momentum right now.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what he needs. He's got, how many laps did it do?
4 laps in.
So, what, maybe another 3? So, yeah, he needs to carry that momentum. They're getting into lap traffic now, so that's going to either hurt or help.
Man, you know exactly.
Most of the time it's hurt.
Yeah, but, we've seen both today.
Yeah.
We absolutely have. We've seen both today. We've seen lappers were a gift for the leader,
Absolutely.
For sure.
I can speak to the lapper side of things. As yesterday at the GNCC, I had some really good times where I made it clean past and the person behind me got it not so good.
Right.
And then 3 corners later, I'm the one getting stuck behind. So,
for sure.
It's just about being smart and moving where you can if you're able to. But yeah, that's definitely what Kubek wants right now. He wants he wants a little bit of help from the lappers.
Right. Exactly.
White flag is out.
Well, 1 lap to go. Kubik still out front. Isaac Henderson, man, he's all over the place in that number 2 spot. Lawson Davis in that 3rd spot. 7 Henderson worked back up into the number 4 position. He's giving it everything he's got. He turned a 52.5 last time around. Right behind him, Adrian Haug. He rounds out that top 5. This one's going to be a battle right here. If any of these guys make a mistake, they're giving up position.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, that's a what could have been kind of situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, this is a quick race right here.
Absolutely, they're moving.
Wow.
Track's very nice right now, especially for the bigger bikes. Lines aren't too deep, not just yet.
Yeah, just about optimum for an amateur rider. This is 450C class. These guys, some of them new to the big bikes, some of them maybe a second season or so, but really optimum conditions. Great ride there by David Kubek. David Kubek, look on his last lap, 52.4. He found a 2.5 on his last lap. Hey, that's wanting it.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's need. That's I'm going to win. You find a 2.5.
We're seeing some positive emotion from Kubek.
For sure.
Isaac Henderson, not so much. This was his last race.
Right.
He told me this was his last moto for the weekend.
Oh, right on. Gotcha.
Just gonna have
I
to
thought
be
you
ready
meant he
for
was
the
moving
next
up.
race.
Okay, I gotcha.
This is his last race for the weekend.
Gotcha.
Very frustrated about that one.
Oh, yeah, man.
I get that.
No doubt. Coming up next, Mini Senior 13 to 15, Mini Senior 2 13 to 15 on deck. In the staging, that's going to be 450B behind them, 125 12 to 17. Two card is up, Jordan.
Absolutely. It's
Some
really
guys
looking at these sheets, not seeing a Moto 1.
Yeah, no doubt. Isn't it something?
It is. You don't know who to look for.
A lot of these guys, comfortable as could be, a lot of these guys have butterflies through the throat right now.
Oh.
Couple guys down early on the high-speed straight right there. Who's that early leader?
Knox Lewin, I think. Is
it?
Looking at the number 32, I think. And then I think that's a number 7, Tristan Pruitt.
I believe that is, yes. So Pruitt getting a good start.
And that is the number 32.
There we go.
They're just moving too fast. Their bikes are too little.
That's what it is, man. My old eyes and those little numbers at high speed.
And then
not a good combination.
The third place is Travis Johnsmeyer.
It is. Okay. Lewin, Pruitt, Johnsmeyer, Cash Anderson in 4th, Luca Medica in the number 5 spot. Chase Moynihan comes through in 6th. Briar Stesic rides in 7th. Jackson McCarty in 8th. Chase Dash on 9th. Filling in the 10 slot, that's going to be Michael Gerda out on lap number 2. Here we go. Leader starting to open up a bit of a gap right now. He has got command of the racetrack. Jordan, he can go anywhere he wants, take any line he wants, feels no pressure from behind right now.
Actually, that was a down rider, I believe. This is our leader.
Yeah, he's not feeling any pressure. Yeah, he's not feeling any pressure.
That. You know, you might have a little bit of a gap, but you still got that voice in the back of your head saying,
for sure. Yeah, no question about that. But he's got a little breathing room.
He does. He
for sure
does. But he might not have breathing.
Not now, huh? That quick. Yeah, the announcer's curse said that gap disappeared.
We do have a lane change.
Knox Lewin.
Pruitt. I believe that's Tristan Pruitt now out front.
So Knox made his way across, and Pruitt made the move right here.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
We got 5 people all within.
Yeah, because that's a Husky up front. That is Pruitt, no question. Wow. That's how quick it happens in Mini Senior.
And then it is the number 100. So Knox Lewin went back to 3rd.
Yeah, he gave up a couple in that transaction, for sure. You know, we take a look a little farther back. We talk about Jackson McCarty, Briar Steckett, Logan Medina. There's the DePinos again. He just showed up. He was outside the top 10, and within one lap, there he is. He's a player.
You're not going to get rid of them. That's not happening. They're not going anywhere.
Love those guys.
Doesn't matter what class you're in. It might be 458. You're still going to see one of them out there.
Right, I love it. So Tristan Pruitt making it happen on the number 7 machine. Put in a good lap, 52.2 last time around. 52 is what a 450C rider just ran.
Oh, absolutely. It's very hard for the classification side of things now because sometimes you get C class and we're running the same lap times as B class. So then you've got, what is this? This Mini Senior running the same lap times as the 450. I'm sorry, the 450C group that was just ahead of them.
It's hard for the Jet and Eli to use 60 horsepower on this track, let alone 450C class. So these guys are at the peak of this mini bike right now. Mini Senior, you know, they're going to do Super Mini, that kind of thing. But wow.
That was a big jump from, I want to say that was 6th place.
Oh, wow. Holy cow.
He's just watching.
It looked like a red bike, though. It looked kind of, you know, I'm not sure who it was, but he sent that thing to flat.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have to see if we can see that next lap. See who that was. But, yeah, this is definitely an ideal track for a little bike. Once you get on a 450 They don't turn very well.
No,
They don't turn very well. There's a lot of power behind that motor, so it definitely makes it more difficult in some areas when it's super tight.
They turn even worse with the gas off.
Yes.
So when you got to turn it on to make the turn work, it's a different game, that's for sure.
Yeah, so the little bikes are definitely enjoying this track, that's for sure.
So 53 this time. Pruitt last time 52.5, 53.4 right now. Travis Johnsmeyer 53.5. Knox Lewin, there he is, 54.3. Cash Anderson, number 4 ride on the 55 machine. In the 5th position, Chase Moynihan. He turns a 55.022.
Uh-oh. Woo, lapper going down in the corner just before Tristan Pruitt. Made a slight correction, but didn't hold him up too much.
So 5 in the books, Jordan.
5 in the books and plenty of lappers to get through.
Absolutely, man. All the moving obstacles are coming together right now. Look at this group of lappers.
Yeah, it definitely... Ooh.
Oh. Woo.
Yeah, it definitely makes it more difficult trying to get through lappers when the ruts get so deep like this, because
for sure
you're stuck.
Yeah.
When you get into a line, you're stuck. You really don't have any way to get out of it once you start going through it. So, you know, you pick a bad line, someone falls in your way or anything like that, you better be strong enough to pick your bike up and move it out of the rut yourself.
For sure.
But white flag is out for the number 7 of Tristan Pruitt. Looking pretty good. He's got that nice cushion lead you were talking about. So as long as he keeps it on 2 wheels and stays a little way from the lappers, makes it safer.
And he throttled back just a touch. He turned to 54, but he knows, you know, it's harder to go slow than keep that race pace going. So he doesn't want to be too cautious. He's not, but he did throttle back just enough. He knows he's got that cushion, you said.
Absolutely. He's just riding smart right now.
Right.
He doesn't need to go out there and push super, super hard and possibly force himself to make a mistake. So he's cruising. Probably enjoying this last lap, knowing he's going to come around and get that championship.
You know what? Already getting ready to text. He's thinking about what he's going to post, texting his buddies.
Oh, yeah. Coming off the track, telling mom and dad, I told you
man.
so.
Exactly.
Told you.
Hey, great ride, dude. It really didn't come easy, you know, for sure. He had to earn it. No question about it, man. That was awesome.
The best way to win.
For sure.
Tristan Pruitt giving some high fives coming off the track, enjoying that win.
Look at that. Cash Anderson works into that 3rd position, but Kevin DePino was outside of the top 10.
Oh, yeah.
And there they are, man.
Maybe he was the one that sent that.
Hey, maybe.
Hey,
you know, it could be, for sure. Absolutely. All right, what we got coming up next?
We have race number
125, 12 to 17.
Race number 27 in 450B class. One card is up, waiting for it to go sideways, and this gate to drop on the 450B class. Ooh, another small pile up on that start, but looking to see who came out with that whole shot. It looks like a blue bike. It looks like Canyon Richards.
That would make sense.
Yeah,
kind of looked like his gear and stuff for sure. A lot of blue bikes out there, but
he's also about 6'5".
Yeah, so. Exactly. I was going to say the distinctive factor is.
So I do believe, that is the number 316 of Canyon Richards coming around with the whole shot. And Logan Best is in 3rd.
Yeah.
Trying to catch number 23 with the new ride. Landon Gibson on that new Rockstar Husky ride.
Looking good, too, on that bike,
absolutely.
For sure.
Looking very comfy.
I like it. So in that 4th position, Dominic Stallings, man, that guy, he's going to put himself in position here shortly. You can bet. Reese Wheaton behind him. Evan Schroeder in the 6th spot. Dawson Cobb, look at this, 462. We know this guy, Luke Fowler. He's not going to be happy in that 8th position by any means. Matthew Kopp in 9th. James Grace rounding out our top 10.
we are watching our first place rider get a little bit away, but here's some carnage over here on the just after the finish line that they're going to be coming around to. So I'm curious to see if that's going to play a part, especially for our second and third place rider between Gibson and Best.
Yeah, and that seems like possibly they were down for a second there, trying to get them bikes separated or something, because the crowd, the pack really got her way right there, and you have one guy still a lapper coming over. You had these guys just picking their bikes up, and we're halfway through another lap.
Absolutely. It's very costly to fall.
Oh, it is.
Very costly, and it looks like it might have worked out for Landon Gibson. It looks like he might have, you know, picked up the speed a little bit, or maybe Canyon Richards just slowing down some. But our second place rider is not far off the back of our leader.
Yeah, I got to believe Richards is smart. He throttled back just a touch, even though those guys were laying there picking him up. He wasn't going to take any chances.
No, absolutely not. Now this, I believe, would probably be longer than 7-lap race. I'm not sure. I don't know. 8 maybe?
I think so.
Something like that. So it's definitely a lot of laps to go.
Oh, for sure.
A lot of laps to go. And it looks like this section right here is strong for Landon Gibson. Sand is working very well for him. Seems to close up the gap on Canyon Richards super, super quick every lap.
Yeah, he's starting to work those insides really tight too, Jordan. If you notice, man, he is really accelerating hard, finding these braking spots and throttling all the way through those corners. I mean, he's on the gas right now really hard, trying to get everything he can to the ground, and Canyon Richards knows that.
We're seeing a
he
little
knows
bit
who's
of
back there. Seesaw.
Yeah, that one works too. I was going to say rubber band.
Sure. Yep. Stretch it. Yep. Absolutely.
Stretching it out, pulling it back in, you know, that kind of thing.
Whoa, nice. Got in there a little deep, left the gas on.
Here he comes again, Landon Gibson making that time up again in the sand section.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got a look back from Canyon Richards.
Oh, that means he's in his head now. If you're Gibson, that was money right there.
Oh, absolutely. That
was money.
That's absolutely what you want to see. Our third place rider, Logan Best, is still kind of hanging out just in the back of the picture. So if something were to happen to our first two riders, he's going to be right there to pounce as well.
You know it. Our top three all on 49 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
slight mistake
look at that.
From Canyon. Went off the track a little bit.
Sent it out into the deep right there. Got stuck just a little bit. And look at this, Landon Gibson.
This is his part of the track right here. This is where he really closes up the gap.
Gibson said, "Welcome to my beach."
Oh, I thought he went down. No, but Landon Gibson's making some different line choices, trying to make something happen, trying to make a pass work, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, Canyon Richards dragging the foot behind him in the corners a little bit now, getting a bit antsy, feeling some heat, feeling some pressure, no question.
Oh, absolutely. The second you look back like that lets the person behind you know.
That was candy for Gibson.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, no question. Fowler now up into that number 6 position. He was back in 9th, I believe. So Fowler, he turned a 51-1 last time around. Look at this.
Logan Best now setting it.
Yeah, Best and Gibson now the two fastest with 48-second laps.
Oh, yeah. So this bunch of riders. Oh, and I think that
was not Gibson.
I think but I think that let Logan Best pass Landon Gibson.
Yeah, there's Logie Bear right there. Yep.
Nope, that's our leader.
No, there he is right there. Yeah, that's Logie Bear. My bad.
Yep. So little switch up.
Yeah, man, look at that. And that's how quick it happens.
Absolutely. A little bit of lapper issues, and
wow.
That's all she wrote for that part.
Oh, holy cow.
6 laps in, and Canyon Richards is looking to stretch that lead back out.
Yeah, you better believe it. Yeah, he knows it's go time right now.
Take a breather, like, all right, I see all these lappers coming up.
Gibson's starting to look at some bad lines to make a pass.
Absolutely.
Gibson's starting to look, he's starting to look everywhere.
Unfortunately, that's what makes that so difficult on a track that's super tight like this. Not a lot of real estate. Mostly only 2 or 3 lines get used at once.
Exactly, but I tell you what, we've seen lots of passes in lots of places today.
Oh, for sure.
All over this track we've seen passes.
For sure. But it looks like Canyon Richards isn't needing to look for those lines. He looks like he's moving pretty good, pretty solid, not really struggling too much on the lappers. cruising.
Absolutely. That was like a dance through there. I mean, he did a fantastic job, worked his way right through there, didn't bobble one time, and didn't let the throttle up.
Absolutely.
That's the key.
Yep. But it looks like Logan Best is now creeping up a bit.
He is. Oh, look at this.
Landon Gibson struggling a little bit to get by some of these lappers. 8 laps are now complete. Still no white flag. So that might be some trouble for Richards.
I think they do B and
Here's Logan Best creeping back up in the background again.
Oh, and Richards making contact with a lapper that time, so that's what you don't want.
No, it's not, but that's not a good place to run into a group of 4 lappers for,
you better
for
believe
Best.
it.
So hopefully he made it through that.
Yeah, for sure.
Fairly clean. It definitely looked like he lost some time through there.
Yeah, no question about it. So last time around, Richards 49, Best 48. Gibson and Stallings both in that 50-51 range. If Richards checks in one more time, Logan Best just about 2.7 back this time as we come through.
Lost a little bit of time. Hurt his lap time just a tiny bit, but still got some more laps to go. Still haven't seen a white flag, so got at least 2.
Right.
Well,
yep.
Lap and a half.
Yep. Gibson able to gather back up, put in a good lap, but hey, just a few turns, less than half a lap to go here for Canyon Richards, and that's Logie Bear sending it. Did you see that?
He's right there. Here's our leader. There's Logan
cow.
Best. Right on the back end of our leader, Canyon Richards. Still no white flag.
Wow.
So, as I said earlier, that's not...
I'm not sure what's going on
there. That was a little bit of a risky move for Logan Best.
You better believe it.
Yeah, that hurt Logan.
It did big time. Look at that. He gave up at least a second and a half right there.
I think we see why Logan's pushing so hard. Our third place rider, Landon Gibson, is right on his back.
Gibson's back in the scene. He had this big crazy feed off situation a minute ago, gathered it back up, and he's closed right back up on him. Richard's starting to send it just a bit. There comes Logie Bear. How far is he going to throw it? Not that far this time. Wanted to get the wheels back on the ground, Jordan.
So maybe saw that lapper just ahead.
Yep. White flag out.
There it is. Look at the gap our first 3 have over our 4th place rider, Dominic Stallings.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible.
Over 15
seconds, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. They are out here grinding out some good lap times. For the most part, being fairly smart.
Yep.
But the smartest of them all looks to be Canyon Richards right now.
Oh, yeah,
He's making
no
some
question
good
about
lines
that.
And everything like that.
Yep. Using his game, using his racecraft, making it happen.
Using them long legs to pedal through the ruts.
Yeah, for sure. Just a couple corners away, actually 1 corner away. Canyon Richards earning this one. Logan Best leaving it on the table along with Landon Gibson, and Reese Wheaton brought himself back up inside the top 4. Dominic Stallings was sitting on 5th. So there it is. Canyon Richards, the number 316, on his way over to see Dave Iser, Landon Gibson.
I thought that's what I saw. Logan Best
How about
isn't in
that?
second anymore.
No.
Landon Gibson
How about that? Yeah, he made that pass. Yeah.
Because he did not have a very good lap time that last lap, which is very unfortunate. But
these guys got all their new gear on right now. They got all their sponsors brought that new gear, and they're all wearing the same outfits right now.
Yes, they all
for sure. Yeah, for sure. Well, that was awesome right there. That's going to put 125, 12-17 to bed. Going to bring up our WMX. Yep, absolutely. WMX coming up.
Nope, not just yet. You're getting I know you want to see the women's class race. I know you're ready for that battle, but we still have the 125 first.
Yep, got the 125, 12-17, yep.
Yo, you little head of yourself.
My bad, yep.
You're just excited to see the women's race.
I love it.
I get it.
What I really like is that WMX podium.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I like, absolutely.
Yeah, that's because you guys like all the drama.
Well, we get the truth, man, absolutely. Look at our man Dominic, the Dominator down there on the starting gate, making sure everything working good. Kirk Cruz down there, the Colonel, keeping everybody straight, making sure everybody's on time in the right place. Appreciate those guys. Long day down there, Jordan.
Oh, for sure.
Long day down there for sure, man. Appreciate those guys. Hard work. No hiccups down there. Smooth like clockwork.
As smooth as this track looks like it's about to be because they're doing a little bit of track maintenance out
Smoother
there.
than a mayonnaise sandwicher. With that being said, I think we might be taking a commercial break here in just a second. Going to be a few minutes, like you said, as we make a touch up to the course here. Not going to jeopardize the integrity, Jordan. Not going to take out all the roughness by any means.
Just
matter of fact, looked like we took out one bump basically. So there we go.
Just making sure everyone's safe. It's a nice racetrack and everything along the lines of that.
We got it. We got it. I'm pumped up. I'm coming back in. Megawatt and Jordan Jarvis and myself, Jason White, going to call the return of the WMX Pro Division and back on track here in 2024.
I believe that is Austin Schaefer Alpha. Ooh, nice pile up right there. But I do believe that was Austin Schaefer that got out front.
Oh,
Is
hey,
he in
you
this
guys
class?
said get in here on WMX.
360.
We're on Schoolboy
Coming up
1, as I like
next
to
after
call it.
this. Coming up next.
Coming up next. That's double next.
Oh, okay. I can't count.
That's gate drop followed by.
I can't count. I'm ignorant.
The next gate drop.
Yeah.
Well, he was excited. Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow. That is like old school, the beach race trying to get on top of a dune.
This poor kid is on the bottom of all of it.
I know.
Oh, look at that nice dent in that new
yeah,
pipe
boy.
right there. But it is, I believe, the 361 of Austin Schaefer. Second is Riley.
We got guys down everywhere in this. And what, we got four riders standing right now?
Hey, I mean, it's working out pretty well for our leader, Austin Schaefer.
Last guy getting picked up.
Yep, one lap. It took an entire lap to get up. Plus got the crushed pipe as well. Wow, that changed in a hurry.
$300 dent for your trouble?
So 125, 12-17, and then you're telling me WMX is on the line. Can I trust you, folks?
Yes.
It's truly WMX on the line next.
I've got you.
Okay.
I've got you. He's getting excited.
I got you. Seriously? That's how you're going to do me?
You're getting excited. I understand.
Believe me, I can admit my mistakes. I can accept that. Believe me.
Megawatt's excited in the positive sense, though, at least. Don't get him on the wrong side.
Absolutely.
As soon as I said we got an electric bike class on the line, he was having a hard time holding it together. At least here we got 125s out of the racetrack, so Megawatt's happy. Okay?
Megawatt's always happy. What?
Well,
He's
loves the
always
smell
happy.
of premix in the morning. There's no doubt about that. So, as you mentioned, Jordan, that all worked out to the advantage of our leader. You don't often see leads this big early on. Is that Schaefer checking out? Check it out. Schaefer's checking out.
He's checking the track out.
Yeah, it's almost like that at this point. You can start searching lines, saving energy. Bussy, Bailey, that's the riders in second and third. Then it's Lawton and Zimmerman rounding out the top five. And that's Schaefer on the outside, already into lap traffic, I believe, because of that pile up and whatnot. Schaefer on the 361.
Yeah, they were in lap traffic the first time they came around.
Yeah.
Well, we take a look at Schaefer's lap time, 51. Riley Buss, 52. Those are great lap times, Weege. Those are really good lap times.
Yeah. It's really hard to gauge. The 125, obviously, it's a full-size motorcycle, but you don't really know where it should stand lap time-wise against the four-strokes out there. And Schaefer showing they can get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have that torque to rely on. It's not as smooth, not as easy to get out of those corners. Takes a lot of technique and energy.
Absolutely.
First gear is your friend when you're on the 125. Be ready in these tight turns, especially the way this track
attitude
develops. Okay, we're going to go with the Jody.
Attitude.
Go with the Jody.
Yeah, it guaranteed raise the needle one clip and add 2 teeth.
The Jody. Bigger rear sprung.
That doesn't work at 3,400 feet elevation.
Oh, you're a true mountaineer. Riley, Bussy, and Aiden Bailey. That is second and third right now.
Bussy is closing that gap.
Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, that is the battle that is for the lead. Now, I did see, I follow Austin on Instagram. I did see that he was leading one of his previous races and fell with not much time left. So he's out here with a mission right now. Wants a little redemption. I'm sure if you look over the sidelines, you see the whole SOB crew. Ryan Schaefer over there, standing tall and proud.
This is their chance right now.
Dude. Good, very good dude.
Oh, no!
Oh.
Lap traffic strikes in the worst way for Schaefer. Runs into the back of a down rider, and there goes the lead.
Let's see if he can make that up. He still has a couple laps, and they had a pretty good gap over everybody else.
Oh, that is a huge bummer right there. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, and you can't blame the lapper. He tried to put it in there. It's just a racing situation, Could you made a different judgment call? Maybe, of course, but man, that's a bummer.
Yeah, so that should put Bussy, credit to Bussy, was busting it to get close and get in position to maybe take advantage of a mistake. And it's about as much lap traffic as I've ever seen.
Yeah,
that race like this.
That first turn pileup was, or second turn pileup was enormous. And the bad part was, as you saw, those things were connected.
Oh yeah,
all right. They weren't laying on top of each other. They were connected.
And bikes piling in together again in the exit of the right-hander. That's where the lead swapped last time. Something about what is the deal with that little hump coming out of that corner? All sorts of problems.
I think it's honestly probably the tough blocks coming into that corner.
Okay.
Is probably the issue.
It's the line. You can't get the line you want?
Well, the line is probably good where it's at, but when it was formed, the people who how it started, we weren't leaning over that much.
Okay.
So now that it's getting more developed, it's getting deeper, you're able to lean it over more, which therefore catches it on the foot pegs or the handlebars or something like that.
Okay.
When that happens, that can either make you fall or pull that tough block out and screw somebody else.
The hole's deeper, the tough block's in the same spot.
Exactly.
Aha.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Exactly. Let me tell you, those tough blocks, they'll get you. If you're not careful, they'll get you.
Oh, no question. We've seen that plenty of times. Over the weekend, as a matter of fact, didn't Jet blow out a tough block in his qualifier, I believe?
Yeah, it was very similar. He got kicked out.
Yep, for sure.
And just ignored that. But, yeah, those tough blocks, it's 50-50.
Yes.
Yeah, you
a lot of people don't like them. They think, they're kind of a danger, but what is it? They're there for a reason. They don't always work the way they're supposed to, but, for the most part, I feel like they do what they need to.
When you're off the bike, they're a gift.
Oh, when you land on one, you're good. But yes.
When you land on the bike on the tough block, man, it's a 50-50.
50-50.
Okay, for sure.
Yep.
All right, well, I'm going to let you two handle the WMX right now, and up next will be Open A.
Thank you.
Race number 30.
All right, so now WMX.
Next will be the 65s.
All right.
7 to 11.
You can hang with us, but you'll be back for the next either way. This will be good. WMX is back. Jordan, I know you're excited. Probably would have liked to have raced it, but you got the focus on the woods right now.
Absolutely.
But still, it had to be. It's just exciting to hear this news in general.
It is. My dad worked really hard with the whole MX Sports group to get everything figured out, and I might not be able to race it, but I'm glad all these women came out and they're getting to enjoy that. But this girl over here, Jamie Astadio, number 469, had the last gate pick all the way on the inside. That's either going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, good or bad. I always say that's feast or famine. She's going to just hug that inside, and this might work out.
Those braking bumps, a little choppy coming out the corner. That looks like Hannah Hodges out front. Number 245, Haley Vaslow. And then I'm not sure who's in third, and I believe it's Jamie Astadio. Oh, that's Brianna Sheldma on the new KTM.
Getting sideways there. The back end stepped out. So Hannah Hodges, as you called it, into the lead, the Florida native, and really stretching it out quickly here in this WMX main event.
Now, I am looking for Sophia Phelps. She's here for this race. Showed up for it. That's awesome. So I'm looking for her. I'm looking to see when she's going to...
Has she raced here before?
No.
I didn't think so. Coming all the way from Utah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Now, is that a sign that she's going for a WMX championship?
She is.
Okay. All right. That is awesome. And, I think Sophia might have been starting to maybe taper down on the racing from talking to her at Loretta's last year, but that was before we knew this WMX thing was going to be a thing.
Yes, I think everyone's kind of been up in the air with it, trying to figure everything out. I heard some rumors that she was planning to go do some of the Canadian West rounds. Ooh,
Oh,
pile
and
up
that,
right there.
Man, like I said, it's like a beach race here. Can't get over the dune. Just like we saw in that 125 race right before that, a couple of riders down.
So we are watching the number 56 of Sophia Phelps trying to get around our fourth place rider, Shelby Rowland on the KTM, the number 445. Sophia's got to get moving. If she lets Hannah get too far away, that's going to be very, very difficult to make up.
Yeah, I feel like Sophia, that has not been the strength. The starts are not necessarily the strength, and this will be a shorter race than some of the other ones just because of the nature of this track. So she's got to get going early, trying to get around Rowland. Is there a line through that sand? There is not.
I believe we're going to see her try to go to the outside and possibly make that happen around the outside. But that is the number 469 of Jamie Astudillo in second, 445 of Shelby Rowland in third, and the number 56, our two-time Loretta's champion, in fourth.
Yep, that's Phelps. Sheltima, we saw up there the 115 earlier, she is in fifth. That's Williams, Washington, Long, Goggle, and Masher rounding out the top 10. Okay, closing back up is Phelps on Rowland.
Yellow flags are out over that jump. Not sure what happened there. I didn't see who that
Yeah,
number
we saw
was,
a rider
but
down getting back up, but trying to avoid traffic coming by. All right, this is the tough spot for Phelps, isn't it?
Yes, it absolutely is. And if I did see correctly, it looks like Hannah is starting to pull away a little bit, so that's not something you want to see. Like you said, the races are shorter. This track seems to be hard to pass on if you're fairly close in speed. So it's going to be really difficult to make that time up.
Yeah, we had rain. It doesn't look, if you're just tuning in now, like that was the case because it's beautiful Florida sunshine right now. But when you get rain, that's going to mean, I always say you can get the track where it's rideable and they can go fast, but you go outside that main line, you are taking your chances. So that makes it hard to pass?
Very, very. It's a very risky...
Because it could still be muddy out there or deep or whatever.
And it's so difficult to tell. I mean, you look at the dirt, and it's kind of hard to see on the broadcast, but it's very dark.
Yep.
It's a very dark sand, dark dirt, and it makes it really hard to judge some of the depths about things, how it looks, if it's muddy, all that kind of stuff. But we are seeing Sophia possibly starting to figure it out.
Yeah, she did make the move. It took her about 3 times down that long front stretch to make the pass on Rowland. So Sophia Phelps now in third. Maybe her hope is this.
That's Jamie that screwed up in that corner over there. So that allowed Sophia to hopefully possibly catch up to Jamie a little bit. But Hannah is just pulling a fairly big gap. Now that last lap, Jamie actually had the fastest lap out of everybody. So we'll see. Maybe this will light some fire under everybody.
Well, also, I'm seeing this lap traffic now, and that would be the help that you need if you're Astudillo, if you're Rowland, if you're Phelps, anyone who's trying to close the gap down on your leader, Hodges. It's 2:45. She had a good start in this one.
She did, but I don't see her on the lap
not
time.
sure what
so
happened.
Maybe she's in second.
Okay. Or a lap down now due to a crash. I'm not quite sure. Astudillo.
I don't see her on the lap. Oh,
right
no, she is a lap down. Okay.
Yes,
Yep,
and here's
she is a lap down.
Astudillo. Yep. All right, so that changed for her quickly. Oh, Phelps is already caught.
Yes.
Astudillo. Phelps on the Kawasaki here, 56. Astudillo right.
55.
55?
Ooh. So
checked.
our leader, Hannah Hodges, did a 57. Jamie Astudillo did about a minute. And Sophia Phelps did 55, and it looks like she went around.
She made the pass. Yeah, she went inside after the sand. Yep.
Okay.
So just like that, she's up to second. What was the Hodges versus Phelps lap time?
About a 2-second difference between the two of them, and,
all right.
Sophia's got the faster lap time.
All right, so we might have a race down to the end if she can close that gap. Astudillo got past quick, and that's what Phelps needed, not to get held up. And now they've got the red cross out, so they cannot do that double. And then they'll turn it back on this straightaway.
Hammer out those rollers. Curious to see what the lap times and the gap is.
So my estimation is this: does Phelps need to at least get to the point where she can just see Hodges? Does that help if she can at least get her, even at one of the longer sections of the track, at least see where she is?
It definitely helps when you can see them. And it looks like Sophia Phelps did a 58 that time versus Hannah's 1 minute. So the gap went from 7 seconds down to about 5.5. So if she keeps doing that and has a couple more laps to go, I think it's going to close up pretty quickly.
Okay, we might have a battle. There is Phelps.
Trying to get through that lap traffic.
55 or 56? 55
She's
or
56.
56. All
Yes,
right.
56.
Oh, we're good. All right. 50. Or are you saying the lap was a 55?
Lap time was 56.
All right. 55-second lap time on the number 56 bike. Okay, we're both right on that one. And now finally that double in the center is cleared. And it's cleared because the flags aren't out any longer, so she can go even faster through there. So now it is on. Hodges off to the races in a hurry. Got the start. Sprinted.
Blue flags are flying.
Yeah. You think that's going to be better for the second place rider, the lap traffic?
Well, not this lap because she lost about 4 seconds that lap. Hannah put down a heater, put down a 1:56, and Sophia Phelps put down a minute. Although we've got some issues going on over here.
Tipped over in the ruts. Now here is back to our leader, Hannah Hodges.
We got to see if she's paying attention. Yep, all good there.
Florida native looking to, I mean, this is what you're going to deal with. You're going to deal with lap traffic. We know it was going to happen at some point. It's happening now. That was almost a perfect spot to catch those lap riders, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Got some more coming up. This section tends to be on the difficult side.
So now she's in one of those one-line areas. We're headed there.
That sand makes it fairly difficult to try and pass. Really unpredictable when you're trying to get around the lappers. You don't know what they're going to do if they're able to kind of push. So it makes it tough, but that's one of those things. You gotta make something happen if you want it.
Phelps just did. She put two riders behind her there before we get into this sand turn. And another.
Yep.
Trying not to get held up in those switchbacks.
So it looks like Sophia Phelps lost about another second. So not what she's probably hoping for. She's looking to try and close that gap, not let it get a little bit bigger.
And then Hodges a little less pressure to deal with there as well. But still plenty of racing left. It's the relaunch of WMX as a professional series. We'll see them at a variety of big races, some of them pro nationals and some of the bigger amateur events, competing for our pro championship for the first time in a while. Let's see now what Phelps can do. Can she see the leader? No, that's still traffic. Phelps coming out of Utah. As you mentioned, two-time champ at Loretta's. Just missed it for a third time last year. There's the leader on that white number 172, Hannah Hodges. It's good to see Hodges out there. This is a hobby for her these days. And just still loves to do it. And she was probably pumped to hear about this championship. It'll be interesting to see if she does all the rounds. This one's obviously pretty close to her, being a Florida native. We'll see if she goes coast to coast with it. Oh, that is a big lead, Jordan Jarvis.
We're up to about 14 seconds.
Wow. Well, that changed. We thought for sure Phelps got in the second. She was taking chunks of time out, thought might make a run at it. And look, Astudillo.
Still right there, not giving up. Not giving up.
Yep, from third. Then it's Rowland, Sheltima, Williams, Goggle, Mosher, Long, and Greenwell. That is the top 10 in this WMX Moto. And we watch Phelps in second. Might have to hope for the mistake now. But honestly, even a mistake by Hodges, she still wouldn't have it cinched because Astudillo is coming back.
Another good lap for Hannah, down to a 55. And Sophia Phelps is at a 58. And Jamie Astudillo only 3/10 slower with a 58.6. So that gap has gone from, we were down to 6 seconds to now it's back to 16 seconds. So Sophia's going to have to really hope for a big mistake off of Hannah, but she better not make any mistakes either because Jamie Astudillo is right there watching, waiting.
One mistake or getting held up by a lap rider, that could flip it. I believe we'll have the podium ceremony as well here like we did in the Futures race a little earlier. So these top three are going to be happy to get their chance to go to victory lane. But what will the order be? As Astudillo, she is on a charge on this number 469, but white flag now out.
White flag is out, and that is like waving something red in front of a bull.
Go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go. This is going to be the time we're going to see probably most of the mistakes out of these women. Just risking it, putting everything on the line for this last lap, trying to get that next position.
I love how everyone talks about, just podium and good points in a championship, but then once the helmet goes on,
oh yeah,
they want positions. Third is not good enough.
No, nothing.
Forget that talk about podiums.
Yeah, we want the top spot.
Meanwhile, this should be checkered flag coming out for the 172 Florida's own. Here it is, WMX win, Hannah Hodges. Well done for Hannah. There was a brief run by Phelps, and Hannah threw down some heat, and that was that.
Put some good laps in, made everything fairly safe.
With
very little mistakes.
Had that safety gap.
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah, very, very little mistakes.
That was awesome. Good win for Hannah, and Phelps hold on for second, and Astudillo third in our WMX round 1 of the championship this year. Give you the full results here in just a moment. There you see the victory lane as well here at Daytona. Shelby Rowland was 4th. Go ahead, Jordan.
I believe they lapped up to 4th.
No kidding. I told you there's separation on this track, man.
I could be wrong, but that's what it's looking like.
Yep.
Although, there we go. Lapped up to 5th.
Okay.
So that just tells you how quick our front runners were moving. But yeah, that was a great first round. I'm excited to see the rest of the season and everything like that. Hopefully, I'll be able to make a couple of these races. That's the goal.
Okay, don't tease us.
That's the goal.
You're hoping. Okay,
that's
you're
the
working
goal.
on it.
That's the goal. Yeah, so I think that was a pretty successful first round.
I think so.
And I'm sure these girls feel the same.
Well, definitely if you're on the podium, there's some bench racing there between Sophia and Hannah, Sheltima, Goggle, Masher, Williams, Long, and Greenwell rounded out the top 10. And we're down to the victory lane now. There's Astudillo, one of the most versatile riders out here. Not too shabby on a road race bike as well. And that was really fun to watch between these three. But I think Hannah Hodge has been waiting for this opportunity a long time to have a Pro WMX championship to go chase. And that's a way to start it with a main event win here at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. But this is professional level women's racing here and getting the job done on the 172. Putting all that experience riding this Florida soil to work. Well, plenty of laps on a rough racetrack and pretty darn hot and humid out here as well. So that was a real test for the athletes in WMX. Thank you, Jordan Jarvis, for hanging out. Jordan now racing the GNCC series with the factory Yamaha team there and Pro Yamaha. And we wish her luck in that championship. Track maintenance now after we just hammered this thing with a couple of fast classes. Had those 125s out there. That was really cool to watch. B group, C, and then this. WMX as Megawatt Matt Watson jumps back into the booth here. How about Hannah Hodges, man? Never gave up on it. I think, there were times in her younger years, I remember her racing Monster Cup and getting the top 10 against the boys on either an 85 or a super mini, a mini cycle.
Yes.
And like I said, now I believe most of the time she has a regular full-time job, but never stop racing, keeping the dream alive. WMX is back. We'll see what's in store for her in the future. And it'd be awesome to get this division back to where it was in the heydays of the full factory rides.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, for sure.
Yep. There's Astudillo. They're bringing the KTM on up to victory lane.
We look back, for me, it basically started with Sue Fish.
Way back.
Sue Fish out of Southern California rode a FMF RM 125 in 76, 77 or so every week at CMC races in the B class.
Okay. And go toe to toe.
Now, I don't want any emails. I don't want any whatever. I like the hate, so it doesn't matter. But they called it the powder puff class back in the 70s, okay? That's,
Once again, about to kick off the victory lane celebrations here for the WMX podium. Make your way down. Gates are open. Come celebrate with the WMX.
Now we'll get some fans down there to celebrate the return of WMX racing. Yeah, the names have changed.
But the game is the same. You know, none of them want to be considered women racers, lady racers, this or that. They're racers.
They're just racers.
Okay,
yeah.
And Sue was one of the pioneers. There was a lady before her. Then we all, everybody our age knows Mercedes Gonzalez. Then it just goes on down from there. Everybody is familiar with Honda legend as Ashley Feilich. You know, so there's a long legacy here. Fantastic competitors. Our friend Jordan Jarvis.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off the celebrations here for the WMX class. First and foremost, let's hear a little noise for your top three here from Daytona. A great job from all three of these ladies. We are going to get a word starting over here with third place. Miss Astudillo, let me just ask you here. It looked crazy out there. Lappers going every which way. Conditions horrible, honestly, from the sidelines. What did you think? What did it take to get the job done?
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy race. I got last gate pick, but far inside gate. But it wasn't too bad. I made a few mistakes with the lappers, and my lines were not the best. But yeah, it was a good first round. We'll take it, and on to the next one.
Absolutely. Well, I know you're not doing this by yourself. You got a great group behind you. Who do you need to thank?
Yeah, big shout out to my parents, SOBMX, Dunlop MX Tire, 110 Racing, MX Boot, Adept Graphics, Passion MX, FMF, and everyone behind me, and my boyfriend. Thank you.
There you go. One more time. Let's make a little noise for third place, Jamie Astudillo. Getting it up on the box here at Daytona. We hop over to the other side. Let's hear it for Sophia Phelps. A great job, Sophia. Same thing. I mean, wild conditions. I heard the three of you talking about it when you pulled off. What did you think about Daytona from your perspective?
Thank you. I honestly, this is my first time here ever. I'm from Utah, so I would like to give a shout out to Rich Todd with Dream Chasers MX. He helped me get out here. He knew that I wanted to do this series, and he said, how can I help? So we're so grateful for him. This track is really cool. I love sand. Like, I will ride sand all day long. I talk about it all the time. Like, this is my favorite tire, this MX-14. So when I pulled up and it was a sandy, like, you know, Supercross, maybe more arena cross style track, I was like, heck yeah, with some ruts, so even better. So track was awesome. I enjoyed that so much. There were a lot of lappers, but that's just part of racing, and I'm grateful that we had such a good turnout from the women. It's really cool to see everyone show up and support the beginning of this series. I hope it continues. I hope it continues because this is such an awesome opportunity. So thanks to MX Sports for that. I'm grateful for everyone who's helped me get here. First and foremost, my parents are just awesome. At the end of last year, we were like, hey, should we keep going? And then this series came up and they said, you're only young one. Let's go do it. So I'm so grateful for my parents. Grateful for all my sponsors, Rocky Mountain ATV MC, Fast Company, Fox, Schmidt Suspension, Dunlop, Pro Circuit, Tusk, Hinson, and everyone else. Thank you so much. Kyle Lewis, MX Academy, and CrossFit Dixie. Thank you, everyone. It's happy to be here.
There you go. One more time. Let's hear it for second place, Sophia Phelps. And in the center of the box, handling business. Let's hear it for Hannah Hodges. Gonna go on this side of you, Hannah. Man, what a race it was from the drop. You had the intensity, you had the speed. What did you think about Daytona?
Yeah, the race was insane. I knew the lappers were going to be good going into it. The ruts were gnarly this year, but the track crew did a great job with the amount of rain that we had. I mean, being from Florida, I knew that that's how that was going to go. So just really thankful to be here. I got married last week. A couple weeks ago, all my bikes were broken, so I haven't rode since King's Cup. So I'm really excited to even be here. I love Daytona. It's literally, I grew up 10 minutes from here, so I've always loved this race.
Absolutely. Now, we heard Sophia talk about it. How about this WMX series? So great to have it back and great to be on the top step, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have a stepping stone. Hopefully we can build off of this. WMX, there's a lot of fast women riding and racing right now. The sport's grown tremendously, so it's really awesome to see this back.
Absolutely, and you're giving a lot of young ladies out there a ton of inspiration. All three of you are. I know you've got some great people behind you. Who do you need to thank?
Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. My mom and dad, Jake, Troily Designs, Alpine Star, Scott, Dunlop, Ethica, Renthal, Maxima, Adept, Power Band, and anyone else. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and supporting.
There you go. One more time, let's hear it for your winner. And she's got the trophy, but to go along with it from the AMA, Mr. Mike Burkeen here to present her with the WMX #1 plate here from Daytona. Let's get the round of applause going. And ladies, hold those trophies up high. Gonna get a group photo one more time. This is your WMX podium here from Daytona.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
And welcome back. Jump the gun. We thought we had a little track prep time in there. Did not. And we wanted to bring you this Open A class.
Love it. Run what you brung.
Yeah,
hope you brought enough.
Hope you brought enough. Well, Drew Adams, I believe, picking up where he left off. It's certainly the Cowie rider. I can't quite see the 300 on the jersey. No.
I was going to say, I'm not so sure. Yeah, that's Revan Gordon. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Revan, sorry, buddy. Credit where credit's due. Revan Gordon leading the way.
See that straight back like Jet Lawrence?
There you go.
See the posture? I mean, seriously, you can tell him anywhere across the track.
Oh, challenged by the 97 as Noah Stevens. Noah with a little dab right there. Logan Riggins in the 3 spot. Drew Adams actually back in 4th place.
I believe Drew has started every race since Saturday in 4th position.
Yeah. Well, hey, whatever's working for him, it's worked.
Right. Yeah, you got that right.
Just behind him, Caleb Cawthon in the number 56 at 5:46 of Max Lewis in 6th. 7th, Leo Tucker. Hamden Hudson. Let's just say it now. We're gonna hear his name a few times. I think moving up the pack, certainly in battles. Michael Cochran in 9th and 10th place. Andrew Wallace.
What you talking about, Wallace?
What you talking about, Wallace? 2 laps completed now. Revan Gordon probably want to come out and let me go get that championship plate. Let me go get that number 1 plate right here.
Whoa, had a big brake drag right there.
Yeah, he
did. That thing clear down
I'll
into
shut
that
up.
corner.
Weege may have passed on the announcer's curse to me. By the way, thank you, Weege, for coming out, hanging out with us.
Oh, absolutely. That's our guy.
Sure.
You know, we have a lot of fun. We joke around, but Jason Wygant, Mikey, yourself, we take our responsibility here very seriously to bring you guys good, honest race coverage, you know, as we see it. Keep you guys up to date and posted, and Weege's the best in the business. And never forgets his roots, loves amateurs. That's the bottom line. Anything to do with motocross, Weege is in. So
hardest, and we can say this because he's our buddy. And if you guys heard us giving each other hell all day,
oh yeah,
you would understand that when we say the hardest working man in the business.
You bet, dude.
Oh, look at this. Noah Stevens pushing. Noah's really working that outside line, Megawatt, but has not paid off yet.
Well,
here's Revan Gordon.
Here's the problem: you have to be going faster to make that work, to get that outside line to really slingshot. If you're going the same speed, it may be, you know, not a good proposition every time to use that outside line, but you don't want to follow either, so it's a catch-22.
Ingenuity on the chair. Do what you can with what you got. 125 Revan Gordon.
If you see, you know, Stevens again, now this time he's following just a bit, using the same line. Not close enough to make a move, so why not? It won't hurt to follow. But when you get up there, you see him trying. Bottom line is, Gordon's in control of the race line. It's up to him where Stevens is going to go.
And Revan Gordon turning what was the fastest lap time, but our guy Hamden Hudson turns a 47.7.
Wow.
Up
in
the
traffic.
5 spot. But boy, he's going to have his work cut out for him because the rider in front of him, the number 300 of Drew Adams, going to work. But hey, you know what? Follow him. Link up with him. Drew, let's drive this thing to the front and get in the fight for a lead.
Yep. Take a look a little back a little further. You see Cawthon, Driscoll, Corcoran. Corey Carson, Wessel. Look at Leo Tucker back out there again. I think that guy's ridden like 30 motos today. Wallace in that number 12 rod. Jordan Renfro back into 13. Carson Manquist back in 15. So that tells you how stacked this Open A really is.
Yeah, very, very stacked one. And Drew Adams, how about that? A 47-2. He made a pass on Logan Riggins. So Riggins drops back to 4th. Hamden Hudson now trying to work his way around Riggins. Coffin 6th, Jackson Driscoll 7th, 8th place Corey Karsten, Michael Cochran 9th, and Jesse Wessel rounding out that top 10.
Yeah, got to chat just a bit with Drew yesterday over in the infield. And, you know, that's not the same kid we talked to 2 years ago.
No,
You know,
yeah.
His voice
exactly
has changed. Right. He's taller than us.
The shoulders are broader.
You know,
yeah.
he's way more mature. You know, he answers questions. I mean, processes information. I mean, that he's next level right now for the number 300.
I used to, you know, we joke about Little Debbie.
Oh, sure, all the time. Yeah, not
I'm
anymore.
not saying that to his face anymore. Oh, no.
Oh, absolutely no.
Corey Karsten. Oh, Hudson around Riggins. Corey Karsten also around Jackson Driscoll there.
And Hudson, man, that guy's fight. You heard us say it. That guy fights for them positions, dude.
It's like a diesel.
Good call, Dean Diaz picking up the pass right there.
Always kind of that, well, I shouldn't say always. Today, at least, he's had that kind of middle of the pack start.
Yes.
Takes him a minute to get warmed up, but then he just starts clicking off these heater of laps.
Uh-oh, something happened to Leo Tucker. He's back down there in that 19th spot. He was running about 12th there just a little bit ago. Having some bad luck right now.
And that is Hamden Hudson. If you're watching it Racer or on RacerTV.com, following him, trying to go to work and catch up with.
That's a big kid right there.
Yes.
Look at the size of that dude on that bike, man.
Have to work around.
Got an age on him here?
Traffic. The number, 88?
$19 years old is Hamden Hudson.
Drew inching up on Noah Stevens up there in that 2 spot.
What are our top 3 lap times right now? What are they running?
Taking a look, you got 2 guys with a 47. That was Drew Adams with a 47.2, Hamden Hudson with a 47.7, and you got a couple of 48. Let's see, 48.4. That'd be Revin Gordon, your leader. Revin doing that on lap 5. 8 laps down. Things tightening up.
Whoa.
Especially with the lap traffic. These guys have done a fantastic job today, though, getting around the lappers.
Gordon, when it started to go south there, Gordon just stayed with it. I mean, he turned things right around. Swapped one way, turned it inside out, turned it back around, but kept the throttle on, bro.
Stayed in it. Looking good right now, the 125. It's still Gordon, Stevens, Adams. Adams a half a second back. See if we can watch the number 300 going to work here on Noah Stevens. Hamden Hudson, meanwhile, kind of on an island back here in 4th. About 4 seconds up is Adams, and 5 seconds back is Logan Riggins.
I mean, Gordon, master strategist right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just picking through at a nice pace, using the lappers as defense. He has not had a hiccup so far, knows exactly what he's doing, giving himself plenty of room.
And right now, Stevens in that lap traffic, trying to keep sight of Revin Gordon. Revin Gordon a couple of seconds up on him. There's a shot of Drew Adams going to work.
You know, most all these guys are going to do it again next week in Texas outdoors.
Yeah.
Okay, going to go at it again. Many of these guys are going to square off less than a week from now, dude, one more time. In a totally different setting over there at Freestone.
Yes. love watching the trajectory of our young amateurs moving up into that pro level in the course over the last few years. And
you know it.
I've finally been doing it long enough now where it's like, oh, okay, these guys were little kids when I started, so now I'm getting that feeling of like very vested interest in these guys. And you want to see them all succeed, Mega. You can pick 10 guys out there that we've talked to so many times and we've watched, and you kind of sort of root for each one of them in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a fan of a good race, a good battle, a good ride. You know,
Adams and Stevens right there in the same shot now. Oh, taking some roost.
Whoa.
Didn't matter. He kind of put the helmet down.
Ate it like a nutty buddy.
All over him right now. There's Adams working on Stevens.
Wow.
Showing him the front wheel.
And I mentioned this earlier. Look how Drew uses the bottom half of his body, the lower body, uses that leg strength he has in his hips to control the position of the bike and guides it with his upper body.
Yeah.
Oh, right nice move.
Jumps right beside him. I don't think you could have fit a credit card between those two guys right there on that landing, at least not from the camera shot. So Adams making the pass and going right back to work. We're 12 laps in now. So Stevens back in the 3 spot. Hamden Hudson still in 4th. Riggins still in 5th place. Revin Gordon having a stellar ride out in front. He is, 3.5 seconds up on Drew.
Let me tell you something. Drew's going to keep this pace. Drew's going to keep the pressure on. He is going to race forward right now. I don't care, white flag, whatever. This guy's going to go, and what happens, happens.
A little further back, Jesse Wessel making some moves. He picked up a spot on Caleb Cawthon.
Man, he's had some good rides today.
Yeah, he has. Gordon Adams check in with their 13th lap completed now. Noah Stevens in 3rd.
So am I seeing Leo Tucker went from 19th back up to 12th now?
Let's see. Yeah, yes, you are correct.
Man, that guy has been all over the map today. Yeah. Had some great ride, but I want to tell you something. His heart, his speed, his conditioning, man, it's there.
Yeah. Yeah, he is about 5 seconds faster than just about everybody around him.
Wow.
So I don't think he's done. Oh, look at that.
Are you kidding me?
Look at this.
Oh, rode the nose, did the 300 of Drew Adams. Had the momentum, but had to shut her down.
Yeah.
Like he had a little too much momentum.
That's it. All right, here we go, boys and girls. Drew Adams, Revin Gordon. Let's see. Now, last time we saw this, it was Adams kind of forcing Revin Gordon into making a bad decision. And right now, Adams applying that pressure. You know the man can hear him. And he's catching glimpses of him as well.
I don't know how you can get much closer at speed through that tight section.
Yeah, Revin Gordon's got to be flawless right here. Good drive right there by Adams.
Adams tried to set it back on the ground early. Didn't happen. Now he goes to the outside. Gordon had to deal with a lapper. He gets sideways. Here we go. The momentum goes to the 300. Guess what? He has made the clean pass. Dives to the inside, protects that line, and he puts 5 bike lengths on Revin Gordon that quick.
So look at that. White flag is out, by the way, as they cross the finish line. So new leader, Drew Adams. Man, I'm gonna say it, Mega. That's kind of, these like 4th, not middle of the pack starts, but not toward the front, not a podium position. Does that remind you of another guy that used to be on a Kawasaki, maybe a little Eli Tomac impression there of patiently sort of working through that pack,
Listen,
not
man.
panic button.
Yeah, and that's how it's done.
Yeah.
That's how it's done. Cool, calm, collected. Focus on the lap times. Don't make mistakes, and don't get tangled with anybody else.
That is just sensational. Another day at the office for the number 300. Kind of a head nod right there by Drew Adams, and Revin Gordon checks in the number 2 spot.
Ryan Holiday's guys looking good right there, 1 and 2, man. And the future is bright for Team Green as we take a look at these guys. The number 300 and the 125 making their way down. Adam's going to get to talk to Dave Iser.
That's good.
Incredible race, and absolutely.
Oh, Hamden Hudson. Boy, not sure what happened. Sitting beside the track, dropping several. But it's going to be Adams, Gordon, Stevens, Karsten, Riggins. Now coming up. 65cc, 7 to 11. Group 1, we got 2. Ooh, Ryder goes down. He's all right, back on 2 wheels, or trying to be. Oh, big pile up. Oh, it's pandemonium at Megawatt.
That's where those ruts come into play, man, on these smaller wheels, you know. If one guy makes a mistake, it's normally a chain reaction.
Yeah.
Easy to get through those ruts with little wheels, yes. One at a time.
Yeah, one at a time. So the 11, I believe Chance Olberg. Yeah, Chance Olberg. Weston Auto in the 2 spot. Mason Murdy, 3rd place. Levi Geis in 4th. John Slade, 5th place. 6th place, Talon Hill. Jaden Smart back there in the number 7 spot with Aiden Held in 8th. 9th place, Braxton Guthrie and Shannon Tarnow rounding out your top 10.
Mikey, right now it's all business up front. Listen to the engines right now at full song. Working their way down this fast back straightaway here, up over that rhythm section. Olberg and Auto. And look at this. Is that Murdy? Yeah, Murdy on the 630 looking purdy right now as he works his way through, man.
The old Purdy-Murdy machine. Up into that 2 spot. There we go. Another lap completed. Chance Olberg checking in. How fast is he going? 53.1. Mason Murdy, though, on the move, a 52.6.
What?
So he's a wee bit faster and only a second off of that pace of Olberg. See the young man go to work right here.
So 2 laps in. Take a look just a little further back.
Lapper goes down.
Jaden Smart in that number 5 spot. Slade in 6th. Hill rides in 7th. Held in the 8th, right? Tarnow in that number 9 position. Riley in 10th. Guthrie in the 11th spot. Butte rides in the 12th position. And Smith in 13th. Keller 14th. And Beckington in the number 15 position right now, Mikey.
Weston Auto was right there with those guys. I don't know if he was just out of the camera shot or maybe he had to check up. But there goes the number 11 again. 3 laps completed now. Mason Murdy still in the 2 spot and still a half a second gap. So maybe Mason Murdy playing a little let me watch you. Oh, Weston Auto, tough break. Levi Geis gets around him. Jaden Smart on the move now. John Slade. So Weston Auto must have had a little get off there. Finally checks in the number 7 spot. So he's got to go back to work. Fast lap time, though, 52.078. That's Jaden Smart. There's a name. You know what's crazy is we talk about him a lot, riding the 7 to 11 class in the 65s now. And yeah, I think he's been racing since he was 2.
Exactly. Seasoned veteran.
Yeah. Fast kid. So fast.
Geis working his way through the number 3 machine there. Nice job working his way. Kept the throttle pin. Came through a couple guys right there. Nice line. Smart starting to pick it up just a bit up into that number 3 position.
Oh, and a mistake by Murdy. He falls back into 4th. Yeah, Geis in 2nd. Jaden Smart, there he is. The freight train's coming. Chance Olberg,
man.
look out.
Yep, for sure.
And Chance is the guy who's got to hit that lap traffic first.
Mm-hmm.
And we're still in that age group where maybe your lappers aren't really quite aware. Oh, that is the leader. I got to move.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah.
It's a different beast in this class.
That's it.
250B Pro Sport.
But you see Levi Geis. You talk about racecraft. That's the number 3 on screen right there. He was back on the rear fender, just really looking good through there.
Right.
Got the jersey flowing in the back. Got a little swagger, a little
Anderson
style out there.
yeah.
Jason Anderson style.
You know, it kind of tells me he's all about let her rip.
Let her rip, that's it.
Yeah, I like it.
I want to go out and have fun on my dirt bike.
Right.
Ooh, little dab for him, little doggy paddle. Back on it. Olberg out in front after 5. Geis, Jaden Smart, Murdy, Aiden Held, Weston Otto, Talon Hill, John Slade, Shannon Tarnow, and rounding out the top 10, Cash Riley.
Man, Geis just landed off that last jump. Full throttle, and Smart was right behind him doing this. Look at Smart going a long way around. He's got some mo. Does he get the slingshot effect?
Oh, it's...
Oh, my goodness. Got a lapper in between them.
We'll see in red now. White flag out as well.
Oh, man, look at this.
Smart going for that 2 position. Oh, has to check up right there. Makes the pass, but can he make it stick? Can he get around the lap?
Oh, yellow flag up here.
Meanwhile, there's Olberg.
Oh, what just happened? That's Geis right there. He got hung up. There goes Jaden Smart.
Wow, right in front of him. He's number 4 on the jersey, 42 on the machine.
Wow, last lap. All kinds of action today, Mikey, on the last lap. Like Drew Adams just saving and waiting.
Yep.
And, you know, okay, white flag, now we'll do it.
Don't forget, we got ATVSX coming up tomorrow. Walking back to the trailer a while ago, saw Joel Hetrick and the boys.
Oh, yeah.
They're dialed. They're ready. Said hello.
Good dudes.
Said good to have you guys here. Looking forward to the added coverage tomorrow as well.
And, man, it is a whole different dynamic.
Yeah.
When
Look
you're
at that.
open wheel to wheel, yeah, that's what it's all about.
He's stoked.
Should be.
Hey, he's. I think the young man's emotional.
Good, he should be. That's a big deal.
That's why.
I told you he made the pass.
Yeah. Man. That's a heartbreaker.
Right in front of us, that big cluster.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was.
So I said, you see, Geis gets collected right there. Smart was on the outside. Geis didn't have a choice. He had to go in there.
Yeah.
You know, he had to go in and protect. But there was a couple lappers there, and Smart
doing his Drew Adams impression.
Absolutely. Chose the Smart line and brought that thing home with the win.
60. No. How about Super Mini 2? Oh, we did. You are correct. We did have 2 groups there. My bad. Yep. There we go. 65. Group 2. Yep. Okay. Ron Burgundy will read anything on the teleprompter.
65cc 7 to 11?
11? Question mark? Big names out there in this one as well. Levi Meyer, Micah Nix, Gunnar Lusk, Tate Brush. Some heavy hitters in this one. 65cc 7 to 11. Group 2. Got 2 champs coming out of the 65 7 to 11 class. This is one that kind of speaks to, 7 to 11. That's that age group that 2020 hit.
Yep.
Hey, let's start racing. And now here they are, 7 to 11.
They were our go-to group right there.
Yeah, that was it. It was like, hey, you want to go race a motorcycle? It's been a few years for Dad, but let's do this. Joseph Vicari out in front. Stephen Green in the 2 spot. Micah Nix 3rd. Christian Tursky 4th. Grayson Dempsey rounding out the top 5. Outside of that, it's Absher Hall in 6th place. Carter Holmes in 7th. Thor Thrasher, the absolute most moto of moto names.
Oh, probably. You know it. For sure.
Jojo Caliendo in 9th, and Jake Smith rounding out that top 10. Levi Meyer just outside of that in 11th.
Mikey, I have to tell you, it's absolutely incredible.
Stephen Green, that's who we're watching on screen. There we got a good shot.
Watching Jimmy Perry on screen.
Going to refuel something.
Absolutely. So taking a look at timing and scoring there. Still look like Vicari's on top of the heat, but getting a strange read right here. We'll have to double check that. Wait, 3 laps in, Mikey? Yes, leaders 3 laps in. So Stephen Green Jr. on that number 2 machine, starting to put some heat on the number 25 of Micah Nix. Whoa, a little bobble there by Nix. Here comes Green, smelling blood in the water.
Yeah, Green wants it right now. Doing a good job jumping about that middle line in the track. Oh, look at that Vicari, though, finding another gear right there, feeling the pressure.
You bet. Look at Green. Green's going to try to go outside in. Couldn't get inside far enough. Micah Nix able to defend, and look at this. Is that Holmes, the 77 machine?
Just behind him. They just got around some lap traffic. Look there, the 25, Nix.
And Green, man, he rode the front wheel. That was some nasty head shake.
And Nix doing a good job keeping him at bay right now. Let's see back there. It still didn't quite see. Oh, that is the 77. So that is Holmes right there with him.
Look at this.
Oh, no. And down goes Green.
Green Jr. gets collected in that inside berm. Micah Nix hits the turbo boost, takes off.
Oh, he's frustrated.
Oh, no.
Too. Cannot get her fired back up.
Oh, that's a bummer right there. There we go. Green back on the gas.
Boy, Vicari, by the way, not so quietly, absolutely scooting out front, 14 and a half seconds out in front of Micah Nix. Micah Nix will now have some breathing room. Well, no, I forgot Carter Holmes is in that picture. The 77 machine has a shot.
Bummer for Green, came up in that 12th position, was riding in the 2nd spot. Had a fantastic ride, going on one small mistake, Mikey.
That's all it takes.
Yep, one small mistake. We say it all the time, white flag is out, 1 to go.
Joseph Vicari. Been pretty flawless. Man, he ran a 49.9 in lap number 2.
That's insane.
And he's still, here we go, a 6-lap complete. He's still at a 50.5. 14 and a half seconds up on Micah Nix. Micah Nix with his hands full in Carter Holmes. Grayson Dempsey, rider on the move, up into the number 4 spot, as is Absher Hall up into 5th. Christian Tursky drops 2 positions. Little bobble right there for Tursky, costs him a couple spots.
Absher Hall putting together a couple good laps, like you said, moving himself up. Was that 5th?
Yes, 5th place.
Continue to watch 127 Vicari. There it is. Checker flag, Mike, is out.
Yeah, pull that throttle a little bit. Little celebration. Go get that number 1 plate.
You got it.
Get some hardware for the mantle at home.
That's right.
Maybe the race shop. Oh, yeah.
What?
There you go, fans. He said this is Daytona.
Not.
This is Daytona. Love to see it. So taking a look at your top 10 right there. Joseph Vicari, Micah Nix, Grayson Dempsey, Carter Holmes, Gavin Welsian, Christian Tursky, Thor Thrasher, Benjamin Bonnick, Jojo Caliendo. Solid race right there for your 65cc 7 to 11.
Right now.
And I'm going to ask for your undivided attention real quick in the pits. We'll announce it a couple of times here as we are about to get a start. Go ahead, Mega.
Hey, folks, we've got a youngster, 4 years old, named Bo. Bo is down in the staging area right now with Sonny from CMA. We're looking for Bo's parents, so if you have a 4-year-old named Bo and he wandered off just a little bit, he is safe. He is down in the staging area with our friends from the CMA, Christian Motorcycle Association.
Well, once this calms down, once it spreads out a little bit, we'll make that announcement again.
Absolutely.
For those that may not have heard it if you were close to the track there. But, oh, look at that. Big pile up. Race 32. Super Mini 2. Off to a blistering pace. Your front three right there. Good battles throughout early in this one. Well, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, Megawatt. Late
Absolutely, man,
goes
for sure.
quick.
Holy cow.
4:15. I can almost taste Sonny's barbecue. I can almost taste it. Don't tell my personal trainer. My nutritionist, she's down there in Tampa. I doubt she's watching. But just in case, by Sonny's, I meant, chicken and rice.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Not 1,500 calories of barbecue. Jace Wolf leading the way. Carson Wood in the number 2 spot. Tristan Pruitt in 3rd place. Vincent Way in 4th. And Logan Webb rounding out the top 5. Jaden Smeltzer, in 6th. Brody Barth, 7th. Michael Gerda in the number 8 spot. Caden West in 9th. And Luca Modica rounding out the top 10. Want to announce again, Bo, 4-year-old missing. He is with Sonny down there. Where was it located? In the staging area. So if you're missing little Bo out there, he's looking for mom or dad. He is in good hands down there in the staging area, but he is looking for mom and dad, if you guys can hear us out there. Dean, welcome back to the booth, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm glad you asked, man. I've been out there trackside a little bit, checking the track and the way it's developed and shaping up, and I'll tell you what, our leader right now, Whoop, is getting it done out there.
Yeah, Jace Wolf, pretty sensational rider. Carson Wood, huge names in this one, as a matter of fact. That next generation of up-and-coming guys here. But, yeah, Jace Wolf putting on a pace right now.
Definitely put on a pace right there. You see nearly a half-second faster that time through than Carson Wood. But you got to look out for that 3rd place rider. Talking about household names, how about Vincent Way running a 52-second lap time last time through.
Wolf checks in. He's now got about a 2.2-second lead over Wood. Vincent Way, all over Carson Wood. That's where the battle's at for 2nd. Tristan Pruitt 4th. Brody Barth actually picks up a position and moves into 5th place. 6th place will be Logan Webb. 7th, Michael Gerda. Austin Meads on the move up into 8th. Grant McDonald 9th. And Jaden Smeltzer rounding out the top 10.
Man, you said it. It's like supply and demand out here. We got the battle on screen right now. It's Carson Wood trying to fend off the number 27 of Vincent Way. Way pushing hard right now, staying low on these doubles and literally riding a wheelie down the backside of these landings. It's pretty impressive what this kid's doing right now.
Love to see it. Trying to make something happen out there. There is Carson Wood on the Kawasaki just in front of him. And Vincent Way behind him on the Husqvarna trying to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, he is trying to make it work right now, and he's having to pick his lines. He's taking some outside lines here. It's a longer distance, but he gets a good drive out. But a big mistake right there is he went out of that rut and it hooked over. But he is still on the gas and trying to make a pass on the 2nd place rider, who's 260 Carson Wood. And I'll tell you what, Mike, you got to keep your eyes on this, because Wood, he is not too far behind Jace Wolf. I think Wood still thinks he's a player in the championship. There they go, this little switchback over that anthill and back in. It is Way all over Wood right now. Wood's really trying hard to catch Jace Wolf right now, but Carson Wood is having to play defense as we see 27 side by side with him now over the wall jump. In this little roller section right here, you see a couple guys doing some different things, wheeling in, doubling in, tire tapping, whatever you got to do to get through there. They're doing it right now. It is Jace Wolf, Carson Wood, and Vincent Way. The top 3 starting to pull away now from our 4th place rider, who I believe is going to be Tristan Pruitt. Pruitt doing a good job out there on the number 7 Husqvarna. Brody Barth out there as well in the 5th spot. He rounds out your top 5.
Outside of that, Logan Webb in the number 6 spot. Michael Gerda in 7th. Austin Meads in the number 8 spot. 9th place, Grant McDonald and Caden West rounding out your top 10. Lappers coming into play.
Oh, yeah, one of the riders got sideways in front of our leader. Jace Wolf. He didn't hit the brakes, though. He hit the gas and got around and made a pass happen. Man, this is anybody's game right now. It's a coin toss, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, real tight racing, especially 1, 2, and 3.
Way's got a line right here down that stretch that he really pulls in, the number 260 Carson Wood, but we'll have to see if he can do anything with it.
Carson Wood still trying to hold him off, as you just pointed out. There is Way just behind him. We'll watch this battle unfold here on RacerTV.com.
Man, Way's so close. You know, if Carson just hit the brakes right there, he might make Vincent stall it out, but you never know. Watching now as they make their way through the start straight and into that first corner area. Look at how tight it is right now. Wolf goes to the middle line, and Carson wasn't able to thread the needle. He's in no leader right now, so Wolf falls back to second. Oh, Vincent Way's got his leg stuck in his back wheel. Was Vincent? No, he can't get it out. He's got his leg stuck in there. Finally gets it out. Man, that is a tough break. I've actually seen that happen a couple times before.
Oh.
So huge mishap there for Vincent Way. And I won't even say it's a mishap. You know, he dabbed that foot, kicked back a little bit. Oop, rear wheel, sucked it right up. So tough break there for the number 27 Way. Back on track, but I'm sure he lost a lot of position on that one.
Lost a lot of time right there. Boy, good heads-up play, though. Sense of urgency coming over him. And Carson Wood now out in front.
But watch out, here comes Jace Wolf. Oh, lap rider, that's in the line.
Oh, boy. Good job by Wood getting on the outside there to avoid that.
Yeah, that was a close one right there. Both drifted right out, looking up ahead of them, which is super smart out here right now as you're approaching these lap riders.
So Way checks in finally, but he will check in the number 5 spot. So it is now Wood, Wolf, Pruitt, Barth, Vincent Way, Grant McDonald actually getting around Logan Webb right there up into the 6th spot. Webb in 7th, Gerda 8th, 9th Caden West, and Chase Dashiell rounding out that top 10. A couple of those guys picking up positions. Red Cross flag. Guys, looks like they were doing a good job going past.
Using extreme caution, as I like to call it. There goes your leader through that Monster Energy finish line on his Monster Energy Kawasaki Fox Racing ride. That is the number 260 Carson Wood. In second is Jace Wolf, and Wolf is right there keeping pace with him. Only a second back from Carson Wood. Trying to make some moves out there, make him happen as we wait for the number 7 machine of Tristan Pruitt, our third place rider, to make his way through. He is probably 15 seconds behind, I would say. Tristan is behind our second place rider, Jace Wolf, and Vincent Way. He's on a charge. He wants to get back up on that podium. Vincent Way is in the 4th place position. 5th spot is Brody Barth.
Yeah, Way doing a good riding on rails. He turned a 51.1 earlier. That was his fastest lap. Then he had the little get off right there, and he's turning a 53.3, 2 seconds faster than the man in front of him. And he was only, last time we saw, a half-second back. Meanwhile, that young man, Carson Wood, doing his thing out in front and doing it well.
Yeah, ran a 53 lap time that time through. He definitely pulled on Jace Wolf. Jace Wolf coming through the 54, so only a second difference right there. I mean, on screen, like we were talking about all day, it looks a lot bigger on screen than it actually is in person.
Waiting on Pruitt to check in. There was a pretty good gap between Wolf and Pruitt. But will it be Pruitt or will it be Vincent Way in the number 4 spot?
And good news that a child has been connected with their parents down in the staging area, so that's awesome right there. We're watching on screen right now. The number 260 of Carson Wood, riding the ride the dreams are made of, I'd say. On that Monster Energy Fox Racing Kawasaki. Watch him now as he wheels it through these rollers and makes his way into that right-hand corner, getting off that brake, get up on the front of the bike, get the leg up high and tight. He's got to pay attention and keep his heads up. Riding out there on the track right now, see some yellow flags flying. So as soon as you see a yellow flag, it's like seeing an arrow out there in the woods. You just got to pay attention to what's going on out there ahead of you so you're able to navigate through that. Jace Wolf, he is still your 2nd place rider, and he is sitting comfortably in that 2nd place. He's actually only 3 seconds back last time through behind Carson Wood, so he is not out of this one for sure. And here comes your 3rd place rider over the finish line. It is number 7, Tristan Pruitt. He is actually dropping down a little bit in the 55-second zone. Brody Barth, he's the one making the last push right here with a 54-second lap time and only 2 seconds behind Tristan Pruitt. So look for Barth to maybe put a little pressure on Pruitt before this one's over. Here they come now. They're going to make their way through, and we'll get another check up and neck up to see what these times are out here on the racetrack right now. But this will be the completion of lap number 11 as the white flag comes out. He's got a handful of lappers in front of him, but he has a nice little gap right here. I don't think he'll have any issues Bobbing and weaving his way through here. Oh, I say that. I might have had the announcer's curse right there. He almost got brake checked by our lap riders.
It happens.
It does happen. It happens fast, too.
It happens fast. Yeah, Carson Wood bringing out that white flag. Just got to keep her clean, keep her on 2 wheels, hit the marks, and bring it home.
And see, he's trying to ride smart. He's actually trying to navigate through there. And these lap riders are trying to get out of the leader's way, and they're just getting in the way. This is how it goes.
There he is, 260 Carson Wood. And methodically moving around there. Now he's got a little space, a little breathing room.
Awesome job for him to keep his head cool and hold his composure right there. Didn't hit the panic button, relax, calm down. Knows he has a little bit of a lead, but not too much of a lead. As we see your second place rider come up over the wall and approach those rollers. That the number 260 of Carson Wood comes out of. And here is our winner. It's going to be the 260 of Carson Wood. Going to see Zach down on the podium. He's pumped up. He's revving it up. Got to give it up for that Monster Energy Kawasaki rider. Looks like your second place rider will be Jace Wolf, so hold on to the second spot. Awesome ride out there for Wolf.
Yeah, really great ride right there by Carson Wood, stopping by the fans, doing a little celebrating.
Oh, yeah. We're
before he makes his way. That's
here.
it. There it is. Welcome to Daytona, baby.
Do it for Dale. Tristan Pruitt going to make his way through. He'll finish up that third spot. Vincent Way in fourth. Fifth spot running top 5 going to be Brody Barth.
Heck yeah, love to see it. That's what racing's all about. He's still pumped up. That's going to be a podium celebration for the books right there. Good job, 260 Kawasaki at Carson Wood. Race 3385, CC 10 to 11 limited. As we look at your top 10, Wood, Wolf, Pruitt, Way, Barth, Grant McDonald rounding out your top 5. Ooh, rider goes down. We're off and rolling with our 85cc 10 to 12.
And it's the Candyman out there with another hole shot, the 23 of Austin Keller. He's already collected 2 championships out here today and looking to collect another. Oh, our second place rider going down. That was a 234, Colt Whitaker. So Whitaker, tough break for him, having to get up in all this traffic. You see him on screen going through and passing him right now. Looking to see who our new second place rider is. See Jeffrey Drysdale, he is in the mix out here. We had a problem earlier. And looking to get a better finish here, keeping it on 2 wheels as we watch the number 23 machine, Austin Keller, come through in the lead. Looks like maybe the 321 in that second place position. And that is the 321 of Axel Ward. So it's good to see Ward off to a good start out here on the track right now. The number 5, Jeffrey Drysdale, trying to hunt him down there. Drysdale is our third place rider. As we've seen Keller go through, he's starting to get a little bit over Axel Ward. Axel Ward still doing a great job, making the move over to that KTM. And it looks like it's helping him get off this start out here, as he is trying to stay in front of Jeffrey Drysdale. And you can already see the gap that Keller's starting to open up right here. He said on the podium earlier, the goal is to get a whole shot and just pull away from it. I mean,
you got nothing else to worry about then. I mean, you lap traffic once you hit that, but yeah, stretch it out, young man. I like it.
I like it too. And here they go over that Daytona double and make the way over. There's, I guess that's a triple right there. It's like a single table into the wall jump and into these rollers right here. Got to pay attention. Heads up Ryan. He's trying to go to the inside. Hopefully he sees that down rider there. He catches the flagger down there in that corner before the finish line. Able to get through there, though. Clean racing. Had 3 seconds the last time through. We'll have to see what kind of lead he has this next time through. Run a 101 lap time, so a solid ride for him. And moving up in a second is going to be Jeffrey Drysdale. So Keller making a mistake coming out of that main inside line to that middle line. But that's not going to affect him too much. He's still able to keep the lead over the number 5 of Jeffrey Drysdale, your second place rider. Third spot is Axel Ward. Nicholas Guzman in the 4th spot. 5th spot, Joey Vicari. And then Easton Edgard in 6th. Travis Snyder in 7th. 8th spot is Aiden Goff. 9th spot, Brayton Willis. And Trip Glasgow will round out your top 10.
Don't forget, this is one we've got 2 groups in. So 2 national champs going to be coming out of this one. Austin Keller trying to become one of those. And after 2 laps, a 4.5 second lead. We've seen a few little mistakes by Keller, but overall been a pretty good ride so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Little mistakes, little errors, but not too much to allow the second place rider to Drysdale to reel him in. Drysdale coming through right now. Whoa, Drysdale. He almost gets caught up by a lap rider. And it can happen as quick as that. So you got to definitely make sure you got your eyes open. Axel Ward doing a great job there in that 3rd place position. Got off to a great start out here. And look out, Joseph Vicari. He's going to move into the 4th spot. That's who we're seeing on screen right now on the 127 machine. Looking good out there in that blue FXR gear.
Liking those inside lines. Going back to work. Yeah, let's keep our eye on him. He was about a second and a half back from Ward. And Ward only a second back from Drysdale. So huge battle, maybe a three-way battle for this 2 spot in the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to tighten up in there for sure.
Don't forget, guys, we do give out awards for the top 10 here. So if you get a top 10 finish, please go collect that award. We don't want to take any back to the office.
Austin Keller going to come through with a 59-second lap time, running the fastest lap of this moto so far. Second spot, Jeffrey Drysdale. That's who we're watching on screen. He's on the number 5 machine, rocking that Flow Green 7 gear. Having some fun out there. Oh, look, Axel Ward. Looks like Axel Ward able to get around the number 5 of Jeffrey Drysdale, and here comes Vicari. So we got a battle going on. Just as soon as I thought Drysdale was starting to get comfortable out there, boom, here comes Axel Ward.
Yeah, I knew there was about a second gap between each of them. Drysdale not coming out on top on that one. Ward capitalizing. So things changing up here after 4.
Yeah, these laps are winding down very quickly. These kids riding hard as the number 23, Austin Keller, last time through, he's opened up to an 8-second lead. We'll have to see what kind of lead he has this next time through. Still in that second place position. It looks like it is Axel Ward. He's going to make his way through the finish line area right now. Let's see what happens time and scoring. But look out, here comes Drysdale. Drysdale trying to answer back. And it looked like Vicari was the man that caught up to Ward. So Ward woke up. And then he got around Drysdale. But now Vicari's gotten on the rear wheel of Drysdale. And Drysdale woke up. Oh, no, Axel Ward is going to go down. Tough break for Wardy out there. Man, what a heartbreak that is for the 3-2-1 kid.
Picking that machine back up.
He's going to lose a few positions right there. It looks like Drysdale's going to inherit that second place position. And Joey Vicari now in the 3rd spot, running your top 3.
There is Drysdale, the number 5.
And the 127 Vicari. Oh, no, more problems for Ward.
It's just piling up on him right now. Axel got to regroup, breathe. And we can see that machine dripping now, Dean.
Yeah, I see that, man. That gas is flowing out of there. It looks like the float might be sticking.
And now he's exhausted.
Yeah,
he's already had to pick his machine up once. He's in an awkward spot.
I'm not sure he didn't hurt that right leg over there. You see him hobble a little bit.
Entirely possible. Man, tough break for that young man. Had a great ride going, Axel Ward. Keller checks in, 6 laps completed, still leading. Now it's Vicari in 2nd, Drysdale 3rd, Guzman 4th, and Tripp Glasgow rounding out that top 5.
You see Joey Vicari now starting to step it up. He is in the number 2 position, so he's able to get around Drysdale. He's actually also going to turn a 59 lap time out there, 59 seconds. That's pretty impressive here in the 85 classes. On screen right now, we're watching the 23 machine. Austin Keller looking good in that fly racing gear and Oakley goggles. Got some lap traffic, though. Got to pay attention, keep your head up. He's looking way ahead, you can tell.
Yeah, he is.
He's ready for it. He knows how costly it could be.
Oh. And there was an example of it. Ryder went down. That's probably what he was looking at. I think he saw that before we did. He said, I'm so close to the checkers, I got to make it past him. He does. Success, P1.
Yep, checker flag out there for Austin Keller. He's going to make his way down and see Zach on the podium. The Candyman getting her done out here this weekend. That'll be 3 number 1 plates for the number 23.
Sensational day for Austin Keller. Keeps it going, keeps the party going. And on his way down there to talk to Zach Herron down on the podium.
Who came across there in that 2nd place position?
Joseph Vicari hangs on to it. Drysdale's going to round out your top 3. Nicholas Guzman 4th, and Tripp Glasgow rounds out the top 5.
Awesome racing. Guess what? We have
more.
Whole another group of them.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, man, this has been pretty cool the way this has went down. You know, we eliminated heat races straight to mains. Usually we get a format where we get to see who the players are, but we had no idea going into these main events.
Yeah, it's very true. It's made, you know what, I think it was, given the circumstance of the weather, it's turned out pretty stellar today. It's been some fun racing.
Speaking of stellar, let's see who gets the stellar hole shot out there on the racetrack right now.
There they go.
Oh, that inside.
Oh, that inside really paying off right there.
Slick line.
Was almost the lone man by himself for a moment.
Number 18, that's Geek. Oh, Steinbrecher was your second place rider, but he's going to go down, I believe, in like turn number 3 right there. Tough break to the 24. That was off to a great start on the track. Oh, that is the number 18 of Storm Kelly. I think you're right.
Well, Sawyer Geek, I bet you're right.
Yeah,
181. Yeah. No.
I knew it. I could just tell.
Misled you. I misled you. It is Sawyer, because I thought the same thing. I saw Sawyer, and then I saw the number 18. But yeah, credit where credit's due. Good spot, Dean. Sawyer Geek out in front, Gage Brown in the number 2 spot. We've seen some good stuff out of him today, too. Kylan Stewart, 4th place, Braden Craiglow. Reed Cohn in the number 5 position. Luke Roche in the 6th. 7th place is Jeremy Belford.
Oh.
What you got?
We got a battle right now. The 83 machine. It looked like Craiglow had him passed, but the 83 machine, Kylan Stewart answering back right there. And look, he gets him back and starts to pull away a little bit for number 29 of Craiglow, but he's going to make a mistake in front of him and allow Craiglow to get right back on that rear wheel. And we see Reed Cohn and Colt Martin right there. They got a little battle of their own. Martin trying to dive to the inside right there, but that inside goes to the outside, which sort of sends you out in the middle of nowhere out the racetrack right now. And on screen, it looks like we're still watching that battle. That's for 3rd and 4th, that final step in the podium. Starting to get a little busy. And unfortunately, we only have room for the top 3.
That's right.
Oh, Craiglow diving to the inside, and Martin following him along. Wow, man, tough break there for Stewart on the number 83 machine. That line definitely not paying off for him. And he's also got the 991 of Reed Cohn just there behind him as well as they're fighting through the sand section. Oh, inside, outside. That's a deep rut right there.
That is.
Caught in. So Reed Cohn able to move up position. That's going to put Reed Cohn, I believe, in that 5th spot. And Stewart going to fall back to the 6th place position as we watch our wall jump right now. Oh. Reed Cohn and Stewart right there battling it out. They're going through this. I really like the way this looks on TV.
Yeah.
Want back to the right, to the left. That's a lot of fun out there. And we'll watch Colt Martin and see what he can do now that he is in that 4th place position. Whether he can reel in the riders in front of him or if the other riders in front of him can pick it up. And I actually believe Craiglow might have made a mistake there as I caught a glimpse on screen.
You are right. Colt Martin around him. Craiglow now back in 4th. Sawyer Geek out front. Gage Brown 2nd. Martin 3rd. Craiglow 4th. Reed Cohn making some moves around Stewart for the 5th place spot.
Yeah, man. Sawyer Geek going to come through with a 57.7. Gage Brown a 58.7, a 57.3 as these guys are checking for lap number 3. So these times might even get a little faster as they figure the track out lap by lap.
Some of the fast lap times out there. Got to keep an eye on Colt Martin. 5.5 second gap up to 2nd place, but turning a 57.3, whereas Gage Brown a 58.7. And we're early enough in this one. Colt Martin, if he can keep that pace going, maybe track down 2nd place here. Meanwhile, Sawyer Geek checks in. 4 laps completed now. Still a sub 1 minute lap time, keeping him out front. There is Gage Brown now checking in 2nd. A 6.5 second gap between 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, you know, this is outstanding riders. We're watching number 47 of Colt Martin. He's made his way up to 3rd, and look at timing and scoring right there. He's still running a 57-second lap time, nearly 3 seconds past the Gage Brown, our competitor that's in the 2nd place position. How's that gap looking over there?
Between 1st and 2nd?
No, between Brown and Martin. It's a 2
Brown and Martin,
gap right there. So
2.7 when they checked in. Yeah, Martin's still in that, and Gage Brown turned to 1 minute. Colt Martin 3 seconds faster.
Definitely got to keep your eyes on that as they're making their way back and through this area, which been calling the wall jump. Guys like, oh, it's not that steep. It's pretty steep if you're down there beside the track and looking at it as they make their way into the rollers. It's a 47 of Colt Martin. Taking a look up ahead and seeing what he's got to navigate through, whether he has some lappers, seeing where the rider in front of him is. And like I said, this gap, they look a lot bigger on screen, but it's still only a 2 second gap between Gage Brown and Colt Martin. But it looks like Brown's going to step it up a little bit. He's still a little bit slower, about half a second slower than Colt Martin, your rider in 3rd, but still on the gas.
Yeah, pushing
Look,
right
I see
now.
him on screen right now. There you can see Gage Brown and Colt Martin.
Let's
They're really
go.
tightening it up.
Yeah, Gage Brown waking it up right there in that 57 range. About 57.5, but boy, the freight train, Colt Martin. That's the guy in the move. There's Craig Lowe just behind him, the number 29 machine. Ooh, feet coming off pegs a little bit right there.
Yep, feet coming off the pegs. He's able to get the feedback on quickly and grab them tight. There's a 991, a Reed Cohn. He's coming through. He's actually still in that 5th place position, so an awesome ride there for the 991 machine of Reed Cohn. Just behind him, though, is a Luke Roach on the number 210. Roach is pushing. I'll tell you, this is a really good ride for the 991 Reed Cohn. It might be one of those rides, you know, kind of a breakout ride where you get a little confidence going on in the next race. And it looks like we're going to see the white flag come out, so one more to go now for our leader, who has been Sawyer Geek. And he's still got about a 5-second lead, but look at that. Gage Brown, Colt Martin, we need to get our eyes on that one.
Yeah, watching Sawyer Geek right there, your leader out in front, been pretty almost flawless in this one. Checking out. Where is Gage Brown and Colt Martin?
We're looking for the 181 machine who's leading this thing out. The 181, a Sawyer Geek.
Checked in. Checkered flag flies.
Yeah, Sawyer Geek taking the win right there. So checkered flag for Sawyer Geek on the 181. Oh, we got a rider going down in the final corner. I'm not sure if he's one of the riders in the lead lap or not.
Colt Martin gets around Gage Brown, by the way, for a 2nd place finish. He was on an absolute heater there in the end of that one. So congratulations to the 181 of Sawyer Geek.
Yes. Colt Martin in 2nd, Gage Brown holding on the 3rd. 4th spot going to go to Brayton Craiglow. And look at there, Luke Roach making a last lap pass. He's going to finish up 5th. 6th spot is going to be Reed Cohn. Aiden Steinbrecher, after that fall out there, after a good start, is going to find his way into the 7th place position. 8th spot, Jeremy Belfroyd. It looks like Kylan Stewart, he'll finish up in the 9th spot, and Grayson Dempsey will round out your top 10. Well, that'll do it for group number 2 at the 85-10 to 12. What do we got taken off the gate right now?
Coming up next, race 34. We got one more after that one. So on the gate right now, ready to roll Vet 30+. And then our last race today going to be race number 35, your 250C Junior 12 to 17.
Plus 30 classes stacked.
Mike
Number
Alessi.
2, Mike Alessi. The number 4, Tony LaRusso. That'll be a good race right there. Larry Stella out there on the number 6. Kristen Boyce on the number 10. Dustin Koenig on the 18. Brent Geisentan on the 21. The 22, Johnny Farah. Clay Burns on the 28. The 31 of Cole McLean. Then 33 of Nakia Williams. Mark Denton, he's on the 38. The 40 of Alec Forte. The 41 machine is Zachary Vito. Chad Wages on the 45. The 56, Anthony Caparelli. Jacob Pix, we got to see him out there doing battle, doing work, getting a win in the BC class. Going to be out here in the Vet 30+ class. Kyle Jennis on the 92, the 108 of Michael Carter. Austin Seelig on the 144. Casey Pritchard on the 146. The 181 of Michael Mercer. The 231 of Stacy Crew. Austin Edwards on the 275. The 293 of Michael Ash. Richie Robinson on the 340. The 407 of Adam Chatfield. The 408 of Brandon Slane. The 449 machine, that's going to be Dakota Kessler. The 483 of George Finch. Jared Meester, he's on the 649. The 717 of Christopher Cook. 735 of James Game. 887 of Shane Kelleher. The 19 of Patrick Miller. And yeah, that is all of our riders at the starting line right now. I didn't know they had that many gates down there, but they do. Little track maintenance going on right here for these final motos. They've probably seen an area they needed to touch up, something they needed to fix, because it's all about safety out here at Daytona International Speedway.
No doubt.
Man,
So
I was like going in this like, oh, 30+, whatever. But going through these names, there is about 5 guys who could win this thing.
yeah, it's deep. Deep.
Looking at it, though, who's your favorite? Who are you calling right now?
Man, you know what? We saw some great... I kind of want to watch LaRusso and Alessi.
Yeah.
And if your name is not LaRusso or Alessi, take offense to that.
Yeah, Michael Ash.
Go get in the fight.
Michael Ash from
There you
Suzuki.
go.
He's going to take offense to
That's
that for
another
sure.
one. Make us say your name. I love that.
Yeah, make us say your name. Shane Kelleher, he's a heavy hitter as well out here in the plus 30 class. He might have took a little fin. Adam Chatfield, these guys are all
there's
heavy
like
hitters.
you said, 5+ guys out there could take this one. There we go, gates down, off and rolling.
This is where it counts.
That inside line, the way the track has kind of established itself here late, that inside line has been nice, and that was Chatfield out front.
Yep, Chatfield in the 407 Honda doing a great job out there. 449 in the second place position. That is the 449 of Dakota Kessler, another big name out there. I didn't even notice Kessler as I was going through that call. Man, look how pretty that face looks right now. Bet it doesn't look like that at the end of the moto. But man, track crew, huge shout out to them doing an amazing, outstanding job out here.
Yeah, so Chatfield out front, Dakota Kessler in the number 2 spot. Alessi is in 3rd place. Shane Keller in 4th place. Tony LaRusso back in the number 5th spot. Larry Sella 6th. Chad Wages in the number 7 position. Chris Nisborski is in 8th place. Zachary Vito in 9th. And Brandon Slane rounding out your top 10.
So an awesome lineup right here. A lot of those riders that we talked about being heavy hitters here, not really up where they needed to be on the start. So we'll have to see what happens right now as Kessler's making a hard push to catch the number 407 Adam Chatfield. Mikey, do you remember the 407 Adam Chatfield?
Oh, yes.
Hell yeah. Back in the day, I think he spent some time in Texas. I got to race with him on some minis a little bit here and there.
Like you said, Dean, it's cool. All these years later, we're seeing these guys battle again.
Yes.
You know, we're seeing him and Alessi review a little rivalry, renew a little rivalry. All these guys, when we talk about our senior riders, we talk about our master riders. These guys have been racing each other for 30+ years, sometimes 40 years. And, you know, it's really fun to see that these guys are still having the competitive spirit, still want that position. Give each other plenty of room, respect the heck out of each other, hang out with each other after the race, but still out there buckling up the boots and strapping the helmet on all these years later, dude.
That's what it's about. And now I know I'm getting old because you're talking about guys that are my age.
Yes.
Being these old
absolutely, yeah. Welcome to the club.
I'm officially got my foot in the door. So do these guys, but you know what? They look good. Look darn good.
Kessler's made the move. He's looking good right now in the 449 Yamaha. He's going to make the move into the lead and put Adam Chatfield for now into the 2nd place position. Whoa, no, Kessler having some bobbles out there, so Chatfield remains the man on point. I can't believe what I'm seeing here.
There were a couple good bobbles there, wasn't there? For sure.
I know which one to watch.
Yeah, no doubt.
The man not bobbled, though, the 800 of Michael Alessi, that 3rd place rider. He's making a push right here into this one. He knows he has a couple laps to work with, you know, so he doesn't want to go for it right away. He wants to be patient, you know, watch these guys, watch the lines they're hitting, because when he wants to catch them, he's got to know to make a move.
No question. And you're not going to have a issue with Mike's physical ability. The guy, you're not going to wear him. Oh, LaRusso down.
Yeah.
Getting up slow. You never see Tony get up slow like that. So probably hit the ground pretty hard. Look, walking around to the other side of the bike. Give me the bike.
Yeah.
Give me the bike. 2 guys down there, isn't it?
2 guys down, both of them pretty shaken up.
LaRusso checking on the other guy? That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool for sure.
You good, man? I'm not.
Yeah, wow. You see those birds?
Yeah, yes.
Watching Chatfield, Kessler right now, 1 and 2. Battling out. Alessi getting held up in some live traffic right there. So that is an advantage for Chatfield and Kessler as they're making their way through right now. Again, the 407 Honda rider of Adam Chatfield, your leader. I don't know if he's ever left Honda either.
I think as long as I remember, yeah, he's been on red bikes, no question. You talked about Alessi coming through the traffic there a minute ago. You know, even as a young pro, you know, back in the Believe the Hype days, you know, one thing he could do was come through the traffic, man.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely had a unique ability to slice through.
Sitting 3rd right now behind Dakota Kessler in that number 2 spot. Chatfield still leading the way out in front. Chad Wages back in the 5 spot. Larry Sella 6th. Michael Carter back there in 7th. Slane 8th. Vito 9th. And Michael Ash rounds out your top 10.
Oh, man. Looks like Kessler fuel in the fire right there. He is putting the hammer down. They got a lap rider right there, able to make their way around. It's actually going to hold up Kessler a little bit more than did Chatfield. So Chatfield getting off the hook for the moment, but I'll tell you what, this one's far from over.
It is. Chatfield just kind of greased himself right through there, just took the smooth line and give it a little blip, and that resulted in some issues for Kessler there. Kessler not done, though. He's going to remount the charge, restart the charge here.
Yeah, Kessler. Ooh, Chatfield looking smooth, but Kessler, you know, he's hop, skipping, and jumping. Have a little more fun with the racetrack, I believe.
Sure.
That was tight. That was nerve-wracking watching them work through there with the lap traffic.
Nerve-wracking for us. Imagine how it was for them.
Exactly. Do I brake? Do I accelerate? What's this guy in front of me going to do?
And where is that, Alessi right there? I think it is. It is 800 Machine of Mike Alessi right there in the picture. Number 2 Machine of Mike Alessi. I'm reading the jersey. Shame on me. Right there, the wall jump. It looks like Kessler might have the move. He has the inside right here. Can Chatfield shut him down? He doesn't shut him down. Kessler able to thread the needle there on that one.
Yeah, big move right there. Kessler did exactly what he needed to do. Said he's breaking up early, got inside, and powered through.
Yeah, and it does look like Alessi has the number 800 on there. So if you're paying attention a lot of time in scoring, that is the number 800 machine who is making his way in the rear wheel of Adam Chatfield.
That lapper come into view pretty quick, didn't he, around the outside there?
I think Alessi has the move right there. Had an outside line to get it on Chatfield, and he does. That outside goes to the inside, and just like that, Mike Alessi has taken control of the second place position.
Now Alessi coursing through the lappers. Kessler up on those guys, not by a lot.
Got a solid plan of attack right here.
That's right. 7 laps in, slow, well, not slow, methodical, thought out, planned.
We've seen our leader Kessler almost getting into it with Sella. So these guys are lapping into about the 8th place position right now. That just goes to show you the talent pool here in the Vet 30 Plus class. Kessler, man, he is no slap, having a good moto out here, keeping those lap times down. He's going to run a 54 seconds that last time through. Alessi with a 55 and 57 for Chatfield. That's your top 3 right now. That's a good picture right there. You see that zigzag I was talking about that I love so much. We see the top 3, Kessler, Alessi, and Chatfield all in one picture.
Starting to see the shadows come into play just a little bit. One moto to go here, I believe. One race left, right?
Yeah, correct. Yep. Yeah, this is our second to last here. And coming up next to wrap up the day, last one will be the 250C Junior 12 to 17.
That'll be a good one.
Out.
That'll be a good
Kessler. One more to go before he can go grab himself a number 1 plate.
Alessi making a move.
Uh-oh, I see a stall out. Was one of our top riders out there on that red machine. I don't believe it was. It was one of our lap riders. Big heads up racing there for the 449 machine of Kessler to make his move around him. Watch now. Oh,
a little tough block action.
Kiss the tough block a little bit there. Right there.
As your 7th place rider comes through, we see our winner. He's pumped up about it. A little head down right there. The 449 Dakota Kessler getting it done right there.
Made it happen for sure.
He said, Mikey, you didn't pick me to be in that fight. Well, eat your words, buddy. I'm going to go get to thank my sponsors and everybody that helps me out on the podium with Zach Herron.
Wow.
Rock on, brother. Good
nice
job.
Ride. Yeah, for sure. Nice ride.
Got the fans down there, the arms out, getting high fives, having a good old time. So getting awesome ride for Kessler, Alessi, Chatfield, Kelleher, Wages. Ashmay got some moves late in this one. Carter going to finish up 7th, Burns in 8th, Sella in 9th, and 10th spot is going to be Zachary Vito. And guess what we got on the starting line, guys?
Last moto of the day.
Yes, it is.
Pushing LaRusso's bike off.
And here we go. It's funny. You got to see the guy in the box down there. He put his head down like he was a racer.
That's our guy, Dom.
Yep, Dom
Yeah,
out there
man.
doing it. Dom is a great guy. You know, he's been around for a while.
Handles the duties at Gatorback for us.
I see that pretty Suzuki out front. We know who that is. Looks like Albrecht with a good start, but looks like Kubik able to make his move into the lead already. The number 12 machine, 257 in second. As we watch that pile up right there, looks like we got Bladen DePaulo, the 224 Walker Edgecombe in there. The 555 machine also with some issues out there. So these riders all getting back on the bike. Safe, that's Trevor Jackson has some issues. So we watch Kubik on screen, your leader. Second spot, we've been talking about him a lot. That is number 34 of, not 34, but 7 Henderson. Adrian Hodge off to a good start there. He's the number 3 position. 4th spot, Hugh Ludington, first time through. Nathan Albrecht having some issues out there. He's going to come through in the 5th spot after a great start. Gavin Shatney in 6th. Jazuri Thompson in 7th. 8th spot, Eli Griffin. What do you see?
Look at that washboard down through
Very
there.
much.
With I mean, I've just watched a great. That almost looked like Mikey's abs.
Yeah,
right there.
Exactly.
To be quite honest with you, looking good, dude, for sure.
Change. It's all about lighting, Megawatt. That's what it is. We've got perfect lighting out there right now.
Well, I noticed you turn toward the light a lot. You know, you
have to.
You use the shadows a bit. I like it.
Showing, yeah,
I get it now. Now it makes sense.
Yeah,
it's all great technique. Speaking of great technique, how about our leader, the number 12 machine, David Kubik? Looks like he's already opened up a pretty good size.
Yeah, look at
here.
that, for sure.
This is just lap number 2 we're coming into. Get a little wild there in the sand section. Losing grip, but just for a second as everything got balanced back. Adrian Hodge going to move up to number 2 position, so a great job by Adrian there. 3rd spot is Hugh Ludington, so I think 7 Henderson may have had some issues out there as we see him drop. He does drop to the 4th place position. Gavin Shatney coming through the pack. He's in 5th. 6th place, Jazuri Thompson. What do you think about this number 12? You think he's going to have a good, successful year here in the C-Class?
Oh, absolutely. That guy has big things ahead of him. He's got great technique. He's very consistent. Doesn't do anything crazy on the bike. Doesn't let the bike, cross the line much. So, for sure, I think he'll do well.
Yeah, got everything working in his favor.
Mm-hmm. So as the sun sets on Daytona International Speedway here, final moto of the RC Supercross 2024. Guys, it has been a blast.
Yeah.
I mean, it has been a great time. A little bit of a soggy start yesterday, but outside of that, Mikey, you had your fair share of it as well. So,
as a matter of fact, Dean texted me and he said, "How's the weather in Palatka?" I'm like,
"Oh yeah,
sunny and beautiful." And then it wasn't an hour later. I said,
"Yeah,
just kidding. I should not have been bragging."
I didn't text you because I didn't care how the weather was.
Yeah, you're like, I'm not there. It doesn't matter to
exactly.
me. But no, yeah, you're right, Mega. It's been stellar. This is one of those weeks, and
not over.
I won't speak on behalf, but I will for the Racer TV crew. It's a long haul.
Oh my gosh!
They're down in Palatka setting up for GNCC. They were here till at least midnight, 12:30, setting this up so we could broadcast today.
Exactly.
They worked their tails off. Dan Reinhardt and the crew and all the camera operators. Big shout out. I'll mention them by name in the credits, but big shout out to those guys. Kind of the unsung heroes. They don't get camera time. They don't get mic time, but we could not do it without all of them.
You better believe that, man, for sure. I've been on that end.
Yeah.
Trust me, I've been there at 1:30 out there helping these guys run cable, trying to get a signal, trying to get FM.
Yeah.
Where's that static coming from?
Yes.
These guys are unbelievable. These guys are incredible at the places they can get the service we get, the places they can produce the show they produce. You guys pull cable through a quarter mile of mud at one time.
Oh yeah.
You got cameras that are subjected to everything from rain, snow, sleet, hail, and these guys are just absolutely the best at what they do.
Yeah, everybody works their tail off for sure. Kubik working his tail off out in front, trying to bring home a win. Adrian Hogue is in the number 2 spot. Ludington in 3rd. 7 Henderson back in the 4 position. Trying to make something happen back there. Gavin Shatney rounding out that top 5.
Yeah, like you were saying, some great riding here by the number 12 machine. Looking back, I'm not sure what he's looking back for, as we see he has a 12.5 second lead over our second place rider, Hogue. And Ludington checking in third place position. Ludington looks like he's starting to put a little pressure on Hogue out there right now. We'll have to keep our eyes on that battle for second, third place position. Really getting a feel for right now what this track has withstood today.
Yeah.
What this track has been subjected to. Hundreds upon hundreds of riders. Dry spots, soggy spots, sandy spots, clay spots. I mean, this thing has been absolutely amazing. And I got to tell you, the condition it was in for our Futures main event couldn't have been better.
Perfect.
That's exactly the track we expect those guys to experience, the conditions they are going to see as pros. And got to tell you, I have to believe everybody received a true Supercross experience here this weekend. So glad each and every one of you chose to take the time, get signed up, be part of it, and have that desire to come down here and race the greatest amateur Supercross event on earth.
Yeah, that's absolutely it, Megawatt. We've talked about it till we're blue in the face this weekend.
Yeah.
You don't get this in ball and stick sports.
No.
You don't get this in really any other motorsport. We really take care of our own, from the 4-year-olds on P-dubs all the way up to Supercross Futures and beyond.
Again, with management and leadership that allows us to come to places like the greatest NASCAR track on earth to do what we do. Again, you're not going to find anybody let you play in Gillette Stadium flag football.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just not going to happen. And there it is. Checkered flags are out. Final race of the day, Dean. Great ride by Kubik. How hung in there in that number 2 ride, I believe. I didn't see him get past. I believe he's going to hang in there for that number 2 position.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And what a fitting way, man, to end this thing as the sun sets. Perfect conditions. And again, it's just been an absolute pleasure to have each and every one of you here. And our weekend is not over. Tomorrow we've got vintage motorcycle racing, pro ATV racing. And if you guys have not experienced pro quads at the highest level, it is something to see. When open wheels touch, things get hairy in a hurry. That's all I'm going to say. And invite everybody to come out and hang with us tomorrow.
Yeah, going to be a wild one tomorrow. The season opener for ATV MX, ATV SX tomorrow. We'll get a taste of that and Megawatt's favorite, vintage. You guys will hear him drooling from the announcing tower. But that is going to wrap things up for us here at the Monster Energy Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross here at Daytona, the 5th annual. So on behalf of Dean Diaz, Matt Watson, Megawatt, Weege, Jason Wygant, Zach Herron down on the podium, our camera operators, Kirsten, Daniel, Gavin, Mike, Joss, JC, and Leah, our manager, Dan Reinhardt, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our director, Don Hampton, who's been stellar this season, producer Adam Gordon, and our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell. I'm Mikey Waynes. We'll see you at the races.